He wakes up in an unfamiliar room and can't believe his eyes. When he looks in the mirror, he sees a prince, straight out of a novel he once read. At first he's shocked, and slaps himself just to make sure it's not a dream. And when he feels real pain, he isn't scared at all. Instead, he can't contain his happiness. Then a system message pops up. He receives the so-called HP system, which allows him to gain HP from his internal organs through treatment. By investing the HP he acquires, he can unlock various skills or summon creatures. There's only one problem. His current HP is stuck at level 0. Still, he doesn't understand what it all means for him now. Back in the real world, he had opened his own clinic, but things didn't go well. During COVID-19, many of his patients got infected and blamed his clinic for it. Before he knew it, he was bankrupt and buried under debt. One night after drinking too much, he jumped off a bridge. That's how he ended up in a new world, in a new body. Now he's finally free from all debts, but the moment he jumps out of bed in excitement, he collapses right back down. Something is seriously wrong with this body. His personal doctor Garden rushes in and tells him to relax and not make any sudden movements. Looking at his hand, he realizes that this body is much weaker than a normal 40-year-old's, even though he's a young lad. He realizes with dread that the character he's been given has always been bedridden, and appears only briefly in the novel. Not only this, he dies at the age of 22. With fear in his heart, he asks Garden about his age, and Garden replies that he's 21. He bites his lip upon hearing this. Before knowing that the character he had been given had that health issue, he would, relieved to have left his debt-ridden life behind to enjoy his life as the Crown Prince. But now with the dread, he realized that he has only 1 year to live. He thinks about the novel where the Crown Prince had died despite receiving the best treatment in the world and the cleric's blessing, yet nothing worked in his favor and he still met his ex. While looking in the mirror, he concludes that all of this points to one solution. With that thought in mind, he turns to Garden and asks him to bring as many needles as possible, no matter the size. He's decided to treat himself. He checks his pulse, aiming to understand the nature of his illness. He tries to concentrate on his 10 strange pulses where the illness might reside. If one of them shows symptoms, there's a chance he's dealing with an internal injury. At this moment, Garden interrupts him as he brings the needles he had ordered to be, and laying them down before him. After inspecting them, he picks one up. Seeing him warming up the needle, Garden expresses his curiosity about the purpose of the needle. He haughtily replies that he's going to poke his body with it, leaving poor Garden horrified, who was thinking his master is about to harm himself. He pleads with him not to do it. Our boy tries to calm Garden by saying that he's doing this for a good purpose, and asks him to have confidence in this matter, to which Garden reluctantly agreed. With that, he takes off his shirt and lies down on his bed. He knows that he needs to pierce the first needle into his most important breathing organ. To do this, he must calm his breathing. Near the head, his shoulder is the point called Tai, which is the lung meridian of the hand. He carefully pokes that spot while feeling a slight pain due to the needle's thickness. Now he focuses on acupoints, starting with the lung, then moving to Cloudgate, and finally upper arm assembly. After completing the first set, he opens his eyes. It seems like he's been granted the skill to perform accurate acupuncture. By applying this technique to his body, he's able to recover his lung a little. With that, a ridiculous scene appears as happily dancing lungs give him a fuck-whiting 2 thumbs up, resulting in a gain of 100 HP, which is equal to 100 power. Our guy is quite baffled to see the screen in front of him as he reads all of this new information. Our boy is quite curious to see the status window in front of him. Seeing his state, poor Garden thinks that he's gone crazy, so he starts to cry again. Our prince orders him not to overreact. Ignoring his emotional doctor, he decides to target another accurate point near the shoulder blade. This acupoint is called the Young Men Acupoint, which he performs perfectly, resulting in alleviated feelings in his chest. He then targets several acupoints in his arm, which hurt more than before, but he endures the pain. Seeing him like this, Garden starts to pray to God for the health of his body and mind. Meanwhile, our guy takes the next step and pokes at the Yunji acupoint as well. With this, he stimulates various acupressure points, and his lungs feel like they're being massaged in a massage chair. He is irritated by the ridiculous notions his screen is displaying, as he is wishing that it would give him some HP points instead. Next, he focuses on the cheesy acupoint, which is located on his palm. With that last nail in the coffin, he successfully performs the acupoint treatment for the left lung meridian. As a result, it gives him 100 HP, and both of the lungs give him 200 HP each. It means now he has 600 HP. With this increase in his HP, he is now able to activate his skill. His screen asks him whether he would like to shop for some skills. To read it, he remembers all of those fantasy novels in which a skill related to being a warrior or mage is given to the protagonist. Next, so he decides to check it out. Contrary to his expectations, the skills he has shown all relate to medicine and treatment. He thinks that all of the tasks he has done in his past life. To see the list, he decides to choose the pulse reading, which helps him diagnose the illness, which is the foundation of all treatment and prescription if done right. For 500 HP, he purchases this skill with the first stage. By acquiring this skill, he is able to roughly diagnose the health condition of his patients. He later gets the report at the basic overall health check report. So to see that, he decides to read his pulse over again. He checks his report. Then the system informs him that his body is in the worst condition, and he has a minimum of 3 months to live. He thinks it is even shorter than that mobile contract. So he again concentrates on his treatment through acupressure points. He wonders if inserting a needle in a clockwise direction while twirling it, using the reinforcing and reducing method, will work. He can breathe out during this process while extracting the needles with respiratory supplementation and a draining method. So he performs it, and is amazed to see that his life has extended by 1 day with it. He is so excited that he starts to perform it on another hand as well, which results in him bleeding. Unlike last time, his system warns that he has overdone the acupuncture, and recommends that he should do once in every 3 days. Now his organs are shown lying on the floor. He concludes that the patients need to be stable to endure the continuous acupuncture treatment, but his body is quite weak to tolerate such treatment. He then analyzes his situation and concludes that even though the acupuncture treatment is working, with his body's weakened state, he is only able to extend his life for 1 month and then die eventually. After contemplating for a while, he decides that he needs medicine to treat his body for a second. For this purpose, he turns to Garden, who is a doctor in this world. He asks for a more potent ingredient, which makes Garden a little hesitant. He inquires whether they have Wolf's Bane root, but Garden explains that since they are in his palace, they need to acquire these items from the main palace. He says he will do it, but he wants to know what he plans to do with it. Our guy deadpans that he is going to eat it. Upon hearing this, the poor doctor begs him not to do it. He explains to the doctor that he is just doing it for his own treatment. However, Garden remains reluctant to reassure him. Our boy starts to explain the situation. He asks if Garden is already aware that Wolf's Bane root is a toxic substance, which Garden confirms as it is used in poison. He adds that he needs the daughter root of the Wolf's Bane, which is much smaller than normal. At that, Garden deadpans that it can cause his heart to stop. In response to this statement, our boy admits that it is true, but insists that he knows the method he is going to use to turn this tonic into medicine. But this sounds bizarre to Garden. Our boy continues, saying that this process is called detoxification, which will help him turn this poison into medicine. He asks whether Garden understands now. Garden honestly replies that he doesn't understand a thing, but he decides to give it a go since it might improve his health, while he goes to the pharmacy to get the root. He thinks about how nothing is stopping the deterioration of his master's health. Now he is willing to place his hope in this new treatment. However, he determines to eat it first to ensure that it is safe for his master to take. After getting the root, our boy is able to make a tonic out of it. But Garden seems quite uncertain upon seeing this strange-looking liquid and comments that it is made from a poisonous substance. Then he starts begging him not to take it. Seeing Garden's pitiful behavior, our boy decides to scare him a little, so he offers Garden to try it out first. This statement brightens Garden's face because he also wants to try it himself, so he happily agrees to test it. Seeing his eagerness to risk his life for him, our boy is struck with the realization that in the novel, Garden is someone who is too loyal to the Crown Prince. In the beginning, he was not even his doctor and started as an assistant, although the passage of time sees every doctor who claims to cure him leave, but he remains unwavering. However, he pays the high price of his devotion because in the novel he is executed after the death of the Crown Prince, accused of causing his death. Looking at him, our boy thinks that he is someone who deserves a good life, but it is another thing to share his tonic with him, which he is not convinced to do. After a while, he finally completes the tonic called ephedra, aconite asarum decoction. Gordon is ready to drink it, but our boy stops him, saying that it should be consumed when it is cold. At this moment, Garden suddenly voices his concern about how our boy, the Crown Prince, knows about the recipe for the medicine. Our boy makes an excuse, as he claims that he saw a dream in which a mage told him about this recipe. Despite saying that he believes in our prince, Garden's expression says otherwise. He looks at the time and hurriedly gulps down all of the medicine, leaving the poor doctor completely petrified. He looks at his doctor and with innocent eyes while claiming that he has eaten it all. Suddenly his heart begins beating fast and he realizes that something is about to happen. At that moment, his system informs him that the consumption of the perfectly brewed ephedra, aconite, asarum decoction, results in the reduction of soreness and coldness in his body, as well as a boost to his metabolism. Not only this, but he has also awakened the Azarhan core energy. This term catches his attention. The Azarhan core energy is a technique developed by the Grandmaster known as Javier Azarhan and his noble subordinate Lloyd. This technique is a symbol of the imperial family, which is passed down only to the direct descendants of the imperial line. As he resides in the Crown Prince's body, he must have been taught this technique from an early age. Next, now he has unlocked the first level of this technique, which allows his mana circle to circulate around his heart, helping him increase and absorb mana. Now his mana is at 120% while he needs 1000 HP to reach the next level. Therefore, he feels the mana circle around his heart at the front. as well as the mana circulating through his body with every breath. He is quite excited to experience this amazing feeling. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his heart, and it feels like it is going to burst from his chest. Seeing him clutching his heart, Garden becomes very concerned. On the other hand, he receives a warning that there is a chance that his heart will stop at any moment, because the pressure from the mana circle is affecting it when he realizes that his mana circle and the growth of his heart are out of balance. He guesses that the size of the mana circle may be the root of the problem as it surrounds his heart. He remembers the condition of Rakil, whose illness prevented him from training his mana circle from a young age. Consequently, the mana circle around his heart is constricting it, which could lead to drastic consequences, so he decides to take another measure as he needs to increase the size of his mana circle. With that thought in mind, he goes to the realm of his heart, and stands in front of the heart and the mana circle that is strangling it. He rushes toward his heart and takes the brains of the circle in his hands, while deciding to increase the speed of its rotation. The pain and pressure of doing this are too much for him to bear. But he remembers the failures of his last life. His clinic was shut down. He not only lost his patients, but also started to lose his hair because of the stress from being in debt. Every kind of loan piles up in a way that he is on the verge of selling his beautiful house. With that thought in his mind, he finally does it. With this, he opens his eyes and looks at his doctor, who is quite concerned about it. His system informs him that he has been able to awaken his heart due to the positive stimulation. Afterwards, as a king of the organs, our guy's heart has a very flashy and is welcomed by the large while the lungs call him shot. Abby seeing them makes our boy feel annoyed, but his irritation vanishes when his system informs him that he is the only person in history to obtain something called the monocircle slot. He doesn't understand the feature, but guesses that it must be something like the empty slot in a game. Meanwhile, Garden is still concerned about him and asks about his well-being, as he looked like someone who was suffering from immense pain. He raises the question of whether it is a side effect of the medicine. Our boy makes an excuse that he just choked on phlegm, but Garden doesn't buy it. He insists that our boy was in great pain while complaining that he is the one who is supposed to drink it first. At that, our boy retorts that he will be given poison next time if Garden is that eager to have one. It prompts a protest from his doctor, who doesn't mean it that way. He nonchalantly orders him to clean up the mess on the floor if his doctor doesn't want it. But before going ahead, he turns to his doctor and thanks him, which leaves the doctor totally shocked. He thinks that our hero might go crazy from consuming that poison. Meanwhile, on his way, our guy is more than excited to have something as amazing as mana slots. These slots are basically a place where he can store any material mixed with mana up to 10 liters. He needs to consume that material in order to store it. After meditating, he contemplates experimenting with this technique, but doesn't understand what to store it. First, then he sees the jug of water and decides to experiment with it. Looking at the water, he recalled a term called as the median lethal dose, used to determine the toxicity of a substance. Assuming 50% of the median lethal dose could either kill a person or cause immense pain. He analyzes this and concludes that there is a chance of 5.4 liters of median lethal dose in the 60 kilos of water. According to his size and weight, it should be around 3.9 liters. So he scoops up the jug to drink the water, but it's too heavy for him to lift due to his weak body. Anyhow, he drinks it while thinking he has a purpose in storing this in Manislaus. He's surprised to feel that he doesn't feel full after drinking butter or 1 liters of water, so he decides to fill his 10-liter slot to experiment further. After filling his slot with 10 liters of water, he decided to take a look at the charges 0.1 liter and feels quite full afterward. He concludes that this makes him a human version of that camel that can store water inside itself. Now that he's experimented with the water, he wants to try this slot with tonic soup. However, he has 9.9 liters of water, and his body obviously won't withstand it if he releases all of that water at once. Then he gets an idea and decides to discharge the water with the Azrahan core technique, which helps him absorb, amplify, and discharge mana. Using amplification and discharge of this technique, he aims to release the water outside his body, rather than within. He concentrates solely on discharging the water from his body, and much to his astonishment, it begins to work. The next step is to pour the water back into the but when he tries, he can't hold the technique, and the jug breaks. As soon as the guards hear the sound of something breaking, they barge into his room. Meanwhile, he contemplates his experiment with the Azrahan core technique, as he has assumed it would release like tap water, but only for it to suddenly turn into a water can. Garden, along with the other guards, arrives and asks if there's been a terrorist attack. He nervously thinks up an excuse. Then he claims that he smashed the jug in anger. It seems the Guisards buy his excuse. And one guard even asks if he's hurt. He nervously answers that he just has a scratch on his foot. The girl guard turns to Garden and requests him to escort him to room 2, and he agrees to do so after tending to his wound. While having a piggyback ride on Garden's back, he thinks that no matter how bad his excuse was, they still accepted it. He concludes it must be because he's the crown Pri, Appearance: Garden places him on the bed and excuses himself. He tells Garden to get some rest as well in return. When Garden is gone, he starts contemplating what happened when he was practicing the Asrahan technique. He was amplifying the mana and discharging it through his hand, but it resulted in an outburst like a water cannon. For now, he decides to sleep and tread carefully next time because he doesn't want anyone to be suspicious of him. Meanwhile, the Emperor gets wind of how he's hurting himself with needles and eagerly drinking poison, reason which infuriates him as he doesn't understand what his son is up to. The next morning, he successfully bruised 10 liters of his medicine, ready to consume it all. But Garden is standing beside him and he doesn't want to take it in front of him, knowing he'll probably faint at the sight. So he requests Garden to wait outside for a while. Gordon deadpans that he's just going to drink it, pointing out how much it hurt last time he consumed it. He even reminds Garden of the excuse he made, claiming he choked on phlegm. Garden expresses his concern over the fact that he's made so much tonic this time. Our boy makes an excuse, saying that he's experimenting with something, although he only intends to take a small dose since it's impossible for him to drink it all. At that, Garden tries to laugh off that indeed he can't do, but our hero is quite impatient with his unnecessary concern and throws him out of the kitchen. Afterward, he closes the door and gulps down all 10 liters of tonic in one go, storing it in his mana slots. Now all he needs is to discharge it. He slowly begins discharging the tonic while going about his daily life. His organs seem to be improving as he discharges the medicine into his body, which gives him some HP point. Now he has 500 HP. He is quite tense yet eager to increase his lifespan. For this purpose, he releases the medicine in himself quite frequently. Meanwhile, in the organ dimension, the heart asks to large intestine for menu for the day. The answers that they have a Ephedra Aconite Asarum. Only this, they have the same menu for the whole day, and even for the next day as well. At that, his system warns him that his organs are sick of having the Ephedra Aconite Asarum again and again. He annoyingly replies that they'll have whatever he gives them while having his meal. His system informs him that he has extended his lifespan by 50 days, so now he has 133 days left to live. He stands up in excitement, startling the maid. She begins apologizing furiously, confused, wondering why she's asking for forgiveness like that when she's only broken a cup. He gets his answer when she begs him not to whip her like last time. At this, he grows tense as he realizes that this crown prince has been whipping the girl. He asks if he really did it, hoping she'll say no. She answers negatively, which brings him relief, but she adds that he didn't do it himself. He asks what she did to deserve such punishment. She replies that she dared to spill a drop of water on his sleeve. This makes him think that this crown prince must be a truly cruel person. He doesn't like the scenario as he sits down on his bed while he tells her to leave after cleaning everything, which was a bit of a pain. Brightens her face. When she leaves, he turns to Garden and asks about his behavior toward him and the other servants, as he doesn't remember much about himself. Garden tries to sugarcoat things, but he warns him that if he does, he'll eat all of the poison right in front of him. But that Garden tells him about his cruel and rude behavior toward the servants. He is quite frustrated after listening to all of this. He even understands why the guards had bought his ridiculous excuse about breaking that bottle. At that, one more question arises, that why someone like Garden is so loyal to him. He asks Gordon about it as he doesn't seem scared of him. At that, he softly answers that it's because he truly knows what kind of person he could be and trusts him in this regard. In a flashback, it's shown that when Rocky L was a child, he saw him protecting a small chick from the rain while he himself was drenched. Remembering this, he adds that he trusts Rockiel to return to his kinder self as his health improves. Thinking about Rockiel thanking him, Garden feels as though it's already happening. He offers Garden a pastry, which he accepts with some reluctance. In this moment, he vows to never let Garden be accused of his death. For this purpose, he will have to survive. Just then, someone rushes in and opens the door with a bang. Calling for him, this servant hurriedly tells him that the Emperor has summoned him. The scene shifts to the main royal palace, where Rockiel is shown approaching the court of his father. As soon as he greets his father, the Emperor immediately notices his awakened Azrahan technique. He also senses the nervousness of our guy. Meanwhile, our boy is quite tired from bowing before him and waits for him to get over it so he can stand up. The Emperor asks about his life in his side palace and whether it's up to his satisfaction, to which he answers affirmatively. Meanwhile, he is quite irritated at the fact that he has to stay bowed while talking to him. The Emperor then asks him what he heard about him as he is piercing himself with the needle and consuming poison at home. He tries to deny it. The Emperor starts to babble about how he is losing his dignity as a crown prince, and that if he thinks he can't bear the burden of being the successor, he can pass it to his second brother. Our guy, who doesn't expect this, politely refuses the proposal. The Emperor is quite angry at his refusal. However, our guy, on the other hand, pauses for a moment, while realizing that the Emperor has every right to strip him of his status as the successor, yet he chooses not to do it. Now he understands that why the Emperor asks him instead, because he wants to show the world that his son has done this to acknowledge his younger brother. Therefore, he understands this devious political maneuver, but he doesn't plan to go down without a fight, no matter how weak he may be. The emperor, on the other hand, is so furious that he stands from his throne and accuses him of bringing shame to their imperial family because he wants to keep the title of crown prince. Our guy scoffs at this because he doesn't care about the title. In reality, he has read the novel, and according to it, the second prince is not capable enough to handle the age of Chao that is coming soon. Consequently, he will cause the downfall of the imperial family and the empire. So he turns to the emperor and expresses his thoughts that he doesn't care about his title but the prosperity of his family. So he proposes to give him a chance to prove that he is better than the second prince. Then the scene shifts to the side palace, in which Garden is eager to know the reason behind the emperor's summoning to him. He explains everything to him while dropping the bomb that he is going to have a sword duel with the second prince, which makes Hugged Dr. pack his stuff so that he will leave after his master defeats him. Meanwhile, the emperor thinks about Rakil's words and curiosity about this new side of his son. That's why he accepts his proposal. The next day, everyone in the Empire gathers to witness the sword duel between the brothers. The girls aim for the second prince, Theodore. On the stage, our guy is found exercising for the duel when Theodore approaches him. He tells him that he doesn't need to do it. He worriedly says that he doesn't want him to risk his health because he wants to give legitimacy to the throne to his brother. Because everyone knows the result of the duel, he adds that he doesn't want his brother to sacrifice himself for this purpose. At that, our guy is ready to start a fight and informs him haughtily that both father and son misunderstand his intentions because he doesn't have any intention of losing. Before starting the duel, there are murmurs of people about how weird it is for the crown prince to challenge the second prince, because second prince has the upper hand because of Azrahan Core in a single circle. They don't think that he stands any chance against the second prince. In a flashback, it is shown that our guy, who is exercising, has Gardens standing beside him, who is thinking that this duel is just a joke. Our boy replies that no one expects him to win, so it is good for him as it puts less pressure on him. However, Garden says with uncertainty that he can win. Guy notices his expression and knows he is lying. Then he tells him that he just needs to block 3 attacks from his brother in order to win the match. In the present time, Garden prays for the safety of his master. After the match starts and the Emperor describes the rules, if our guy is able to defeat or withstand the attacks of his brother for 5 minutes, he will be the winner. Otherwise, the second prince will win the match. Now both brothers stand in front of each other, but Theodore intends to get through this match as soon as possible. As soon as the match starts, everyone is stunned to see the Crown Prince throw his sword away. They wonder whether he is giving up already. Seeing him do this, Theodore first feels relieved that he doesn't have to fight against his sick brother. But then he remembers that this will bring disgrace to him and his family. So he contemplates whether he should encourage his better to fight a little. But when our guy places the shield in front of him, he understands that the Crown Prince's aim is to withstand his weaker attacks for 5 minutes, instead of attacking him. He smirks at that while thinking that he will end this fight quickly. With this thought in his mind, he gathers the mana in his body and rushes toward his brother. The Emperor analyzes his second son's attack and concludes that his first son won't be able to withstand it. This second prince even tries to attack from above so that his brother won't fall to the ground disgracefully, but to everyone's surprise, our dude dodges the attack. Someone comments that the second prince is kind enough to strike weakly so that his brain can easily dodge. The second prince attacks him again with full force, which throws him away, but he is still able to stand. Our guy's condition is getting worse as his body weakens, but he is still determined to win the duel as he has practiced dodging throughout his life as a cop. He now kind of hides behind the shield as the second prince rushes toward him, while absorbing the mana better than our guy expected. However, our guy grins at this, as something might be going on in his mind. On the other side, the second prince is also fired up. He builds up his attack, and after leaping into the air, he crashes down right at our boy. But my guy easily absorbs the impact because he had already trained his lower body for this moment. Not only did he instruct the blacksmith to customize his shield, but he has also stored the concoction in his mana slots for his little brother. His system asks how much he would like to share the discharge of that concoction in his body, and he replies with 0.2 liter. With that, his brother's mana-filled body is filled with the concoction, and the second prince's face turns red due to extensive drinking, which causes him to hiccup. Theodore is so confused about what is happening to his body. Meanwhile, Rakil thinks back to what he has read in the novel that Theodore is someone who can't stand any kind of alcohol. So he has added many types of alcohol to his slot and released it into his brother's body. The Kedor is trying to pull himself up to win against his brother, but he doesn't understand what has gotten inside him. He wants to handle the situation and aim for the recognition of his father, the cheers of the citizen, and the title of Crown Prince. According to him, this is the best course of action for everyone if he becomes the Crown Prince. For this purpose, he has to win. With this thought in mind, he rushes toward his brother, who was stunned to see that he withstood the bomb of cocktail. Then he discharges another 0.1 liter cocktail bomb in his breath. The scene shifts as the second prince finds himself in the realm of his brother's organs, where he has served the drink by heart. who tells him that he was given the drink by that person. He turns to see that the person is his own brother, who raises his glass to him. Seeing this, Theodore is completely baffled as he assumes he must be hallucinating. Seeing his brother this drunk and stunned, the Crown Prince decides to help him. He is going to discharge the liquid he has stored in his mana slots at his brother. With this mana, he attacks him with all his might and throws his brother to the floor. Everyone present there is completely stunned by this unexpected turns of event before them. Witnessing the fight between his sons, the Emperor immediately recognizes that Rockhill has used the Azarhan core, which he had thought he had mistaken before. He can clearly sense that Azarhan core energy radiating from him, even with hundreds of people around. On the other hand, when Theodore opens his eyes, he finds his brother at his feet. His brother claims he has purified his impure mana. The door immediately recognizes it as the Azarhan core and questions how it's possible for his sickly brother to use it. The supposedly sick brother nonchalantly replies that he simply learned it a little late. Glancing at his fallen sword, Theodore mutters that he's lost, prompting his brother to remark that Theodore might still not believe it. Then he notices the blood on his brother's forehead. Our boy explains that he got the injury while shielding himself from his brother's attack. Hearing this, Theodore realizes his own attitude throughout the fight as how overconfident he had been, while assuming victory without acknowledging his brother's efforts. Then our boy gets up and asks about his brother's well-being. His brother misunderstands his words and expresses his feeling of being ashamed. However, Raquiel clarifies that he was actually asking about his conditions. At that, Theodore takes a bow before his brother as the acknowledgement to his skill as the Crown Prince in front of everyone. In that moment, a screen appears in front of our hero, making him cheer that he's finally done it. Misunderstanding his gesture as a victory over his brother, Garden becomes emotional upon seeing him. Our guy's system congratulates him for treating someone other than himself, revealing that he's acquired a skill called Requested Medical Treatment Fees. This skill allows him to gain a small amount of life expectancy each time he heals others. However, he notices that this method only extends his lifespan by a single day at a time, which sours his mood slightly as it's quite slow process. Still, he's willing to take it, seeing it as a more effective way to increase his lifespan than relying only on acupoint techniques or tonics. His thoughts are interrupted by his father, who asks if he used the Azarhan core in the fight, which he admits that he did. He then asks how he acquired it. He answers honestly that he doesn't really know because he can't tell his father he acquired it as a reward skill to heal his body. His father, however, seems to believe him and adds that he had engraved this first into his body when he was born, but due to his illness, he couldn't use it. The Emperor adds that our boy has managed to overcome the shortcomings of his body and use it anyway. Thinking his father is praising him, he thanks him. However, his father interjects that all of this ruined his initial plan, which makes him wonder about the meaning behind his father's words. The Emperor turns his back to him while assuring his son that despite his Ormos, he acknowledges his position as the Crown Prince, as he promised. Then he pauses, then warns him that he'll be keeping an eye on him to see if he's truly capable of succeeding to the throne. All of this makes our guy angry, but the Emperor is also frustrated by his lack of response and shouts at him to show him some response. Instead of answering directly, the Crown Prince begins advising his father that he should keep sword fighting since his muscles are getting stiff. He adds that he needs to eat more vegetables and quit his tobacco habit. The Emperor demands to know who his son is to advise him like this, but our boy sincerely replies that he's only saying it out of concern for his father. A while later, the Emperor is seen riding in his carriage while scoffing as he thinks about the change in his son's behavior. It seems that he's also worried about his son using Azarhan core technique recklessly, which could endanger his health. He reflects on the high expectations he's had for him. Even he is sick. But now, after today's events, he finds himself holding on to a glimmer of hope for his son's future. Meanwhile, on his way back home, our dude is thinking about his own father from long ago, who died of a heart attack since he skipped studying to play when he received a call about this bad news. He regrets it now, but it's far too late. Thinking about the Emperor, who could still have a chance, he decides to protect his father as well, while using his skill which will also help to extend his own life. At that moment, Garden appears again, his face emotional, while requesting his master to ask him why he's crying. Feeling awkward, he asks him anyway. Garden expresses about his pride in his master for winning the fight, no matter how tough it was. He brushes off Gordon's concern while adding that he'll now rest as he has many things to do tomorrow. To sense his confusion, he explains that he has to meet someone the next day. Later, Garden is seen with a guy at one of the top 10 restaurants in the capital, called Sorrentino. The guy asks if he knows about this restaurant. He replies that he's a regular customer there. It turns out that the guy is none other than our Crown Prince, who has disguised himself. When the waiter comes to take his order, he gives a strange request, like asking for grape wine without grapes, and saying he'd like eat until sunrise. It seems like this is some kind of code, because as soon as he gives the order, the waiter instructs him to follow him. Both of them get up from their seats while Garden looks bewildered by what's happening. Our boy tells Garden to follow the waiter, saying he'll understand soon enough. After a while, the waiter leads them to a staircase. Garden is still confused about how the Crown Prince knows about this place. He himself knows of it only because he's read about it in a novel. Garden asks why they're there. He ambiguously replies that he's there to collect some treatment fees, leaving Garden puzzled by his words. Changing the topic, he asks Garden if he knows someone named Damien, to which Garden responds negatively, instead of explaining further to his loyal doctor. He opens the door at the end of the stairs. There they find a battle arena where two fighters are battling each other. As the crowd cheers them on, Garden asks again about this play. He happily replies that it's a secret location. Then looking around, he spots a tough-looking guy in the ring. Garden asks if this is the Damien person he mentioned before, to which he responds negatively. Just then, the door on the far side opens, revealing the true protagonist of the novel he's been reading in his world. This person is Damien Kite. Man, everyone is cheering for Damien as soon as he enters the Coliseum. The host tells his tough-looking guy to leave the place, then introduces Damien, who is going to fight the main match of the night. He is just 17 years old when he joins the life of the underworld and defeats everyone over the next 3 months, which earns him the title of the Sword Genius. Then they let Damien's opponent enter the arena, which is a roaring troll rushing toward him. Our boy, who had been watching this spectacle, is also afraid to see a real troll there. Garden protests as well, because he assumes that they are planning to feed a human to the troll. Meanwhile, on the lower floor, the berserk troll is quite furious and tries to attack him, but Damien gracefully dodges its every attack. Damien, who was looking intently at the monster, unsheathes his sword and, with one swift motion, he slays it in two. The spectators watching the show are in awe of what he has done. Meanwhile, our hero thinks that this guy is more notorious than he expected. Then he realizes it is expected of someone who is the main character of the novel, the sword genius known as the rival of the Grandmaster Swordsman in history. He then orders Garden to follow him and goes ahead. After a while, they are stopped by a bulky man who warns them not to proceed. But as soon as our crown prince keeps a brick of gold in his palm, the man lets them go inside. There sitting is someone from whom our guy tries his best not to be scared. He confidently takes his bottle of painkillers in his hand and asks whether he is going to take these cheap painkillers. Damien then asks for the reason he is there, or whether he is there to sell medicine to him. He answers ambiguously that it is something like this. Damien, on the other hand, tries to shoo our guy away by saying that he has had enough of them. Our boy confidently says that these cheap medicines are not useful when it comes to treating the constant throbbing pain in the back of his head. Now he has his attention, and he starts to explain the type of pain he has, in which the symptoms usually start from the back of his head, and the area around his neck and head feels stiff and itch. He asks whether his shoulders and neck feel numb. Our dude detects the suspicious look in his eyes for him as knows these things about Damien. Explains again about his condition while adding that he feels immense pain from the sides of his head and between his eyes. Not only this, he feels goosebumps on his body and his eyes pop out. Our guy is also acting out all these things while describing all of his condition. While Damien looks at him intently, our hero continues his melodrama while trying to convince him that instead of getting to the root of his problem, he is relying on painkillers, which are not a standard form of medicine. Damien is annoyed by him and ponders killing him for a moment. In the end, he tells Damien to use his mouth to say something, which annoys him because Damien thinks that he is the one who is not letting him say anything. Anyway, Damien asks about the identity of our guy, who jokingly tells him the truth that he is the crown prince, which irritates Damien. To convince him, he lies that he is sent there by Kuzman, who is kind of a sponsor for Damien. He adds that Kuzman is worried about Damien, and nowadays they don't have a sufficient amount of ingredients because of the season. Damien doesn't understand a thing our boy is babbling and asks about the meaning behind his words. Our boy explains that he has found a new way to relieve his pain. Damien asks whether it involves new medicine. Our boy answers that this matter can't be treated with that medicine, so there is a need to eliminate the root of his pain. He asks him to strip off his shirt and lie down so that he can explain the process of treating him. Damien does what he is told. His back is full of scars. Our boy jokingly asks whether he is scared, but he answers negatively while irritated, adding that he is a warrior who has hurt people and vice versa, which shuts him up. He then scoops a junk of moxibustion and asks whether it is his first time seeing something like this. Our guy places moxibustion on his back. Then he fires the substance onto his back while Damien nonchalantly remarks that such a treatment doesn't scare a warrior like him. However, after a while, he is trembling with the pain, which makes our boy joke about it. He seriously hopes that he can bear the pain. He thinks about this guy who has a curse mark on his back, which is the reason he doesn't leave the underworld whenever he goes to fight. He feels immense pain. To cope with this pain, he starts taking lots of painkillers he borrows and has to have another fight in order to pay his debt. This is the life of the protagonist of this story. He curses Kuzman for inflicting this cruel cycle on Damien. He now tries to smear the mark on his back with this process. He happily thinks that if he is able to cure Damien, he will not only extend his lifespan, but will also have his support. He decides to treat the other gladiators afterward. After the treatment is over, he tells them to get up. He looks intently at the mark on his back which he has successfully cauterized. He then asks about what he is feeling at this moment. With an expression of disbelief, Damien expresses that he feels quite refreshed, something he hasn't felt in a long time. Our boy explains that he needs more sessions of that treatment. During this time, he needs to avoid touching the blisters on his back, oily food, and overexerting himself. He is struck by the last demand. Our boy explains that he shouldn't fight, which meets with a protest as it is not something Kuzman will allow. At the end of the day, he consoles him by saying that he will take care of that matter. Now Damien understands that our guy is not what he has told him and asks about his identity with a baffled expression. Our boy proudly tells him that he is a crown prince. But Damien doesn't believe him and remarks that he must have a reason for avoiding revealing his identity. Our boy decides to let go of this matter and instructs Damien to do whatever he has told him to do. Besides, he strictly tells him not to go to the Colosseum no matter what is happening there, as it is a safer place for him. In the end, he adds that this is their only way to meet each other. A bad day. Upon hearing this, Damien's face turns red and he eagerly agrees with it. Then on their way back, there are hundreds of questions Gardein has about this illegal place, but he asked him to help him to find something. When asked what it is, he tells Garden to look for a man with black hair, a ponytail, and slit eyes. After looking in some places, he finally finds him in a bar. He sits in front of him and gets straight to the point, saying that he needs to buy Damien, so he should tell him about his total debt as well as the cost of breaking the contract. At that, Kuzman demands 9 trillion Megan, which could only be afforded by someone as wealthy as a crown prince. Our explains that he is the crown prince. That person starts to laugh at his expense and tells him that if Raquiel is a crown prince, then he is also the one with the name of the crown prince that sells the medicine. Then he tells him to get lost if he doesn't want to buy medicine. When our boy leaves, he summons a man and asks him to investigate our dude to know about his identity. He even asks him to torture him however he wants in order to get that information. After 1 hour, the same person he sent to torture our crown prince is thrown in front of him, bleeding and injured. He is baffled to see him and asks who has done this to him. Then he sees the royal guards in front of him, who announced that the secret royal inspector is before them. Then our boy takes off his wig and shows him the royal badge. It is 1 hour ago that Garden and our boy are going somewhere, while being aware that they are being followed by Kuzman's man. He tells Garden to act normally so the follower doesn't suspect that they know he's there. He knows it is inevitable that Kuzman will send someone to follow him, which is why he approached him in the first place. The next moment, when the stalker turns, he collides with the royal inspector. The royal guards have accused this stalker of attempting to assassinate the crown prince. Now they stand before Kuzman. Our boy has returned the badge to the secret royal inspector, while Kuzman tries to grasp the situation. But before he can react, our boy orders his royal guards to raid the place, especially to capture Kuzman. With his order, everyone rushes to subjugate the place. Witnessing the scene in front of him, Garden thinks that the crown prince really has changed. Now he worries about his country's security, which is why he's raiding underground organizations. On the other hand, the crown prince seems more than happy to see the people around him. If they get injured, then he has a chance to heal them. He'll have an opportunity to extend his lifespan. Meanwhile, Kuzman hides in the corner while contemplating the situation. He wonders about the crown prince's interest in buying Damien while he's trying to escape. When he rushes toward the gate, he decides to stay hidden until things cool down. But as soon as he opens the door, he finds himself at the edge of several swords. Meanwhile, our guy makes a bet with his doctor that he will come out from this gate, and now he demands 500 Megan from the poor doctor. He then comes forward and starts to babble about how important it is to pay for one medicine. When Kuzman yells at him while asking what that crazy shit he is talking about, he clarifies that he comes with good intentions to clear out the medicine expenses of Damien and offers him a good deal, but he is the one who throws it away. By hearing this, he is infuriated and about to hit him. But his face meets the iron fist of the royal guard. Next moment, he is warned to stay down. When finding no escape route, he decides to use the capsule bomb that contains poison in his mouth and spits it out. After 5 seconds, when he has planned to spit the capsule, in this way, everyone in the vicinity will be paralyzed while exposed to the capsule, and he will escape and kill the crown prince. He is content with his perfect plan. He is about to split the capsule while counting down from 5 to 1. But before he can spit it out, Raquel shuts his mouth with his palm. Kuzman realizes that he knows his every. At that moment, the time for the bomb to explode has reached, and it explodes in his mouth. The paralysis process begins, and he needs to take the antidote as soon as possible. With trembling hands, he tries to take it out from his pocket. Our hero, who reads the novel and knows everything about him, takes the antidote from his hand and asks whether he wants to know his source of knowledge. To the horror of this goon, our dude drinks the antidote in front of him while poking him, as he emphasizes that he isn't going to tell him about it. To taunt him more, he remarks about the antidote's bitter taste. While Kuzman is quite desperate to get the antidote, Our boy carelessly throws it on his back, implies that he is not going to give him the antidote when Rockhill was the one to poison him in the first place. He intends to do it in order to use his medical treatment skills to extend his lifespan, as now he has the antidote in his mana slots. Now, under the 5th thoracic vertebrae, he pushes about 1.5 inches on both sides, pushing the heart transporter points. With that, Kuzman throws out the poison. Then he discharges the antidote inside of him and waits for it to work. After a few seconds, he loses consciousness as our dude has successfully treated him. To reward him, his life extends by 118 days. He then orders his guards to arrest them. Now he is going to complete his main goal for coming here. The scene shifts to the gladiators with Damien as their leader, who are fighting with the guards and succeeding in injuring many. At this moment, Raquiel makes an appearance in front of him, and he recognizes him immediately. The scene changes to the dream in which a young Damien is shown in front of his dead mother. He knows that he is dreaming about that day when he was left alone. At this moment, someone tells him to wake up, and he opens his eyes, finding himself in front of Garda, who introduces himself and Day, and also tells him his name while shaking his hand. And our crown prince interrupts their introduction and asks both of them to follow him, as they have many things to do. Afterward, they arrive at a Moxabustian clinic. They find other gladiators there as well. Damien asks about the place where they are. He answers that it is a treatment clinic. Another gladiator expresses his wonder about his reason for being so nice to them, as he doesn't only shelter them in his palace while rescuing them from Underworld, but is also going to treat them. He thinks while looking at them that his main reason for treating these gladiators is to free them from their curse marks. While doing this, he can extend his lifespan, as most of them are young people, which helps him boost his own lifespan. He starts by saying that he is not going to do it out of goodwill, because everyone knows that he himself is quite a sick person. One of them chimes in that everyone in the kingdom knows this, and our guy promises in his mind that this person will get the most painful treatment, and anyway, he continues saying that since the doctor failed to find a cure for him, he is now doing it himself. Then he turns to Damien and asks whether he gets what he is trying to explain. Damien answers that they are there to be his test subjects, which he confirms. Everyone is quite worried to hear it. But our high counters by asking Damien what he felt after the last treatment. Damien answers that he felt relief from nerve pain. Upon hearing this, everyone feels relieved if Damien is providing the testimony in Crown Prince's face. Then he asks everyone if they feel uneasy about getting treatment. When no one answers, he instructs them all to strip off their shirts and lie down on the beds. After 6 days, every gladiator is shown in the worst condition. They are constantly throwing up and breaking out in cold sweats due to not taking painkillers. Our boy is quite nervous to see the results of his treatment. He turns to Damien and asks if he is feeling dizzy or throwing up. Damien answers that he is, but he's holding up. Now he understands that Damien is an exception because he is the protagonist of the novel for a reason. He then dismisses everyone to their accommodations, but instructs Sergio to stay. He comments on his bad condition because of withdrawal symptoms, but Sergio tries to say that he's fine. Then he shows him the needles, saying that he is going to help him with it. Meanwhile, he is thinking that he's not sure whether the acupressure treatment will work on Sergio or not, but Sergio is the one who has been taking the painkiller for the longest time, so he needs to be the test subject for this. He considers targeting his running point near his stomach. While he's thinking about all this, Sergio rises from his plate, looking quite powerful in his form. He then jumps on our gut and grabs his throat with both hands. Brock Hill is having a harder time breathing, but Damien comes at the right time and knocks Sergio away from him. Raising his hand to help him up, he asks about his well-being, which Rocky L answers positively. He looks at the unconscious form of Sergio and concludes that because of his severe withdrawal symptoms, he is highly sensitive to any minor stimulation. This is why a small needle will hurt him like a sword. To resolve this problem, he needs thinner needles. After a while, he is seen in his study reading a letter from a blacksmith. To summarize the letter, the blacksmith apologizes to him for being unable to make multiple thin needles as fine as thread. The letter adds that only a dwarf artisan could achieve such a feat. At the moment, he gets a notification from his system, warning that he is stressing too much, which could lead to nervous illness. His organs are trying to cool down the heart while trying to give him a hint. Seeing him lost, his system reminds him that he can summon a monster or unlock a skill by using his HP points. He then selects the Summon Gotch option for the cost of 300 HP. While confirming the purchase, he hopes to get a good summon. His system instructs him to verbalize the qualities he wants his summon to have. He doesn't have any money to do. Demands a creature that can provide him with many needles of uniform thickness. After recording his request, his system provides him with 3 options with bizarre names, like a happy summon that oinks, iron that discharges, and a cactus that discharged. Then his system informs him that one of these summons has a 100% ability to meet his demand, one has 50%, and one has 0%. But upon reading this, he realizes that this summon is a kind of gamble. So he contemplates which summon to choose. After thinking for a while, when he can't decide, his heart frustratingly tells him to choose the cactus, and he agreed, while his system prepares his gift. He pleads to God for the right summon. Then a very cute porcupine is dropped onto his palm. Now his system is informing him about the qualities of his new summon. He can alter its size by feeding it either red sunflower seeds, which will make it heat up, or blue seeds, which will return it to its original tiny size. Its name is Ghostwem, and it has the skill of producing an infinite number of thorns and attacking its enemies with them. He politely asks his summon for 3 thorns, each of different colors, and it provides them to him. He checks the white and brown ones. The white one has a mild pain effect, so he decides to use it for the gladiators. However, he's a little cautious of the black one as it has a higher pain level. He doesn't even test it and decides to try it on someone else later. Then he goes his clinic, warming up the needle. Seeing him, Garden asks about his summon, and he introduces it to him. At that moment, he makes up a story and tells Garden to ask the remaining details from the summon itself, then leaves the place. Garden is quite baffled by the situation as he recognizes this creature as a summon monster. According to legends, there was a legendary builder around 300 years ago who had summoned monsters as his aid. They are known as very rare and mysterious creatures. And Garden doesn't understand how his master got one. Now he realizes there is something about his master that he doesn't know. Inside the clinic, Sergio apologizes to our guy for the incident yesterday. He shakes off the apology while telling him that he will now no longer feel the pain as he has pierced many needles into his body. He is surprised to hear that because Sergio doesn't seem to feel anything. He then shows him his arm where he performed the acupressure treatment, but afterwards he has been performing this treatment on everyone. To get the rewards from treating Damien and the other gladiators, his life expectancy increases by 171 days. Not only that, but he also levels up his skill due to using it on a larger number of people. This information makes him quite happy as it is clear from his body language. Seeing him so happy, Damien doesn't understand his true motives, as he wonders why the Crown Prince is ecstatic to see them recover. Now that Raquiel is done with their treatment, he decides to come up with another plan for them. Then the scene shifts to the Emperor, who is getting a report about his son. He is informed that the Crown Prince has 14 gladiators as his bodyguards, who are now officially recognized as royal guards. He is giving them salaries and other benefits for their work. At that, the Emperor starts to laugh at his son's expense, who should be resting in bed, but instead, he is getting a private squad. However, the next piece of information tenses him, as he is told that the Crown Prince has a habit of inviting every servant and guard to his side and poking them with needles. The Crown Prince is seen playing doctor with the numbers of servants. He asks one of them whether the needles he is piercing into his body hurt. He gets a negative answer despite the guard's expressions saying otherwise. Then he announces for a next patient. A few days ago, Damien is seen in front of our Crown Prince, who asks about his feelings during the Moxabustian treatment. Domain answers that it still hurts a little. At that, the Crown Prince gives him the good news that he no longer needs the treatment as he is fully cured, which leaves him confused. He then thanks the Crown Prince, but he meets with a protest from the Crown Prince. Raquiel asks him to hear him out first. The Crown Prince has a proposal for him as he wants Damien's sword skills on his side because he doesn't want his skills to go to waste. Then he offers him a position as his bodyguard, with a smart salary and other benefits instead of relying on emotional things like loyalty and friendship. He knows that Damien will advance in his sword skills and soon reach the Swordmaster Syndrome, where someone becomes extra sensitive and endures even more pain than he had experienced before with a cursed seal. So he wants Damien to stay close when that happens. So he is offering him the job as an excuse to keep him by his side. He adds many other perks to the job contract. But when Damien doesn't respond, he offers a 4-day work week, which prompts a cheer from everyone behind Damien. Upon hearing his job perks, everyone offers to hire them as well, under the pretense that it is their way of repaying their debt by protecting him. He dryly comments that they want to do it because the salary and other benefits come with the job, and they sincerely agree that it is the case. He is glad at their honesty, as he thought that people who claim to be loyal often hold grudges. So he ponders on this matter and decides to hire them, as the original royal guards were loyal to his father, so it will be better to have his own private squad. He then gives them the name of Sergi, and they are quite happy about it. He turns from them and thinks with a sigh that his lifespan still doesn't last much longer, as he has only 18 days left, besides having a very weak body, which is unable to search for more patient. After a while, he is seen in his study room where he tells Damien and Garden that he's going to set up a clinic in his palace. At that, Garden startles him by saying that his cause is to start a clinic as he wants to help sick people. He totally agrees with him and tells him that he wants to treat the people living within the side palace because he doesn't think common citizens living outside the palace will feel comfortable visiting it. Garden also agrees with him, so he explains that he needs this because in this way, the word of mouth will serve as advertising for his clinic, so people will come to his side palace's traditional medicine clinic to receive treatment. Now in the present, he is frustrated to know that everyone is quite healthy, and after treating 500 people so far, he has only received a 2-day bonus life. With his frustration, he exclaims that he needs a very sick person. Suddenly, he stops as the idea hits him. He orders Garden to collect data about the families of the servants he has in his palace. He is sure there must be some sick person among their families. He is quite frustrated to see that they all seem healthy as only 10 pages remain. He doesn't have much hope, but he still keeps checking. Thinking he is interrupted by Damien, who expresses his disappointment with the Crown Prince. He is baffled to listen to him. Damien asks further whether he sees patients as the tool. Damien adds that he understands that he needs the patients for research. But now it looks like he is searching for someone on their deathbed. At that, Garden tries to defend his master as he must have some plan. However, the Crown Prince corrects his doctor, stating that Damien is right about his assumption. Damien protests, saying that he was rude towards Garden, while Garden tries to defend Crown Prince by saying that Damien is rude to him. Seeing this, the Crown Prince kicks both of them out of his room and checks the remaining 10 pages. One page catches his attention. Someone has written in this questionnaire about an 8-year-old boy whose body starts to tremble and foam at the mouth once or twice a week. The doctor as well as the cleric checked him, but it was of no use. Upon reading it, he is quite happy to finally have found what he was looking for. The next day, he gets to meet the young boy who is a little scared to see him. He approaches him closely and greets him by telling him to call him Rocky L. He understands that this is George's first time visiting the palace and meeting the Crown Prince, so he needs to make him comfortable. He then shows him a candy, which brightens the boy's face. But instead of getting it, his expression turns sour. The boy tells him that he can't touch the Crown Prince. When asked why, he answers that it's because he is cursed. He asks for a second. It adds that this is the reason he is bullied by other children and called weird. Upon listening this, Rakil tries to encourage the kid by saying that it isn't the case. The boy explains that when the kids were teasing him yesterday, he tried to defend himself but lost. Afterward, everything became dark and he started to tremble. While feeling like someone threw him to the ground when he woke up, he felt weak. And at that, the Crown Prince suddenly hugs him, saying that he is brave for enduring all of this. With tears in his eyes, George supplies that he shouldn't touch him because of the evil spirit residing in him. In that moment, the Crown Prince begins to diagnose him. His system informs him that this person is completely healthy, besides some symptoms of seizures caused by irregular brainwaves. He diagnoses George with epilepsy, but the problem is that he doesn't know the cause behind the irregular brainwaves. He tells George that he is not strange to sense his disbelief. Rockhill happily tells him that he is the Crown Prince, and he is always right. Now he is struck with what to do next, as he doesn't know the cause of the irregular brainwaves, and he doesn't have any tools to detect it like an MRI machine. Suddenly George calls out to him and he tenses to see that George is having a seizure. He immediately lays him down despite the protests of Garden, who wants him to stay away from the boy. Damien also raises his sword. To see their reactions, he shouts at them while telling them that George is just sick and needs care as he is in pain right now. He orders them to get him a pillow. Afterwards, he lays George on the pillow and everyone looks at him. Garden offers to wipe the foam from his mouth. He answers that he is not in his right mind as George might swallow the hand towel. They can't do anything right now until the seizure is over. Suddenly, he notices mana coming from George. He understands that it's because of his Azrahan core technique, which is sensitive to mana. He then decides to use this technique to detect the cause of the epilepsy. He then searches for the cause inside the flow of mana. He checks the nerves but can't find anything, though he is getting tired. Word he is standing in front of George's heart and rushes to it. Finally, he catches the source of the irregular brainwaves, which are happening in the vagus nerve. He then orders his subordinates to bring him a blanket to cover George up. He also instructs them not to wake him. In the process, he, who also overexerted himself during the diagnosis and falls down, the people around him are worried to see his condition. But he feels relief in having found the cause of George's illness before losing conscious. After a few hours, he wakes up with a heavy head. He assumes that his Azaran core was activated to its maximum when he was asleep. At this moment, he is startled by Damien's presence, who informs him that he has been sleeping for half a day. He asks about George and is told that George has woken up but is now feeling tired. While getting up from his bed, he thinks about how the diagnosis he performed was successful through his Azrahan core. Now he can start George's treatment by stimulating the vagus nerve as he is putting on his coat. Damien asks with surprise where he is going in the middle of the night. He answers with a maniacal expression that he is going to be struck by lightning. After a while, he, along with Damien, is seen in front of the main palace. The guards are shocked to see him there. He asks the guards to escort them to Sir Xanatis's room. They head ahead to reach Sir Xanatis's room, who is the palace mage. He is astonished to see them there in the middle of the night and asks about their purpose to be there. The Crown Prince then playfully asks the mage to strike his back with lightning mat, which leaves the poor mage totally baffled. The mage remembers yesterday when he had visited the Emperor, who was telling him how the Crown Prince has been acting differently and strangely in recent days. He says while smiling that he is worried about what his son might do next. Seeing his expression, the mage thinks with annoyance that the Emperor has also become a fool when it comes to his son. In the present time, the boy is shaking the annoying mage furiously while asking him to hit him with lightning. The mage thinks about how crazy the crown prince has become. He protests to the prince that he can't do it as it might kill him, which would make him accountable for his death. The crown prince explains that he doesn't need to go that far. He just needs a bit of electric stimulation for 3 hours. The mage is equally annoyed by this new demand, and lightning magic has destructive capabilities, but the prince wants him to minimize it and maintain control it for 3 hours, which requires precise control. He asks the prince if he has any idea that his request is quite difficult. The crown-brown prince answers that he totally understands, which is why he came to him, because no one else could achieve such a feat besides him. Hearing this compliment, the mage is half ready to fulfill his demand, but he's still hesitant, wondering what if he hurts him. The crown prince consoles him by saying that he guarantees if something happens to him, Mage won't be accountable for his death, while pointing to the guards who will witness it. He further explains that he is doing this to save someone. The mage then agrees to his demand and asks when they can start. The crown prince replies that they need to do it now. Then he sits in front of the mage, who asks if he's ready. He nods while secretly thinking that he can't just experiment with such a dangerous treatment on a child, so it's better to experiment on himself. When the mage starts to hit him with a precise amount of electricity, the crown prince is going to convert the electric currents into electrodes. Then he will transform them into electrical signals and intends to use them to correct the irregular signals in George's vagus nerve. In the end, he will control those signals while analyzing his plan. He is in awe of Azrihan core technique, which makes it possible for him to be successful in one try. He asks the mage to stop, who teasingly tells him that he could do it all day. The next day, many people who are known as gossip mongers are seen in front of his room. One of them opens the door, and now everyone is standing in front of George and his doctor, the crown prince. Rachel shows George a needle and honestly tells him that it's going to hurt a little, as it is a medical procedure. He then reassures him that it won't hurt much, since he already pierced one needle into his neck, and George didn't even realize it. He adds that what is coming, however, will definitely hurt. Then the mage hits Rachel with electric magic, and he gathers the electricity in his heart. Garden feels like he's about to faint from seeing his master's condition, but our dude's focus remains on the gossip mongers in the room, as he is hoping that they will spread the word about his method of treatment every week. After receiving the electric current, it's now time to transfer it into George. However, he tenses up when he detects that George's flow of mana is becoming erratic. With dread, he realizes that George is about to have a seizure, so he must correct his nerve before it happens. George asks how much longer he has to stay like this. He answers that he has only 3 minutes, or if things go south, just 1 minute. But overall, the procedure will take 30 minutes. For a moment, he thinks about pausing the treatment, but he decides against it for several reasons. Because the gossip mongers present there, who could fuel strange rumors, and the uncertainty of how much longer the mage will continue to help him. He finally resolves to proceed and turns to the mage, asking him to increase the power level of the magic 3 times. The mage warns him that it will hurt more, but he brushes off his concern. However, the attack is not going to be a good attack. However, this time he is struck by lightning, yet he focuses on his task at hand. He needs to absorb the mana in order to complete the procedure as quickly as possible. He searches for the carotid to place the electrode, while knowing that only 5 seconds remain before the seizure will stop. Finally, when it seems like George is about to have a seizure, he instead turns normal and looks at the crown prince. Everyone, especially George's sister, is amazed to see that the seizure doesn't happen. Meanwhile, the crown prince is quietly tired from the constant electric stimulation. However, his system congratulates him for successfully performing the vagus nerve operation. He receives a 3-day life bonus as a reward. Not only that, his Azarhan core technique levels up by surpassing his body's limit, now reaching level 2 in a single circle, which also increases his mana circle. He further gets a notification that his lungs and large intestine have absorbed metal energy and gained immunity over wood magic. To use this wood energy, his new organ, the liver, awakens. At that moment, a very angry and arrogant liver enters the organ realm, making the large intestine happy that he's no longer a newbie. But instead of being happy, the liver delivers a slap to the large intestine, and a dead pans that he can't make him a newbie if he doesn't have a death way. Next moment, he grants our boy 300 H. Our boy's other organs also grants 500 HP after welcoming their new counterpart. Not only this, it seems like his organs are quite happy, as he has additionally received 300 HP because the organs are having a birthday party for the liver. He is quite pleased to get all of these achievements and extra HP in one day. He wonders if there is something more, but his system answers negatively. At this moment, George addresses him while asking whether he's a weirdo. That little kid explains that normally when he feels strange, he will lose control, but it doesn't happen this time. At that, Rockhill explains that it won't happen from now on, as he will not suffer from any kind of fit. He even promises that claim over his crown prince title. Listening to all of this, George's sister standing in the crowd becomes quite emotional. Paul, George turns to her and hugs her lovingly. Rockhill tells everyone that it was a successful operation. which makes them emotional too. He hopes that these people will spread the news of George's treatment everywhere, so soon he will face a swarm of patients, which will result in bonus life. Suddenly his vision blurs and he loses consciousness because of the stress his body has gone through. At night, he regains consciousness and sees Garden, Palace Mage, and Damien standing in front of him. He jokingly asks whether they don't have any work to do besides watching him sleep. Garn certain states with a sad expression that this is the case with him because Rakiel has been sleeping for 2 days, which leaves him baffled. The mage also interrupts while accusing him of intending to execute him. He further asks with a horrified expression that how he's going to explain to the Emperor about the Crown Prince's condition, which happened because of the lightning magic he used on him. Our dude nervously apologizes to all of them. Then he asks about George, and at that moment George appears in his room. He explains that he nags Garden to allow him here. Then he gives him a hand-made wooden lock. Seeing his effort, our guy feels a little ashamed because he didn't help George out of goodwill, but to extend his own life. He tries to say something, but George interrupts, claiming that he wants to help others just like Rakiel. This statement leaves him totally stuck. He then compliments his necklace and states that seeing George healthy is the greatest reward for him. Then he dismisses everyone, saying that he wants to rest a little more. So everyone leaves the room while George bids him goodbye. When everyone leaves, he looks at the necklace with annoyance, while wondering who would want to wear something so plain. However, as he sleeps, as if mocking his own statement, he finds himself wearing it. The scene shifts to the house of a commoner. A mother asks her son about his reason for being there as he should be at work. The boy enters while greeting his parents and tells them that he is on special leave from the Crown Prince. It seems like he is part of a group of gossip mongers, and the Crown Prince has given him leave to spread news about his strange method of treatment. Afterwards, the boy informs his parents about how he and others are given a special 5-day lead. He also mentions that the Crown Prince doing strange things like wanting to treat people. Then he shows them the paper. It is a kind of pamphlet in which the Crown Prince announces the opening of his medicine clinic in his side palace and offers all kinds of treatment for free. Meanwhile in his palace, our boy is excited to see the result of the rumor. Garden interrupts him, saying that it's time to go. On their way, Garden comments that he wakes up early today. He replies that it's because it's his first day at the clinic. Garden informs him that he has stocked all the medicine, including licorice, which is difficult to procure. At that, our guy praises him while adding that he needs licorice for many things, so he instructs him to stock as much as possible. Garden nods while expressing his wonder about where the Crown Prince learned things like making potions and acupressure treatment. He adds that he wants to know because he is also a doctor. In the end, he expresses that he has sacrificed many sleepless nights researching the basis of the methods the Crown Prince is using, but he hasn't found any clues, which upsets him. As a doctor, Rakiel also understands Garden's frustration over not knowing these new things. He then reveals that he is from another world, where he ran a traditional medicine clinic, which is why he knows everything. But Garden doesn't believe him and insists him to tell the truth. Rakiel insists he's telling the truth, and asks why Garden is so persistent in knowing the truth. Garden answers with determination that he wants the satisfaction of becoming a better doctor, like Rakiel. In response, our boy tells him that he is already doing it and orders him to go ahead, as Garden walks away. Rakiel reflects that Garden is the reason he has come this far. Then his thoughts shift to his medical clinic, and he prays there will be lots of patients. He worries that the stress will cause him PTSD. He opens the door, ready to welcome the patients with a cheer. At first he pales seeing no patient in the hall, but then Garden points out for him to look below, and he is shocked to see tons of people standing outside trying to make their way in. After a while, he's diagnosing a patient when his servant asks about his work. He instructs him to check on the other patients to see if they need help. Next, he turns to the maid who isn't preparing the medicine correctly. He knows the nursing system is not up to par and that it will take time to settle down. After seeing several patients, he gains enough experience to level up his pulse reading skill. Now, he cannot only assess the overall health of a patient, but also detect symptoms related to the internal organs. In this way, his internal organs are going to help him detect any problems with the organs of the patient by consulting the patient's organ. The scene shifts to his organ realm, where everyone is ready to have a blind date with patient's organs. The heart claims that he is not interested in anyone younger or older than 4 years old. However, the liver points out that they're going to meet all the older people. Seeing them, everyone is disappointed by the idea of consulting. Despite their reservations, they give the results. They didn't find any abnormalities, aside from slight constipation. But the liver informs them that this person shows symptoms of hepatitis, so he needs to give up alcohol. The liver further explains that the old man's liver is likely to survive only for another 5 years. He's amazed to hear this diagnosis, as it forms the foundation of every treatment. Determined, he now decides to awaken the other organs as well. Well, turning to his patient, he informs him about his liver's condition and prescribes medicine for 10 days. At the end, he deadpans that the man should stop drinking, as he's likely to die in 5 years if he doesn't. Then he orders the patient to quit alcohol as the Crown Prince, or he'll be thrown into jail. The man is completely petrified upon hearing this. Afterwards, he dismisses all the non-critical patients, sending them home. Then the servants turn to him while showering him with praise and apologizing for the mistakes they've made. He nervously encourages them while acknowledging their hard work. Meanwhile, he is thinking about establishing a proper nursing system, as it will be necessary if they admit more patients. He wishes his nurses from the modern world were here to help. At this moment, Garden bursts through the door urgently and tells him that there is a patient who needs immediate care. The son of the family pleads with him to save his mother. After laying her down on the bed, he asks the son about her condition. The son replies that she's had a fever since the afternoon and her condition has worsened since then, after checking her veins. He is horrified as he realizes that she might be suffering from the illness that killed 40,000 soldiers of Napoleon's army In dread, he recognizes her condition as epidemic typhus fever, which is an acute febrile illness caused by Rickettsia bacteria infection. He hesitates for a moment to accept it. The liver informs him that it has indeed seen Rickettsia bacteria in her blood. He gulps upon hearing this and asks the patient's son about the last time she took a bath. The son replies that she took a bath yesterday. He then asks about her bedding condition. The son answers that she is a tidy and clean person. After finding no clues there, he asks whether she had been anywhere where she might have encountered lice or fleas. The son then answers that she had slept on a farmer couple's bed when her carriage broke down on her way back home 15 days ago. To analyze her situation, he concludes that she must have epidemic typhus fever. He then informs her son about her condition while explaining that she is infected by lice. Seeing her age and temperature, he concludes that she might have pneumonia, or could suffer from central nervous system damage, or might develop necrotic body part. He then instructs the maids to clean the patient with warm water and change her into patient clothes. He orders them to burn her clothes and bedding, take a bath themselves, and burn their own clothes as well afterwards. He even threatens to fire and punish anyone who disobeys his orders. He then orders her son to inform about her condition to their family. Later, he stands in the kitchen where he has made a kudzu root tonic soup, which is a type of fever painkiller for his patient. He then gives her the first dose of the soup. 3 days pass, and they care for her continuously. But unfortunately, her condition does not improve due to the persistent high fever. He now understands that the soup dose is not enough for her condition. She needs a balance of yin and yang as her yin energy has been drained. He realizes that he must find medicine with strong yin energy to restore her balance. He thinks for a while about where he can find such a medicine. Realizing that it may be in his father's secret treasure vault, he orders Garden to prepare a carriage for him. He isn't sure he will find it there or not, but he intends to use his privilege as crown prince, as he hopes his father might help him. After a while, he's seen greeting his father, who asks why he has come at this late hour. He requests permission to enter the secret palace vault. Densing his father's confusion, he reveals the condition of his current patient who is severely ill. His father questions how this is related to his request to visit the vault. He explains that he is searching for a medicine to cure her and might find something there. In response, his father expresses disbelief because he suspects that he's making an excuse to access the vault for his own gain. Meanwhile, his father seems amused by his son's predicament. Our crown prince notices and finds it quite annoying given his father's antics. He tries to reason with his father while insisting that he doesn't have time to prolong this matter. However, his father remains unconvinced by his outburst, believing that since he didn't receive a proper education, he shouldn't suddenly be treating people. His father asks him to prove that his diagnosis is correct. At this, our boy asks whether he wants to test him, which the Emperor affirms. He then orders our boy to diagnose the condition of Royal Knight Captain Roberto, who is recently ill. If his diagnosis will be correct, he will grant him access to the vault. He checked the captain's pulse, while his father, who is quite arrogant, assumes that he won't be able to determine his condition, as only he, the captain, and the captain's wife know about it. After a few seconds, our boy announces that the captain has partial baldness, which shocks both the captain and the Emperor. The Emperor points out the captain's full and shiny hair. This prompts our hero to remove the captain's wig in response. This leaves the captain in a state as if he is about to break down. Then our hero turns to Damien and orders him to proceed. On their way to the vault, Damien remarks on his harsh move to remove the captain's wig. He carelessly replies that he'll treat him next time. During their discussion, they finally reach the vault. The guards hand him the secret pass to enter the vault. He asks what happens to someone who doesn't have this. The guard explains that it activates the attack magic within the vault and will also track his time inside. If he exceeds the allowed time, he will be killed. Finally, he tells him he is allowed inside the vault only until daylight. Shocked to hear this, he realizes that they have only a few hours. So he rushes toward the vault, only a few more, to stop as the guard who informs him that he's headed toward the intermediate area. Annoyed that his plan didn't work at all, he remembers that his father has only granted him access to the basic area, where he can take only one item. Frustrated, he complains that his father tricked him, while not mentioning the level restrictions when he tested him. He is still annoyed with his tricky father and resolves to avoid taking his help in the future. Once inside the vault, they are surprised by its vast size. He sets an alarm for the entire night, and turns to Damien for help. Damien asks how they can locate what they need. He replies that they're looking for anything with ice properties. Once Damien finds anything related, he should write down the location so he can check it out later. They then split up to search both sides. However, our guy is unable to find anything useful. Hopes that Damien will find something. When his bodyguard stands in front of him, he asks about the list. Then Damien hands him the list, which he realizes he can't read. So Damien leads him to the location of the shield which he found. This is the only thing in the vault with ice properties. He looks at the description of the shield, which is a basic item. When infused with mana, it can manifest an ice shield. It looks more like a buzzer to order coffee. But his eyes stay glued to the description, which details how it manifests an ice shield when infused with mana. With that, he begins to infuse his mana into it to test it. It starts buzzing with his mana, and he's careful not to infuse too much, knowing that it has a limit for manifesting mana to deploy the shield. Then he infuses his mana into it again, this time more carefully, like he perfectly set the shower temperature in his previous life. He starts to feel a chill, and finally a nice shield forms in front of him. He happily turns to his bodyguard and tells him that he'll need his help later. Now they need to go to his bonus HP, in other words, his patient. The next moment, the guards see him coming out of the vault with his bodyguard, and notice the sword at Damien's belt. One guard asks if they chose that sword. But they are interrupted by the Crown Prince, draped in numerous jewels and a velvet cape worthy of an emperor. When the guard looks at him, he annoyingly informs our dude that he's supposed to be free of all these embellishments. Later, inside the side palace, Garden wakes up from his sleep due to some noise, and sees that Damien and the Crown Prince have returned. Seeing them together, he feels pleased while believing that Damien is capable enough to protect Rakiel, and that Rakiel has also found a friend in him. With this thought, he makes him tea and brings it downstairs for them. However, he spills the tea as soon as he sees Rakiel activating his shield while Damien attacks him with his sword. He exclaims that it's an act of treasonous. Let's go back a few minutes. When the Crown Prince told Damien he needed his help with something, Damien, who was truly impressed by the Crown Prince's passion to treat people, was ready to obey any of his orders. But as soon as the Crown Prince asked him to hit Rakiel with his sword until the ice shield breaks, his expression shifts to annoyance. It was the same argument Garden had seen from his room, but didn't fully listen to. Damien protests while asking if the Crown Prince really wants to label him a traitor, but the Crown Prince explains that he needs him to strike him with the sword so that the shield will break and he can use the residue left from the strike in the medicine for his patient. With that, Damien suggests putting the shield on the ground so that he can strike it more easily. The Crown Prince explains that it's impossible because he needs to constantly infuse mana to maintain the shield. Damien then concludes that the Crown Prince needs him to break the shield without harming him. Being a smart person, Damien demands a bonus for each strike he lands, while explaining that what the Crown Prince is asking him to do will mark him as a traitor and he can't do it without compensation. Rakiel snobbishly asks whether Damien wants payment for hitting him. Damien politely responds that he truly respects the Crown Prince for all he's doing for everyone, but this is a different matter and he wants to be paid. Our dude really understands his demand as he knows that Damien has faced many financial crises that led to his misery, so it's understandable for him to ask for something in return. Rakiel then hugs Damien while happily saying that he's just as he read about him, which makes Damien's expression sour. With that, he opens the shield and tells him that Damien will be granted a day's salary with each strike. Damien expresses his hope that he will get paid on time while striking him with his sword. On the other hand, to witness that scene in front of him, our poor Garden has lost consciousness. After the first strike, Damien tells him that he is going to increase the strength of his attack, as his current power might not be enough to break the shield. Damien stops his strike to see the Crown Prince, who looks like he's in great pain. Damien reminds him that he hasn't attacked yet, but the shield isn't broken by his strike. Weak, Damien asks whether he needs to increase his strength. However, our boy accuses him that he is increasing his bonus amount by striking with a weak strike. It fires up his bodyguard, and this time, he finally breaks the shield. As soon as he sees that, our hero starts dancing like crazy at the prospect of more bonus life. When he turns to enter the palace, he finds the faint form of Garden and wonders why he is sleeping there. After a while, he is seen making a typical kudzu root tonic soup, in which he has also added fragments of the ice shield. Then he decides to store some in his mana slots. His system informs him that he has gained a new skill called Tonic Concoction. With this skill, not only will the tonic he makes be 10% more effective, but he can also analyze its effectiveness, toxicity, and other side effects. When he places the tonic, his system asks if he wants to utilize his skill to analyze it, which he agrees to do. The system then reads the description while informing him that the tonic can restore water energy and reduce fever, with other cautionary instructions on its use. He is quite happy to read this, as it means he no longer needs to experiment the medicine on himself. Upon analyzing that it can recover water energy, he is sure it will aid in the recovery of Madame D. Enriol. Or with this determination, he brings the soup to her room. He asks about her well-being from her son, who answers disappointedly that she hasn't recovered a bit. Seeing her energy further depleted, he hopes this soup will work. He coaxed her into taking the tonic, though she complained that it was a bit bitter. He He explained that bitterness often comes with effective medicine. He then took care of her for the next 10 days. Everyone was astonished to see him feeding the patient and taking care of her by himself. That earned him much respect from his subordinate. Meanwhile, he fought through his own fatigue, wanting to survive just a little longer to earn that bonus life since he was almost there. With that, his system congratulated him, informing him that he had finally cured his patient's epidemic typhus fever. Thanks to his great effort and the respect he earned from his subordinates, his met-critical treatment skills leveled up, now increasing his effectiveness by 1.5 times. Along with his patient's recovery, he also gained a life expectancy of 146 days and 8 days of bonus life. Upon realizing that he could earn rewards this way, our boy impishly considers creating a false image of himself, one that would earn him praise and respect from those around him. This in turn would bring him even more bonus life. The scene shifts to the carriage moving through the woods with our hero riding inside. He is thinking about getting professional nurses, as he's managed things so far, but he can't keep going much longer without their help. After a while, Madame de Nerrior and her son get down from the carriage. Madame thanks him for the ride, as he has also cured her. She expresses uncertainty about how to repay him. He smiles while thinking about the bonus life he's gained, and answers politely that seeing her healthy is more than enough reward for him. This statement makes her quite emotional, moved by his kindness. They say their goodbyes and are about to leave. It seems, though, that our guy has another plan, as he stops her son and invites him into the carriage, saying he needs to talk to him. The son of Madame de Nerrior is a little uncertain about whether they can talk like this, as he is sitting with his backs to the crown prince, but the prince shakes it off. The son waited for him to describe his purpose, but Rukiel didn't say anything for a while. Suddenly, our dude starts to complain about how sore his body is, and how much sleep he has sacrificed while taking care of his mother. Hearing all this, Denrare wants to compensate him for treating his mother. Our sly hero, however, tells him that he can't accept anything from a patient as it would ruin his reputation, but the son insists while saying that he truly wants to do something in return. Hearing this, our hero is more than happy to accept his help, as the son technically isn't his patient, so he can take help from him. He then asks him to assist with something, revealing that Denrare is an artist. A few days later in Frontera Plaza, a landlord tells a boy that he should get employed by the Crown Prince, who is looking for staff. However, the boy isn't convinced at all and taunts the landlord while pointing out that he's not late on rent despite his jobless status. The landlord quickly counters by saying that he's actually 2 months late for the rent. The boy rushes off to get money for the landlord upon hearing that. Meanwhile, a mysterious girl in a hood listens to the exchange, contemplating something. The scene shifts to the inside of an art gallery where many people have gathered around one particular. Our boy, along with Denrare, is also there. Rukiel congratulates him on becoming a professional artist. However, Denrare doesn't seem happy. When you see the paintings he has created, it's clear why this poor artist isn't thrilled to display his art. Several of the pictures depict the Crown Prince, with the first one of him showing a crazy pose alongside a captain, with the words, "I want you to..." Other paintings show some cool poses, including one of him with his companions. One of his very detailed paintings depicts him like a crying girl, which Damien wants to cut off. Denrare is a little uncertain about whether his paintings will help him in his search for a nurse. The Crown Prince, however, reassures him, saying that his work will definitely make an impact. He shows Denrare his own painting, in which Rukiel is portrayed surrounded by many strong-looking nurses, with a captain in the corner, labeled with the words, "Show me Ganho." The painting also includes a description encouraging people to become nurses, with the promise of a generous salary offered by the Crown Prince. Seeing this, many people agree to sign up and want to become nurses. The scene shifts to a stall where Garden is registering people for the nurse selection test. People are eager to apply, having heard that the salary is so good they could pay 2 years' rent with just 1 month's salary. Meanwhile, the same mysterious girl is lining up in front of the stall, eyeing the requirements for applying. But when she reads that applicants must be residents of the Empire, her posture shows her determination. Meanwhile, our boy is thrilled to see so many people applying for the nursing position. When Damien asks him why he's so happy, he answers that he's excited about his death, because the more nurses he gets, the more patients he'll have to cure, which will in turn increase his life expectancy. On the other hand, Damien is purely impressed by our boy's kindness, especially considering he offers such a good salary as well. Well, after 6 days, an event called Show Me Genho is held, where the Crown Prince will test the people to see if they are fit to become nurses. The mysterious girl also makes her appearance, who is quite happy to have arrived on time. The host announces that they have gathered everyone to reveal the first task for the nurse selection test. However, he then reveals that this task will actually be announced next week. After a week, the host announces the first task for the nurse selection test and urges them to rush forward to the interview area. For this purpose, they get divided into 5 groups out of the 50 people, who will race toward the main building of the side palace. But the twist is that only 10 candidates from each group who reach the side palace first will get selected for the next task. The remaining will be disqualified, which shocks everyone. And they rush toward their destination in order to reach early. As soon as 10 candidates enter the destined area, the guard disqualifies the remaining ones. Then, they immediately start the next task, which tests their ability to find an ingredient that is stored improperly among numbers of ingredients presented to them. While doing this, one of the candidates falls down. Everyone looks at them and ponders for a while whether they should help him or not, but none of them move from their table to assist the candidate. Our boy watches everything with a serious expression. Garden then announces the end of the test and informs everyone that they will be notified about the result after some days. They all are left while worrying about their test results, but no one came back to help the ill candidate. Seems like this is a stage set by our hero who wants to test the candidate's spirit of helping others. As soon as the candidates leave, he hurries to the ill person, who is none other than Damien, who is concerned about whether he has acted well or not. Our boy informs him that he has overdone it and needs to perform more naturally. He says this while putting on a dramatic scene of falling ill in front of Dame. Then he asks about the candidate's progress, to which Damien replies that they have all failed. Our hero adds that character is more important for a nurse than skills, which can be learned later. Next they move to the next group, who also fails. Not only that, but all of the groups fail, which leaves our boy flabbergasted, seeing that no one cares enough about their fallen candidate. So, he decides to take a walk to clear his head. Meanwhile, he's also thinking that there are no candidates left, and he urgently needs to find a nurse. When he reaches the gate, he finds his guard arguing with a girl, who is saying to the girl that she is not allowed to participate because she isn't human. The girl retorts while emphasizing that she is a human. Witnessing the scene before him frustrates him. Not only do they already lack enough candidates, but now the guard refuses to let her in. At this, Damien deadpans that the girl is a werewolf. He points out that she doesn't have a tail, but Damien responds that she might be hiding it under her loose cloak. Damien suspects Raquel might be uneasy about the idea of a werewolf as a nurse. However, our greedy hero, who is eager to find a nurse, sees a werewolf as the perfect candidate for a nurse due to her abilities. Meanwhile, the girl tries to defend herself as a citizen of the nation, but the guard insists she's just a beat. Their argument is interrupted by the crown prince, who scolds his guards and tells them to stop. The girl, as a citizen of the capital, has every right to apply for the job. He then orders the guard to apologize to her, leaving her completely baffled. He also apologizes to the girl on behalf of his guard, and she introduces herself as Agnes. He tells her that she will be tested now, which startles her. Noticing her baffled expression, he explains that, as a werewolf, she has great stamina, but he wants to see it with his own eyes. Then he places her in a race competition with his guard. For this purpose, they will race to the fountain and come back, with the winner being the one who returns first. Agnes is fired up to hear this. She turns to the guard, ready to face off. Both Agnes and the guard are prepared to beat each other in the ring. Both of them rush towards the destination as Agnes takes the lead. Within a few minutes, she touches the pole of the fountain and rushes. Back as she gets past the guard, she analyzes his slow speed and concludes that she will be the one. The guard, who is already nervous, sprains his ankle and falls down. She notices his fall and wonders whether he has dislocated his shoulder, but she tries to keep going as she wants to be the winner. However, she can't and turns back to the guard, relocating his shoulder with which prompts a shriek from him. While she is doing this, our boy congratulates her because she is hired. Then he gives her the necklace made by George. Afterwards they sit inside, and the crown prince shows her the hiring contract. When she remarks that it looks complicated, he tries to coax her into reading it at her own pace. He is very interested in hiring her, not only because of her physique, but also because of personality, as she is perfect for the job. Besides, he has seen her fixing the guard's shoulder like she wants to make it as painful as possible, which will make the patient unhappy in the future. However, he still wants more people with the same qualities. After reading the contract, she informs him with a serious expression that she wants to add a clause from her side. She begins to say that she is the leader of her tribe, which makes our greedy hero salivate at the prospect of having 50 more people like her at his disposal. When she demands that they take a nursing test as well, he happily agrees. Then she approaches her other problem, one that she and her kind have been facing for years. He asks whether it's an issue of rationing. She answers negatively. She explains that they are having trouble because of their tails, which move on their own. Our dude is curious about whether this is a bad thing. She sadly explains that their tails depict their emotions, which can lead people to understand their feelings and use that to manipulate them. He is convinced that this is the reason she is wearing such baggy clothes. He suggests that she tie her tail to her legs. She responds that it refuses to cooperate in that way, almost as if it has its own mind. She explains that the tail behaves like an organ that follows its own rules. He then asks whether they can't be cut them off. She answers that it would make walking difficult, and besides, it would regrow within a month. At first he tries to let go of the matter, but Soon he realizes with dread that she wants him to resolve this issue if he wants to hire her and her tribes. After that realization, he feels like pulling his hair out in frustration as he has no idea how to solve this problem. He offers Agnes to be their society's guardian when she asks for an explanation. He explains that he can provide them with security by using his position, but she rejects this idea as it might worsen their condition if something happens to him or if he backs out from his promise. In this way, it's just a temporary solution. He asks if she wants something to solve the basic problem with their tails. She affirms while asking whether he is going to help them. He answers frankly that he doesn't have much choice, but he doesn't have any idea yet, so he will start searching for one. Upon hearing this, she assumes that he must be an honest person since he doesn't make any false guarantees. Then she tries to excuse herself, but he offers her to stay at his palace. As soon as she leaves, he again yells in frustration, not wanting to lose talent like that of werewolves. Later, he is found in the library, looking exhausted but still hasn't found anything. He's interrupted by a loud yell from Garden, which scares the life out of him. He complains to Garden, who always startles him like this. When asked, Garden tells him not to stress further because he could get sick from it. He retorts that he's getting sick because Garden always startles him, nearly giving him a heart attack. At that, he first refuses our guy's name, but then changes his tactic as he is telling him that he'll soon get wrinkles if he keeps frowning. Our boy smiles softly at his doctor's antics because he knows he's doing this to help him feel better. He nonchalantly remarks that if he gets wrinkles, he'll just get Botox treatment. To Garden's confusion, he starts to explain what Botox is, but then stops with the realization that Botox could be his solution. Botulinum toxin is a highly potent poison used to paralyze. To test this, he decides to use a local poison to paralyze the tails of the werewolf, and for this purpose, he's going to use Kuzmin poison. He then orders Garden to bring Kuzmin poison to Agnes's room as he's heading there. Once they're inside her room, he informs her that he has somehow found a solution to her problem. However, before proceeding, he needs to analyze her body in both human and werewolf forms. First, he needs to find the exact spot where he should apply the poison to paralyze the tail. For this purpose, he analyzes Agnes's acupressure points and mana floor, which are slightly different from those of humans. The location of her governor vessels differs, and the acupressure points on her hips are farther apart, which is likely due to her tail. Between both of those acupressure points, he finds a blood vessel that connects to her tail. He then asks her to transform into wolf form because he wants to examine the tail's acupoint in her beast form as well. With that, she transforms into a werewolf. After looking at her, he remarks that she's not as big as his dog, Dung Shaol, which irritates her. She doesn't respond, and he realizes it's because her mouth structure changes when she transforms, which makes speech impossible. Then they play a little after he checks her up. After finishing her checkup, he's found in his study preparing for the second part of the procedure. He needs to know the ingredients in the poison to determine the exact amount he should use on Agni to paralyze her tea. He considers asking Kuzmin for the ingredient, but rejects the idea, knowing he can't trust him. Instead, he decides to store it in his mana slots. As soon as he opens his mouth to test it, his organs start screaming at him to stop. In their realm, they're worried about Rocky L, which seems intent on testing this poison on himself. His liver in particular is anxious, knowing he's risking his health with this dangerous experiment. His liver adds that he will be the one who has to detoxify the poison Rakiel plans to take. His liver shouts at him to test it on a summoned creature instead. In response, he exclaims that they're cruel to think he would test poison on such a cute little thing. His organs protest again, insisting that he can't use his body as a test subject. Then his liver informs him that there are some summoned beings specialized in analyzing ingredients, including the poisons. Liver's statement makes him pause and consider the suggestion. The liver adds that he met this particular summoned creature once while waiting in the waiting room. This piques our boy's curiosity, who asks about this waiting room. The liver explains that it's a place where unawakened organs and unsummoned creatures rest in a dormant state. This piques his interest, but both his lover and his system inform him that access to this information is restricted, so he can explore it further. He then tries to coax the liver into revealing the traits of that summoned creature, as he is hoping to get an advantage when it's time to summon his next creature. The liver nonchalantly refuses, and the other organs begin to laugh at his expense, which irritates him. Subsequently, he decides to show his organs who's boss by holding his breath. As soon as he does so, his lungs and heart start to panic from the lack of oxygen, and are on the verge of losing consciousness. Seeing them like this, his liver finally tells him the trait of the summon he wants. After a while, he successfully summons a sunfish named Bobok. He watches Bebobok playing with Gosium, then lures Bebobok to taste the capsule containing the poison by telling him it has a great taste. Next, this earns him the title of Heartless from his organs. He then focuses on his summon, who has eaten the poison. Bebobok has the ability of immortality, so even if it eats poison, it revives and writes down everything in a journal it has eaten. Therefore, Bebobok revives, and writes down every trait of the venom on a card with teary eyes. By interpreting the traits and ingredients of the venom, our dude concludes that this kind of venom has the ability to weaken Botox because of its potential. Now he's ready to accurately prepare the venom which he needs to paralyze Agnes's tail. He calls for Garden, who appears in front of him out of nowhere. Garden is shocked to see another summon besides his master. Our guy makes a terrible lie while saying the summon came here looking for him because he's quite famous. That Garden comments that Raquiel reminds him of a great person named Lloyd Frontera. This man was the builder who transformed this kingdom into an empire, RG agrees, as he has read about him that this legendary builder had 5 summoned creatures. Cautiously, our boy asks whether Lloyd was truly a great person. Garden explains that Lloyd laid the foundation of the empire, but was known as someone who was popular on Fridays. Our boy doesn't understand the meaning behind Garden's words and orders him to bring Agnes to the end. There, while Garden escorts Agnes to the Crown Prince's room. She doubts whether Raquiel has really found a solution to her problem. Seeing Garden, she comments that he looks nervous. He retorts that the same could be said about her. She accuses him, while saying that it's because he saw her tail. Realizing his mistake, he apologizes, which lightens her mood, and they formally introduce themselves to each other. After this, they move forward. When they're near the room, he nervously tells her that she might be shocked after learning about the treatment procedure the Crown Prince has prepared for her. This makes her ponder over the expected treatment she'll receive. She enters and our guy offers her a seat. As she settles herself, she expresses her doubts about whether he could truly find a solution within a day. He answers affirmatively while asking her to trust him. She's still nervous and asks him to explain his method of treatment. He casually tells her that he's going to poke her tail with a needle multiple times, then inject poison in. Hearing his method, everyone cheers for him. On the other hand, she first looks at Garden, who asks her to trust Raquiel, then looks around at everyone else, who expresses the same trust in him. She shouts in her mind that they're all crazy, including the Print. On the other hand, Agnes doesn't find him trustworthy, but decides to give it a shot for the betterment of her kinsman, who won't have to suffer anymore if the treatment is successful. For this purpose, she decides to take a ride. When she agrees to have a treatment, maids cover her body and take out her tail from the hole they made in a sheet. When he goes to check her up, he is once again amazed by the Azrahan core technique, which helps him see acupoints that are not possible to detect with any modern machine. He always yearns to know the acupoint's existence when he practices traditional medicine treatment in his world. He then starts the treatment by infecting the needle into the Joenshu acupoint and pouring 0.01 Winamel of muscle-paralyzing poison from his slot. Next, he injects it into the Ming Men point. Finally, he injects the poison 2.4 center deep into the Yao Yangquan acupoint. Now he has opened the path for Manata to flow through the Joenshu point, where it will flow to both sides of the erector spine. But the problem isn't just paralyzing the tail, but maintaining this paralysis as well. Therefore, as expected, the tail recovers itself, so our guy speeds up the process at least. Last he pokes her Nadcom point, which quite irritates Agnes as she can't believe he's trying to mess with her head. At the same time, her tail gets limp in its place, but at the same moment her pinky toe moves from its place. With that, he exclaims that he has completed the process, which is a success. Gets up from her bed with an uncertain expression on her face regarding the treatment. Our boy asks whether she feels something different with her tail. Her eyes widen as she sees her limp tail, which should be moving to show her unease. Rocky explains that he has paralyzed the nerve of her tail and directed it to her pinky toe because now it will work as her tail. Then she starts to cry because of all the built-up emotions she and her kind have to carry because of their so-called tails. His eyes soften as he sees that, and he asks her if she's finished thanking him and whether they should sign the hiring contracts. He also adds that she should bring her tribe here, as they had already discussed. Then he coaxed her into signing the contract. By looking at his face, she concludes that he is not some ordinary person. After a few days, our hero was laughing like a maniac. Guarding commented on his overwhelming happiness. He exclaimed that he had finally gotten 50 werewolf nurses. The said nurses are receiving professional nursing training where they are taught basic nursing techniques and emergency treatment. They are also taught about herbs and medicine, how to store them, and how to make tonics. In this way, they are trained to be ready to run the hospital. At this moment, one of the nurses had shown him the shift schedule. He has smirked with satisfaction at their progress. Now, finally, his clinic is operating 24 hours. Not only this, but the tribe was used to getting their toes to move instead of their tails. At that moment, his system congratulates him for the success of the toe operation. But he doesn't get any life bonus as it wasn't a matter of life and death. However, he gets a standing ovation from his organs. Then he is informed that his new organ has just been activated. Therefore, his stomach in the form of a very chubby baby has been awakened. As soon as it enters into the organ realm, it demands different junk food from modern world. He first demands variety at junk food, then Japanese ones that only exist in this modern world. Our boy expresses that he also wants to eat these things, but they don't exist in this world. Then he tells his stomach to hold himself. At that point, his stomach compromises on a sweet. He eats the candy while thinking that his stomach has the taste of an elementary schooler. However, to have this, his stomach gives him 300 HP. Then, his other organs, happy to find their youngest member, give him 700 HP, and now he has 1000 HP. He's happy to see his organs ready for the consultation, as now he can deal with the stomach problem as well. His system also informs him that his Azrahan technique has leveled up because of his precise control in treating werewolf tails. With that, his mana increases, and his monocircle expands, which gives him the feeling of a growing water balloon in his chest. Overall, he's content with the high amount of HP he has received today. Meanwhile, he's interrupted by a nurse who informs him about a patient with a fever and a strange smell. He proceeds to check on the patient while feeling content that he has finally laid a solid foundation for his clinic. The scene shifts to Sir Pavert, who is the chief butler of the side pallet. He's working on something when suddenly his expression turns horrified as he checks a record and wonders where he went wrong. He can't believe they've screwed up. After realizing it, he immediately rushes to the Crown Prince's office and shouts at him, "Them." Our prince immediately looks for his doctor, who's usually the one to startle him. But this time it's the butler who apologizes for his rude visit. He whispers that they're out of budget to operate the side palace, which makes the prince scream, asking how that's possible since he is the crown prince. He's quite tense upon hearing this, as he can't operate the traditional clinic that extends his lifespan in this way. He asks about the reasons behind it. The butler informs him that it's because he cut a large chunk of the side palace budget last autumn. Upon hearing this, the prince curses Rukiel. After a while, the butler informs him about the reason behind his budget-cutting decision. The prince first thinks he won't live long. Secondly, he hadn't been using the budget since he's hardly out of bed. The butler informs him that he should be happy as his health is much better than last year. He comments freely that he's not happy at all. He lies down on the floor while thinking about how broke he is now and how life is all about money. Then he thinks about Rocky L, who should be blamed for this fiasco. He decides to find a solution to the problem as he can understand why Rocky L did it, but grumbling about it isn't going to get him any. He then turns to his butler and asks whether they can request more money for operating budget. But the butler replies that it's not possible, which makes his expression grim. At this moment, he confesses that without operating the side palace traditional medicine clinic, he'll be dead. The butler asks how his death is related to the operation of the clinic. Instead of answering, he sighs and asks whether they really can't request more budget. The butler answers that it's against the law as they can only make a request at the end of the year. However, the only person who's an exception to the law is his father. He enthusiastically decides to ask his father for help. However, he returns empty-handed as his father isn't interested in helping him. He feels like history is repeating itself when he had to close his clinic because of a lack of money, but this time he's determined not to be stopped by financial issues. He then asks for the assets of the side palace. The butler asks why he needs them. He exclaims that he's going to sell everything, including painting, silver and gold cutlery. The butler is quite sad to see these things which he's cared for so long about to be sold. He once again asks the crown prince to reconsider his decision, but the ever-cruel prince answers negatively, which prompts a hateful remark from the butler. A few days later, he turns to his trusted man about the issue of a budget. You sold the luxury items, but it's not a permanent solution to their problem. He adds that they've gained some temporary relief from the funds they got from selling luxury items, but if they don't do anything to extend their funds, they'll eventually be eaten up as well as... Well, the butler points out that there's nothing left to sell anymore. He deadpans that they're going to sell medicine from now on, which leaves both of his men speechless. Seeing their expressions, he exclaims that he's going to be a crown prince who sells medicine. Meanwhile, at Frontera Plaza, people are gossiping about the news regarding the side palace. They're all in awe to hear that the crown prince sold all of the luxury items just to keep the medicine clinic running. They're totally impressed by our hero and begin to worship him, as they've never seen anyone in history do such a thing for the sake of treating people. They start singing songs in his greatness. Meanwhile, at the side clinic, they're discussing the matter of earning money through selling medicine. Rachel thinks that it's a necessary measure for keep him alive. The butler points out that if the budget is the problem, then they should charge a small fee from the patients. But he rejects this thought as not many people will come for treatment if that's the case. He needs as much life bonus as he can get. Yet he then expresses that he's going to sell very expensive and effective medicine that people might buy just for display purposes. In other words, he's going to launch his own medicine brand. Any rich household will be proud to have his branded medicine. He exclaims at the end that he's going to sell super luxury medicine, which becomes the symbol of a person's luxury and high status in society. Listening to him, both of his subordinates are quite blank. The butler asks whether such medicine even exists at all. He explains that this is a medicine called the Golden Minotaur Calming Pill, made from the gallstone of a minotaur. Basically, Koreans are used to using calming pills to calm their nerves, and this pill is also used for curing brain illnesses, heart problems, and high blood pressure. On his way, he explains the details of this medicine to Damien, who has doubts about whether people are really going to purchase it. He replies that they're definitely going to buy it because he's going to present it as something rare. Like a limited edition, they'll buy it at all costs, as it's the psychology of people. He adds that he's not going to use bull, but the gallstone of the Minotaur, which will urge them to buy it. However, his confidence is shattered by Damien's words of disbelief, who doesn't think anyone will buy a diet. Damien again points out that if this medicine is so effective, why hasn't he heard of it? It's because it comes from the fallen kingdom called Justian. Damien dryly remarks that he hasn't heard of this kingdom either. Our prince chimes in that he heard about it in his dream, and all the medicine he's learning is from his dream. While looking at his back, Damien thinks that Garden is a naive person who's going to believe every bit of nonsense their crown prince throws at him. But in his case, he only cares about getting his salary on time. He then runs after him and asks whether he's going to treat people without a license, which makes the prince halt in his steps. Damien stresses that he needs to pass the doctor exam to get the license like Garden did. The prince turns to Damien and nervously chuckles while admitting that he didn't know about it. Damien replies that they need to solve the funding problem first. For this purpose, they need a gallstone of a Minotaur, but the prince interjects that they don't have any at the herbal store. It seems like people there aren't using the bull for making medicine. Damien asks about his solution to this problem. The prince exclaims that he's going to buy a live Minotaur for this purpose. So he's going to cram out to attend the monster auction at the auction house to get this minute to... Damien can't believe he's planning to go there himself. The prince answers calmly that he has to, because he needs to check the quality of the Minotaur as well as its gallstone by himself. Damien thinks, smiling to himself, that this man is crazy. At that moment, Agnes arrives with a carriage and gestures them to get in. Damien asks in disbelief if they're really going to depart now. The prince replies that time is more precious to him than gold. He then urges Damien to get in before Garden comes after them. Once the carriage is on its way, Garden comes running, while yelling them that how he could leave him like this. The prince yells back that he needs him to stay behind to take care of the clinic. While on their way, Damien comments on the comfort of the horse carriage. Our prince arrogantly replies that it's what one would expect from a crown prince's carriage. It's shown that they're actually lying down in coffin like spaces, and Damien still insists that it feels strange. Their journey carries on for 8 days, and one evening, Agnes gets up from her spot on top of the carriage. Her sense is heightened. As soon as she smells the sea, she informs the prince that they've reached Cremo Port. But finally, they reach the Cremo Monster Auction House. A boy in front of the auction house tells the driver to park his carriage somewhere else. But the driver gets down from the carriage and warns him that he doesn't know whose carriage it is. He asks if it belongs to the crown prince. At that same moment, the said crown prince greets him from the carriage window, which leaves him petrified. The next moment, the boy rushes inside the auction building and approaches the mayor. He points toward Rock Hill and informs him about his arrival, which panics the mayor as well. The next moment, he starts flattering our boy to gain political favor. When our boy mentions that he's here to purchase something, the mayor immediately offers him additional bodyguards, which our boy refuses because he has his own. He tries to excuse himself, but the mayor keeps trying to prolong their conversation. He goes ahead after giving the mayor a false promise that he'll visit his home afterward. The mayor instructs others to clean everything, while our guy thinks it feels like a military commander is going to visit there. During the auction, Rockhill and Damien settle themselves while noticing the quiet atmosphere. Damien explains that it's likely because monsters can wake up if the auction gets too noisy. As people make bids, he waits for the Minotaur to appear. When it seems like the auction might be ending, he wonders if he might not find a Minotaur there after all. At that moment, a carriage rolls in carrying a caged, hefty Minotaur. Our dude is awestruck by the Minotaur's weight and strength. The host announces that it's the main item of the auction, which is captured by the 7 best hunting team. On the other hand, our guy's excitement at the prospect of getting his hands on this beast deflates when the host announces the starting bid at 50,000 malers. He asks his aide if he heard correctly, since other monsters sold for 50,000 malers, yet this one starts at 50,000 malers. When Damien asks if he has enough money, he considers that he brought 100,000 megan. But seeing the crowd's eagerness to buy the Minotaur, he doubts he'll be able to win it. Besides, he thinks that it's way too expensive to buy a Minotaur at that price. After a moment's thought, he turns to Dames and whispers his plan in his ear. It's clear that Damien doesn't like the idea and double-checks if he really wants to go through with it. After a confirmation from him, Damien comments that the idea sounds like something a thug would suggest, but he just chuckles while saying that it doesn't matter if he's compared to a thug as long as it will work. Then Damien leaves, and our guy watches the auction with anticipation as the bidding price climb. He hopes Damien returns before the price gets too high. After a while, the mayor arrives and greets him, and our prince pretends to be surprised to see him. Seeing the prince's expression, the mayor catches on as he understands that the prince wants everyone's attention right now. Eager to gain the prince's favor, the mayor is more than willing to play along. The mayor then loudly addresses the crown prince while offering him 100 bodyguards. As soon as he says this, everyone turns to see if it's really the crown prince. Our guy formally accepts the favor, while Damien stands there with a very annoyed expression, watching the drama unfold in front of him. Then our guy dramatically remembers that he has to participate in the auction. and places a bid of 60,000. Our prince's expression loudly declares that he's the crown prince, and no one is going to raise the price against him. Seeing this, the audience realizes that they have to give up on getting the Minotaur. Meanwhile, the host is also quite nervous, seeing that they may have to sell their best item for only 60,000 maggots. Then there's a twist as one noble dares to raise the bid to 70,000 Moggen, which shocks everyone, including our dear crown prince. Someone then notices that this person is none other than Guinness, a favorite of the king of the southern country, Amboy. Meanwhile, Guinness thinks that since he's not even a citizen of this country, the prince can't do much to him. Everyone wants to cheer for him as their savior, while some whisper that they've heard the crown prince is famous for holding grudges for a very long time. On the other side, our guy is fuming with anger, now determined to have a proper clash with this person, burning with desire to get his hands on the Minotaur. He raises his bid to 71,000. Guinness raises it by another 1,000, bringing the bid up to 80,000. The bidding continues like this. Finally, the host announces that their main item has been sold for 250,000 Moggen, and the winner is Guinness, who is quite obnoxious about having the upper hand over the crown prince. Meanwhile, our hero looks like someone just drained all color from his face. At this moment, Damien tries to console him while saying that he's glad Rachiel didn't spend all his money on a single Minotaur. Or hearing this, our guy's expression shifts to confidence about his finances. But in reality, Damien is secretly worried about getting his salary on time. He's completely flabbergasted when Damien remarks that he's only sticking around as long as he can count on a stable paycheck. He reminds Damien that he was the one who rescued him from the underground life. Damien replies that he's grateful for that, but having a stable salary is a completely different matter. Our guy then looks at his bodyguard thoughtfully, recalling the last chapter he read in Demon's Sword. After reading it, he concluded that Damien is the strongest person in this world, and it's reassuring to have him by his side. But there seems to be another reason related to victory in the final battle, which somehow connects to Damien, because our boy believes that giving him a stable life leads to the stability and safety of the world. He then tells his bodyguard earnestly that he'll make sure Damien gets his salary on time. Next, he turns to the mayor as they head to his home. But the mayor protests while asking his reason to be in such a rush. He replies that it's out of embarrassment for losing even after using cheap tricks. The scene shifts to a grand house. We're in one room. The Minotaur is bound after being sold today. Guinness steps forward to check its condition, bragging about his victory over the crown prince. Then someone else enters the picture, the most expert taxidermist in Cramo, who was brought in for this job. The taxidermist asks Guinness about his preferred taxidermy style. Guinness replies that he wants it presented as grand as possible, because he's planning to gift it to the king for his birthday. He then requests a mage to assist with the taxidermy, and at that moment the mage enters, while stating that they should begin immediately without wasting time. The mage starts his vacuum magic to kill the Minotaur in a clean manner. As he's being killed, the Minotaur thinks of his family and laments how cruel humans are for mistreating him this way, while thinking he's broken their magic, and then, when it snaps the chain he was bound to, meanwhile, while in the mayor's house, our guy crashes onto his bed, looking exhausted. His whole body protests from the grueling schedule. Determined to buy the Minotaur tomorrow, he insists he'll manage with one lakh Moggen, though his bodyguard doesn't seem convinced. Their conversation is interrupted by one of his men, who warns him of upcoming trouble for which they need to evacuate immediately. Rachiel demands an explanation. At that same moment, the wall is smashed open. Damien is in front of him instantly, ready to protect the prince. But the monster throws him aside. As the dust clears, our guy is petrified to see that the monster is none other than the Minotaur. A few moments ago, with the force of the Minotaur's break from Major's magic, like everyone is knocked down around it except for the evil Guinness. He shouts at the Minotaur while claiming that it can't harm him because he's its master. But the monster doesn't understand the meaning of master and starts to chase him instead. While looking for an escape route, Guinness spots the mayor's house and decides to take refuge inside. He hides behind a wall and shouts in an attempt to distract the Minotaur. In a way, he's somewhat successful at it. Now the Minotaur is right in front of the guy, ready to smash him. Our dude is ready to escape, but suddenly he notices its eyes and stops for a moment. They seem like the eyes of a creature in pain, suffering greatly, much like one of his patients. The Minotaur then remembers that our boy is the same guy who bit on it, and in a fit of rage, it attacks However, its strike is intercepted by Damien's Soar, who urges the prince to escape. Our boy exclaims that he's not going to die after having it so difficult to survive this long. Damien tries to deal with the Minotaur, but he's not successful in stopping or defeating it. During the battle, he pushes Rachiel back, who slams into a wall. At the same time, Damien meets up with him, and he states that they're trapped here, prompting a sarcastic remark from our boy, who dryly comments that he can see that as well. Next moment, Damien stands with a serious expression and asks for an extra bonus if they manage to get out of their life. Our boy shouts at him, asking why he's asking for this now, and what if he doesn't provide it. Damien responds that he'll escape alone if necessary. He then tells the prince that he's going to fight the Minotaur, which will give him an opening to escape. Rachiel hesitates as the path to escape is blocked. Damien nonchalantly suggests that he should just jump from there, but that's not an option for our boy. Damien adds that it's better to jump from there than to be crushed alive. He then explains that if he's injured, the guards will rescue him and take him to safety. With that, Damien attacks the Minotaur and they engage in battle. The prince tries to escape through the opening Damien created, his face twisted with anxiety, but in his misery, he doesn't notice that instead of climbing a wall, he's scaling the Minotaur itself. He stops when he receives a warning from his system. His system gives him a full scan of the monster. His system and heart both inform him that the results show the monster's heart is in very bad condition. It has stable angina pectoris, which means the monster is suffering from chest pain, and its heart is about to clog up. Clinging to the monster, he realizes he's not in good condition to treat it, and he's in danger himself. He can't jump or his body will be crushed in the process. Meanwhile, the Minotaur has a plan to crush the prince with its other hand, like squashing a mosquito. But it's distracted by Damien's attack, which misses its eye. Damien tells the prince to hang on while promising that he'll rescue him in a moment. Our crying boy pleads for him to do it quick. Quickly, Damien rushes toward the monster, looking for an opening to attack its shoulder or side. He strikes the monster and tries to rescue the printer, but the prince is thrown from the balcony, which makes him believe he's about to die. However, our crown guy is rescued by Agnes, who catches him in mid-air as soon as she lands on the ground. Other guards come to escort him to a safe place. Meanwhile, Damien and the Minotaur are locked in combat. The monster focuses all its attention on Damien, who is determined to defeat it in order to claim a high reward. Damien plans to stab the Minotaur on its fist and then its arms as soon as it's about to punch him. He tries to cut into its fist and attack it as much as he can. But the Minotaur proves tougher than that. During their clash of sword and fist, just something distracts Damien. And in the next moment, he's attacked by the Minotaur and thrown aside. He is pushed into the wall, and the Minotaur steps toward him. Damien tries to get up, but his leg is pinned under the rubble. At the same time, he's saved by Ghostwim's powerful body slam. He doesn't fully understand what's happening until he sees Ghostwim fighting the monster. Meanwhile, our guy thinks that he's not going to lose Damien, especially after all the trouble he went through to get him. That's why he fed Ghostworm red sunflower seeds to make him bigger, so he could fight the Minotaur. He shouts at his bodyguard to get up as they're about to be surrounded, prompting a remark from him that he's going to get a lot of money. But unfortunately, Damien can't move his leg. On the other side, the Minotaur throws Ghostwim into the air toward Damien. Seeing this, Rockhill shouts for Damien to hold on to Ghostwim in order to escape. Damien does so, and Ghostwim jumps from the second floor. Now they're in front of the Crown Prince. But not just his friend, but his enemy. Minotaur also leaps from the second floor and howls at them, with everyone else following close behind. Rockhill asks about the well, being of Damien and Ghostwim. Damien answers that he's alright. He thinks about the Minotaur and wants the medicine from it, but he rejects the thought as it could cost him his life. He thought that he was a good friend, then suggests to his companions that they head to a safer place. At this moment, the mayor interjects, stating that he's going to bring him and his companions to the safest place in the city. After a while, they arrive at the port. The mayor informs him that if they ride the ship, the Minotaur won't be able to chase them on the sea, and they can easily escape this way. Rockhill likes the idea and decides to escape this way. When they board the ship and offer the mayor to join them, our dude is shocked to hear that the mayor refuses to escape. With a serious expression, the mayor states that he won't run away because this city and the safety of its people are his responsibility. So he will stay and guide the guards to counter their current problem. Hearing his words, Rockhill changes his opinion about the mayor, as he is no longer seeing him as a shallow man who just wanted to go on with his life. He now seems serious, and this makes Rockhill contemplate whether it's right for him to run away as well. Seeing his expression, Damien understands his inner turmoil and stresses that they need to depart. He reminds Rockhill that everyone has their own role to play, so he doesn't need to feel guilty. At that moment, Rockhill realizes that his bodyguard is right. The mayor's role is to protect the city while his own role is to protect the imperial family. For this purpose, he has to survive. So he orders the anchor to be raped. However, just as their luck runs at the end of the day, the Minotaur arrives chasing after them. It leaps onto the ship while howling with anger. It tears apart the ship and swings the wood over their head. Rochiel orders everyone to get down to avoid being hit by. Meanwhile, Rockhill is also thinking about his next course of action, as they have no way out of this situation now. On the other hand, his organs are shivering as they sense the danger around them. He tries to think of a plan to escape, but is on the verge of tears when he realizes he hasn't awakened his brain. Damien jumps beside him and tells him to get to the deck and stay hidden there. Rockhill asks what Damien will do in the meantime, while when sheathing his sword and turning toward the Minotaur, Damien claims he's about to make a lot of money from this fight, so the Minotaur better get to work to earn it. Damien rushes toward the monster and calls for Agnes's help, but their combined efforts, along with some guards, in vain as they are all thrown aside by the Minotaur, which remains standing tall. Seeing everything unfold, Rockhill panics but then he pulls himself together and looks closely at the Minotaur, while analyzing its health condition to figure out how to defeat it. At this moment, his system informs him that he has strengthened his Azarhan core to its limit, due to being in an unprecedented and extremely dangerous situation. As a result, he has acquired a skill called Acupoint Scan, where his Azaran core technique is combined with his pulse reading skill. This allows him to see the acupoints of every living thing in order to predict their movements. Now he applies this skill to the Minotaur standing in front of him, which makes him realize that he can clearly dodge its every move. However, the problem is his stamina, as he can't keep up with this for long. With a tense expression, Rockhill ponders a way out for himself and everyone else. Meanwhile, he notices Gosawam and gets an idea, though he's a little uncertain about whether it will work. But he decides to go for it anyway because he believes it's his role to protect everyone as the Crown Prince. So when the Minotaur is about to attack a sailor, right? Hill rushes in from the front to block its strength. Strike, his system warns him that he has eaten the red sunflower seeds meant for his summoning. Our boy really becomes a giant with the red flower seed and now has a one-on-one with this monster. However, his system informs him that he is not a summon. So he must have side effects from eating the red flower seed. He needs to consult the doctor immediately. He dryly reminds his system that he is a traditional medicine doctor. His system then informs him that his giant form will last only 3 minutes, and he will fall into a coma once it ends as a side effect. Now he understands the severity of the situation as he has to end this fight within 2.5 minutes, which he is sure he can't do, and he might meet his end. As expected, the Minotaur gives him a hard punch in his face. He complains about how much it hurts, but normally he would be killed by this attack, so there is still hope. In order to test his hope, he hits the Minotaur with his head, and hurts himself as well. Now it seems impossible to end this fight in the limited time. He needs to think quickly. He looks at his summon, who is exhausted because of the fight. He wonders if his guards can handle it, but what if he faints? He has to do something quickly. He asked Gusium to provide some thorns. After getting them, he grabs the Minotaur's neck in his arm as he is going to use acupoints on him. He pierces the first needle into the TNU point near its neck. This point is used for ascending and descending mana, but unfortunately, our guy can't pierce the thorn deep enough to reach Minotaur's mana flow. He then orders Damien to attack the end of the thorn, and Damien does so immediately. His next target is to calm the monster down mentally. To do this, he reduces the stimulation of the sympathetic nerve and increases the stimulation of the parasympathetic nerves. He then targets another acupoint and asks Damien to dig the needle deeper. After a while, he targets several acupoints in order to prick its blood and energy flow. He jokingly thinks that the Minotaur is behaving like a kid who doesn't want to get a shot. So now, he will give it a sweet if it behaves during the last acupoint, which is the ermine point. This point is used for ear disorders. With this last point, suddenly the monster calms down as its pain disappears. Our boy says that it was kind of a coincidence as well. To realize that his pain has disappeared, the Minotaur turns to our guy and thanks him, thinking he's the reason the pain is gone. At this moment, our dude falls down, whining that he's incredibly tired. He checks his internal organs, which are also protesting because the sudden size change disrupted their blood and breathing flow. At this moment, his time as a giant ends, and he returns to his normal size. Everyone gathers around him in concern. Before slipping into a coma, he tells them that he will be in a coma for 5 days, and that they don't need to worry about the Minotaur anymore. Then his coma period begins. After the fight, the Minotaur is subdued, and everyone becomes worried about saving the ship as it could sink at any moment. They have to head to the deck immediately since the ship is filling with water. Suddenly, the ship begins to move, and everyone thinks it might be sinking. Meanwhile, the Minotaur, who wants to repay the kindness the Crown Prince showed him, picks him up and places him on his head in order to save him. This stuns everyone around them as they think it's trying to kidnap the Crown Prince. 6 days have passed since the kidnapping of the Crown Prince, and now we see a dark room where Damien sits in a chair. While looking at the rat at his feet, he wonders whether he is dreaming, which is something he hasn't done in a long time. His thought process is interrupted by the inspection squad interrogator. It seems like he's being interrogated because of what happened with Rockyell and the Minotaur. The interrogator taunts him while asking if he's sleeping in a situation like this. Damien makes an excuse while saying that it's because he hasn't slept for days. The inspector shouts at him, saying it's been 6 days since the Minotaur kidnapped Rockyell. The next day, the news reached the Emperor, and it took him 2 days to reach this city. The interrogator accuses them of doing nothing in the meantime, as they haven't found any clues about where the Minotaur took the Crown Prince, or where the person who brought the Minotaur has gone. He then changes his statement, in which he accuses them of doing it intentionally because they wanted to harm the prince. At that, Damien taunts him, inquiring whether he thinks every person who accompanied the Crown Prince is a conspirator, working with the Minotaur to kidnap him. He is furious to know that this interrogator is going to conclude such a ridiculous notion. However, the interrogator seems more interested in wrapping up the case neatly, and tells Damien that this ridiculous conclusion could be the answer to the question of who is responsible for the kidnapping of the Crown Prince. So, he plans to blame everyone. including the mayor, and the people who accompanied the prince, as being responsible for the kidnapping, which would conveniently close the case. Damien grits his teeth while thinking that this inspector just wants to close the case without any complications, which is why he's accusing them of being involved. The interrogator slyly tries to coax him into confessing, as he offers mercy in the form of a swift death. Damien angrily tells him to go to hell, but the interrogator, with an impish expression, replies that he has other ways to make him confess. Then he is put into a cage, which is hanging, and he finds Agnes and the mayor in their respective cages as well. He notices that they have ignited a fire below them, and after smelling the oil, now he wonders whether they're going to burn them alive. The interrogator once again tries to coax them into confessing that they're the culprits. But Damien insists that if they want something from him, he can tell them the truth. He angrily tells the interrogator that he is the one obstructing the search for the crown prince under the pretense of the investigation. He angrily agrees that he is more than eager to find him. After hearing this, the inspector orders his subordinate to light the fire. Meanwhile, Damien thinks that he doesn't want to die this meaningless death. Before anyone can do anything, they see the Minotaur coming toward them, and to everyone's astonishment, it holds Damien's cage. Above the Minotaur, the crown prince is riding, who asks his subordinates the reason for them being caged. It seems like the crown prince wakes up after 6 days on the island, where he finds Eurus, who was once his enemy but now looks at him with loving eyes. After taking some time, they resolve their differences and become friends. He then thinks that it's a coincidence that Eurus's pain was soothed by him, but he doesn't clarify it to it because he wants it to follow him willingly. Then he tells Eurus that he wants to help it in return, as well as its chest pain will start soon, so they should begin treating it. He starts his acupoint scan and concludes that his angina isn't very advanced yet, so it can be treated later. Then he turns his scan to the gallbladder. He asks Eurus whether he feels full after his meal, to which he gets a positive answer. He adds that it's because he's filled his gallbladder with lots of stuff, so it needs to be emptied. Then he explains the process, but Eurus doesn't understand a word and looks at him blankly. Finally, the crown prince decides to use simpler language and asks Eurus to press the spot he points to with his finger. He gestures for Uruz to clench its fist and hit its solar plexus. Eurus seems hesitant, but the prince urges it to do so. It does, and by observing its condition, the prince concludes that something must be stuck inside. Finally, it's revealed to be a big piece of cholecystitis. The crown prince is happy to have found this significant piece. He asks Eurus about the condition of his bloating, and Eurus answers with a cheerful tone. The prince happily responds as he is glad that it's nothing serious, and that now he has owned the Minotaur as well. He then asks Eurus to go back with him as they need to save his comrades. But Eurus is hesitant to return because he fears they might fight again. The crown prince consoles him while assuring him that no one will harm him. On their way back, he spots the flag of the inspection squad, which answers directly to the emperor, and concludes that their choice to return earlier was the right one. Back in the present, Raquiel is shouting at the squad to tell him who is in charge of the inspection. The devil of an interrogator casually answers that he's in charge, which irritates the prince. Not only this interrogator has the guts to accuse the crown prince of not being one just because he brought a minotaur into the city. Everyone looks at him with bewildered expressions while wondering what he's doing. Rockhill retorts that this implies he's dealing with a doppelganger who's pretending to be the crown prince. The interrogator responds that it might be the case, as there could be forces wanting to harm the imperial family, especially with the crown prince missing. Now, the real crown prince needs to verify his identity. This infuriates Raquiel to his core. He says that if they want to verify his identity, they should also verify the true faces of his people. To demonstrate his point, he starts with Damien, who had thrown himself between the crown prince and the Minotaur to buy him time. His fight with the Minotaur showed his loyalty and devotion. Meanwhile, Eurus had broken his cage, allowing Damien to emerge from it. Then he turns to Agnes, who quickly catches him before he falls from the second floor. If she hadn't been there, he might be a dead person. Next moment, she is freed from the cage as well. As she steps in front of him, he says that she shows great courage and sacrifice. Then he turns to Sergio, who is his knight captain, and the first one rushing to get him to safety. He then looks at the other guards and describes their sacrifices and the effort they showed during the fight. Listening to this, the royal guards discuss that he might be the real crown prince, but are confused about how he managed to survive. On the other hand, dread is clearly visible on the face of the interrogator, because he was sure the crown prince isn't coming. That's why he blames everyone in his party in order to close the case. This is how he's always done things. Because when an important person dies, someone must be blamed for it. At this, he bows before the prince and starts begging for forgiveness, while realizing that he's dared to question his identity verification. However, the crown prince remains unfazed by his drama and turns to the mayor, who chose to stay with his city to protect them rather than run away. He then approaches the cage and states that the mayor is the best example of how nobility should fulfill their duties. He then turns to the interrogator again and angrily exclaims that meanwhile, the head of the investigation squad is questioning his identity. He warns him dangerously that it is his people, who have stayed by his side regardless of the circumstances, who have made him the crown prince. He stops him from making any excuses, already knowing what they will be. He reflects on the situation in Korea, where a similar incident had occurred. In the end, he concludes that the interrogator will be held responsible for the farce of the investigation he conducted. The next day, everyone gathers on the shore. Gossiping about the latest news, their hot topics include the investigator who's been accused of hindering the search for the crown prince. He is likely going to be either hanged or sentenced to life in prison. They also discuss the crown prince's skill to tame the fierce minotaur, who has become obedient to him. A young boy claims that he saw the crown prince grow as big as the minotaur and fight with it. Not only that, he also adds that the prince poked thorns into the minotaur's body. This story, however, isn't believed by anyone. Then the discussion shifts to another rumor about the crown prince as people in the capital are gossiping about him becoming the next ruler. Meanwhile, Damien is watching all of this from his window. He turns to his master and asks how he could possibly tame a minotaur. Rikel explains that he never actually tamed it, while explaining that it was all a misunderstanding on the minotaur's part. Seeing Damien's confusion, Raquel further clarifies that when he grew and poked the minotaur with the thorns, its pain lessened, leading it to believe that Raquel must be its savior. For a while, they discuss how this misunderstanding works in Damien's favor, as he can now earn some handsome rewards, which a prospect he's not ashamed to entertain. Yet Damien feels a little embarrassed about not truly defeating the minotaur, so he resolves to train harder. Damien then informs him that he wants more money because he has also completed the task he was given by the crown prince. He supplies that he's quite glad to hear that he's collected all kinds of medicinal ingredients. Damien explains that it's because Cremo is a larger port and a commercial city. Then he drops a bomb on our prince, revealing that his father returned to the capital as soon as he heard that his son was safely back. The prince doesn't like his father's heartlessness over this, but he remembers his father's words and concludes that he can't do much about it. So he ignores this thought as he focuses on his task at hand and asks Damien to bring all of that medicine here as he's about to start. Upon receiving the supplies, he exclaims that he's going to prepare the golden minotaur pills in the mayor's kitchen. After a while, he's in the kitchen, humming and cutting ingredients to prepare the medicine, which annoys Damien. Finally, he has made the golden minotaur pills and decides to experiment it on himself. As soon as he eats one, his system informs him about the pill's effects, while revealing that his internal organs have become more energized. However, his stomach doesn't appreciate the taste. In return, though, he gains 500 more HP from his organs. Not only that, his tonic concoction analysis skill activates because he made the pill himself. After reviewing the long list of benefits from the pill, he feels quite happy to see that it not only treats cardiac disease, but also provides natural sleep without any side effects. Reading this, he feels ecstatic about the results. The next day he goes to Eurus and asks how it's feeling. Then he gives it the pills to help soothe its chest pain. Without hesitation, Eurus eats them all. It feels extremely energized from the pills, and their effectiveness increases by 10% after he uses them to heal the Minotaur, who is his patient now. Not only that, he gains a life bonus of 7 days, and an additional 600 HP from his organs. Later he is lying on the Minotaur leisurely, planning to counting on his Minotaur from now on. The next day, a large crowd gathers in Cremo City Plaza for the award distribution ceremony honoring those who helped him that night. That morning, Rockhill makes a grand entrance, riding in on Eurus. Seeing him, the crowd confirms that he's likely to become their next king. Unbeknownst to their discussion, Rockhill begins the ceremony, while recalling that the last time he received this much attention was during his fight with his brother, so he doesn't want him to feel afraid. He starts the ceremony by addressing his bodyguards and complimenting the bravery they displayed that night when they fought against a Minotaur. To acknowledge their efforts, he's going to give them his golden medicine. With a smirk, he praises the mayor in his mind, who solved his problem. The scene flashes back to 2 days ago, when he's resting with Eurus and the mayor approaches him. Rocky explains to him that he's going to hold an award ceremony to honor those who worked hard that night, not only to acknowledge their efforts, but also as a way to advertise his medicine. He then shows him the medicine he plans to give to his subordinates. The mayor immediately understands that Raquiel has ulterior motives and realizes what he wants to do. He suggests that if Raquiel gives the medicine as a reward, it will definitely make the nobles curious about it. He even planned to create a special premium edition in Crown Prince's name. He also understands that he needs to make the ceremony as grand as possible to attract future customers and increase the value of the medicine. With that, the mayor rushes off while asking for 2 days to organize the ceremony to his liking. Now at the ceremony, Raquiel is pleased to see the results of the mayor's efforts. First, he acknowledges the bravery and efforts of his subordinates who fought that night. Then subtly shifts the topic to describe the benefits of his medicine, which is made from the Minotaur's gallstone. He explains that it grants stamina as great as the Minotaur's while curing numerous other diseases. He even flashes his pet to prove his point. He adds that people who can't sleep will also find rest with this medicine, while slipping in more praise for his subordinates. Then he shamelessly turns back to advertising the medicine. even announcing a limited offer which they can get it at an affordable price of only $9,999 for 1 month. Seeing this, Agnes and Damien realize that he's acting like a con artist to lure in future customers. They glance at Sergio, who's also there to happily promote the Crown Prince. In the end, Rockhill shows the crowd several pamphlets to further advertise his medicine. Even after witnessing the shameless promotion of his medicine, many people still want to buy it. Some even consider borrowing money to purchase it as it's quite expensive. Seeing the positive response from the crowd, he slyly decides to promote his tradition medicine clinic too. He fake coughs and addresses everyone, while immediately informing them about the existence of the Side Palace Traditional Medicine Clinic, which he runs. Many of his subordinates raised a call, cards and pamphlets to advertise the clinic. Even Minotaur helps with the promotion. He adds that he has introduced new kinds of medicinal treatments at his clinic. He asks the audience if anyone has heard of it, and 2 people raise their hands. Seeing them, the prince conveys his relief that someone has heard of it, as he doesn't want to promote it by his words alone. Then he decides to add a little flair to his advertising and starts talking about how beautiful and important the city of Cremo is. Given its standing as the northern port and commercial hub, he emphasizes that it's essential for the city's people to be healthy to help the city prosper. His speech stirs everyone, making them emotional with his display of concern. He then dramatically offers them to visit his clinic, even for minor health issues, and promises to personally examine them. However, he understands that they're still hesitant, so he decides to push them further. He announces a free treatment coupon for the first 100 people who come, which prompts a protest from Agnes, as the clinic was free from the start. Seeing people racing toward him, he feels giddy at the sight of his bonus life in the form of potential patients. Soon he's busy consulting on the health conditions of the people while handing out coupons and offering advice. Not only that, he even covers their travel expenses and accommodation. After distributing all 100 coupons, his face brightens with pride at the success of his advertising. Seeing his happy expression, Agnes is on the verge of tears, noticing that he's even covering travel expenses for his patients. This means they'll need to sell everything to cover the cost. He doesn't realize it's been 9 hours, though his organs are begging him to let them rest now. Everything around him starts to blur, but he worries that he can't afford to lose his cool in front of everyone by feigning here. Instead of feigning, he falls down and begins to chuckle nervously as everyone rushes to him while cursing his body's low stamina. His system informs him of what he's done, witnessed by the people of Cremo, along with his exhaustion. Seeing him like this, the people of Cremo feel touched by his dedication, and he's granted a new title. A new power is added to his traditional medicine skill called Great Doctor Point. This is a kind of reputation value, in which whenever he makes an impact on society through his medical practice, or people are touched by his effort and skill, he will earn 101 GDP. He understands this new point system, but doesn't know where to use them. Upon hearing this, his system informs him that he can use these points to buy a lie voucher. With the help of the voucher, he can tell a lie to anyone and they will believe him. Damien rushes to him and helps him stand. Meanwhile, he receives more information about the live voucher. For example, he has to choose the person he plans to lie to. Additionally, each voucher can only be used once. Mythical creatures and people closer to him might not be affected by the voucher. He then asks Damien to give him a piggyback ride, and Damien responds that he'll do it if he gets paid for it. After a while, he's in front of a very emotional mayor who can't believe the Crown Prince is leaving already. The mayor adds that Rockhill needs to rest before starting his journey. Rockhill brushes off the concern while saying that he'll sleep in the horse carriage, which prompts a protest from the mayor, insisting that it's not comfortable. He concludes the conversation by praising and thanking the mayor for everything he's done for him. Then he heads to his carriage, tossing an offer to the mayor to visit his clinic with Captain Roberto. The mayor doesn't understand, but Rockhill is referring to the fact that both he and Captain Roberto suffer from partial baldness, which he can treat. As soon as Rakel enters the capital in his hometown, everyone is startled to see Minotaur accompanying him. A knight rushes toward his carriage, and as soon as he spots the Minotaur beside the prince, he's a little startled at first, but he quickly shakes his head and moves forward. He wakes the Crown Prince and hangs back. He stands him an envelope sent by the Emperor after greeting him in a very formal manner. Rakel takes the envelope from his hand, feeling a bad sense of foreboding about the content of the letter. He opens the envelope, his eyes shining with worried curiosity. This letter is a summon for him in the court of his father. He doesn't feel good after reading it. However, with a grin, he brushes off his worry by thinking that he's going to use the live voucher in case things go south. Later, he's shown in front of his father, greeting him. He stays bowed while waiting impatiently for his father to say something. Finally, his father deems him worthy of wasting some words on him and expresses how irresponsible and incompetent his son is to endanger the people who are traveling with him. He doesn't like his father's words as he almost meets his end during that fiasco. His father then asks about the attack that happened at the mayor's residence, which he had confirmed. His father again reprimands him for not going to safety quickly, which led his bodyguards into a dangerous situation. He even has the nerve to tell our boy that he needed to take precautions before any kind of situation arises. All of his scolding and reprimands are making our dude quite irritated, especially since the situation was something he couldn't predict beforehand. After asking about his opinion, his father again reminds him of his incompetence, which endangered his companions. On the other side, our boy is quite upset about his father's inconsideration regarding his well-being. His father supplies with anger that how embarrassing it is for him to not protect 10 people who are with him when he's going to take the throne of that country and protect and care for millions of people in the empire in the future. Now, Rockhill understands that what his father is making him understand is not wrong at all. Then his father instructs him to reflect on what he has told him, and he agrees to do so. At last, his father grants him to say something as well. Rockhill himself wants to have a two-way conversation with his father and asks him to quit smoking. He adds that he needs to be healthy because he has the burden of leading the country. After saying this, he smirks, thinking he has given his father a taste of his own medicine. Rockhill then adds that the prosperity of the imperial family depends on his health. At this moment, he thinks about the novel in which the emperor dies due to a heart attack caused by stress and smoking after the death of Rachel. Later, it leads to the downfall of the empire. Most importantly, he doesn't want the emperor to have the same end as his own father. His father informs him that the day he first asked him to quit smoking, he did it. So does he want to say anything else? Hearing this with a stunned expression, Rockhill says that he doesn't have anything else to say and asks for his leave. Just as he is about to leave, his father tells Rockhill not to eat the meat of summoned beasts, as it could harm his body. Later, when his son has left, the emperor thinks about his son with a soft expression, considering his concern for him. Then he asks someone about the pill Rocky L has developed. The person informs the emperor that they have used that information unit to spread the news about the Minotaur golden pills everywhere. He then asks about the result. The person informs him that the nobles living on the border are very curious about the pills, and might come to know more about it. The emperor is quite happy with this result. On the other side, our boy and Damien are heading back to the side palace, and Rockhill is counting his every step. Damien asks him about his purpose in doing so, and Rockhill tells him that he's just coming. Then, the next moment, a very crying and emotional Garden is seen rushing toward them. Our guy tries to stop him while jokingly asking his doctor whether he was this excited to see him. He complains in return that he left him for patience. Rockhill decides to prepare a tonic for him as a reward, and thanks him for his hard work in taking care of the patients in his absence. Then they discuss the incident at Cremo, and Garden is quite shocked as the Minotaur behind him. Rockhill compliments his acting skills because he might already know about him bringing a Minotaur with him. On the other hand, Damien is thinking awkwardly that no one is normal there. On the way to the entrance, he asks Garden if there's anything he doesn't know. Garden tells him about some strange inquiries where people are asking something about a medicine that doesn't exist yet. Garden has shown him the piles of those requests in which people want to buy the Minotaur pills, and the nobles are the most excited buyers. He then looks out the window to the people who are traveling there, eager to buy the medicine. His eyes shine to see them, and he asks Gordon to make them line up according to their list. He is selling his special edition medicine. After 10 days, they have sold out all of the pills. When he's happy about it, Garden ruins his happiness by telling him that he's been summoned by the Emperor. He anxiously thinks about what his father wants from him now. When the guards let him into another room of main palace, he is shocked to see that it's not an audience chamber, but might be the Emperor's room. When he enters the room and sees the Emperor, something falls in the pit of his stomach as he realizes that the Emperor is in the same condition his father was. Rushiel's past self is seen in the internet cafe, where he is found playing a game which he is losing constantly. This is making him quite irritated. His friend tells him that his phone is ringing constantly, but he says that he doesn't care about it. When the game is over, he finally decides to pick up the call. As soon as he does so, his expression changes to dread. He rushes, his tone frantic, and can't hold himself together when he sees his father on his deathbed. In the present time, he tries to move past his trauma and see his father in this state, but there's no time to indulge in such things as he needs to treat the Emperor. He diagnoses that the Emperor might have had a stroke because his muscles and nerve signals, which control the muscles of the body, are all over the place. Then he turns to the Emperor's doctor about his father's health condition. To his shock, the doctor informs him that the Emperor has been feigning since the previous night. He asks about the cause of the problem. The doctor informs him that it was because the Emperor was drunk the previous night after having dinner. So he suggested he take a rest. When he checked on him the next morning, the Emperor was already in this state. This information makes Rockhill angry because the doctor lost the golden hour for treatment, during which he could have controlled the Emperor's condition, which seems like the symptoms of a stroke. One thing he doesn't understand is why it happened in the first place, because the Emperor claimed to him that he had quit smoking and was taking care of his health. He then thinks about the story development after the Emperor's death, in which the second prince becomes the king. But now it will be him who will become the Emperor. who only has 200 days left to live. However, as emperor, he would have plenty of work to do, which doesn't allow him to treat patients, leading to his early death. He immediately tries to search for the cause of the stroke while hoping that it won't be because of cerebral hemorrhage. Basically, there are two types of strokes. One is caused by cerebral hemorrhage, which happens when a vein in the brain bursts. The other cause can be thrombosis and atherosclerosis, in which the aforementioned vein is blocked, which stops the oxygen from going to the brain. Cerebral hemorrhage has a higher chance of death. While diagnosing, he tensely hopes that it will not be a hemorrhage. Finally, a while ago, he confirms that it is ischemic, which is the lesser evil of the two. This condition paralyzes his father or makes him immobile, so now he needs to check which vein has been blocked while checking his veins. He is petrified to see that one of the blood clots doesn't seem natural because he can't see the lines of Zahn. It increases his tension as it's not natural to find such a clot there. He looks at his doctor suspiciously and decides to investigate this matter later, as he needs to further treat his father. For this purpose, he needs to move him to his clinic. At this moment, his thoughts are interrupted by the Archbishop. Rockhill introduces himself and asks whether his purpose is to be here to heal the Emperor. The Archbishop confirms it by adding that he is here to pray for him, but the Emperor's condition is quite critical for him to pray, much needed. He then starts his divine power as the prince had allowed him to see the effectivity of the divine power. He uses the acupoint scans and is shocked to see that the Emperor's cells are regenerating during this divine healing. He is glad to see that the cells are regenerating, as it is generally impossible to do so due to the damage of the brain cells. After finding the hope that he might save him, he starts to pray alongside the Archbishop. A while later, the Archbishop claims that he is done. He then checks his condition, and states that even though the blood cells have regenerated, they will die down eventually because the blood clot has not been removed. Now his top priority is to remove that clot. He contemplates which treatment he should adopt to do so. The most dangerous would be reperfusion injury, which is a condition in which blood flow is resumed in a part of the body that previously had ischemia. In this condition, the part that has ischemia takes the most damage because it worsens cell recovery. After concluding something, he orders Roberto to bring the palace mage. He then asks whether the prince has lightning magic in his mind, which he declines. Before the captain even takes a sigh of relief, the prince exclaims that he is going to freeze the emperor. After a while, the palace mage stands in front of the tense prince and emperor's doctor. Upon knowing what their crazy prince wants him to do, he is quite shocked. The mage is hesitant and tense, knowing this could endanger him, but Raquel seriously tells him that it's the same as what happened with George, so he needs to do it in order to save the emperor. Otherwise, his condition will worsen. To listen to him, he considers doing this but starts to suspect Rockhill, thinking he might be doing this in order to become emperor, but he brushes off this negative thought, as Raquel doesn't seem like someone who would be after power. All he has been doing all this time is treating patients instead of indulging himself in politics. Upon contemplating the matter, he decides to trust him and follow his instructions. When he supplies this to Rockhill, he thanks him while summoning Goosebumps. After getting some thorns from him and a Minotaur golden pill in his other hand, all he needs is Sacred Blessings magic. For this purpose, he turns to the Archbishop and asks him to use Sacred Blessings magic again for the next 4 hours. But the Archbishop apologizes while saying he can't do it because this kind of magic is only used once a month. Our boy regrets now, as he could have stopped the Archbishop from using it if he had known beforehand, so he asks him to teach him this magic. He is excited at the prospect of having this magic alongside his traditional medicine skills at his disposal, which will consequently help him gain more life bonus. On the other side, the Archbishop is quite excited to know that Rockhill wants to be a believer. He further explains that Rockhill needs to have faith and a sincere heart in order to acquire Sacred Blessings magic. After babbling about what Rockhill has to do, the Archbishop concludes that he needs to have faith for 30 years in order to learn the Sacred Blessings magic. Upon hearing this, Rockhill gives up the idea of learning this magic. Then he turns to his father in order to start the treatment. He makes his father sit down and starts his treatment because he needs to prevent the damage from reperfusion injury. So he will start to decrease his metabolic rate as much as he can. That will help reduce the amount of sudden changes in the cells and minimize the structural cell damage caused by the injury. Therefore, they need to lower the emperor's body temperature for this purpose. This is called hypothermia therapy, in which he will freeze his father's body in a way that will drop his body temperature, resulting in a decrease in the metabolic rate in his body. After checking that his heart rate and breathing have slowed down as well, he orders the mage to maintain the current temperature. He then turns to the medicine, which is a liquid form of golden Minotaur pills, and the thorns left by Goxium. Now he will start removing the blood clot, but there is no room for making mistakes. He starts the treatment and checks that the clot is dissolving, but he needs to move to the next acupoint as soon as possible before the other side takes damage. Then he aims for the Chengoi point, which is an acupoint at the start of the pulse. It changes the energy and blood flow from the Chengoi point and spreads throughout the stomach meridian. Everyone is stupefied to see how he is treating his dad. Unfazed by everyone's tension, he concentrates on the treatment. Now he checks patiently with his Akapo. Skin until his father's pulse is ready. He can see Manhwa spreading throughout his father's body. But he needs the blood flow directed toward the anterior inferior cerebellar artery. If too much blood flows at once on top of the reperfusion injury, the damaged walls of the brain cells will definitely burst. To avoid such damage, he needs to proceed with extra caution. He does it one more time, and detects small ripples of monoreaction. With that, he senses the blood flow slowing down to only 20%, which arouses hope in him. He has done his best, but now everything depends on the life force and fate of the Emperor. He just hopes it won't end like it did in his past life when he lost his father. He yearns to hold his father's warm hand one last time after his death. He doesn't want such regret once again. His thoughts are interrupted by the feeble voice of his father, thanking him for his effort. He sadly realizes he's not his father's real son, but still, he wants to do his best. So when the Emperor closes his eyes again, he wants him to rest without straining too much. He knows that he's at his own limit as well, so he steps outside to get some fresh air. On his way, a regret for not answering his father's call earlier also stirs in his heart. With a heavy heart, he feels content that, at least this time, he didn't repeat his past mistake. As it rains outside, he is crying for his father. After a good cry, he pulls himself together, knowing he's only passed one hurdle and needs to be prepared if there's another relapse. He decides to establish a rehabilitation plan if the Emperor faces more stress. Besides, he hopes his father will live at least 1 month longer, so he can use a sacred blessing magic to fully heal him. In this moment, his system informs him that, because of his unique treatment and dedication, he is now able to treat his father with the hope of further recovery. Not only this, but our guy also creates a record by introducing the concept of reperfusion injury to the Laurasia continent. After his discovery, this concept will be written for future generations of medical students. In this way, future medical students will resent him because they'll need to study for exams on this topic. Besides, he also obtains 121 GDP points. He feels glad to receive these unexpected rewards. His moment of contentment is interrupted by the royal doctor, who apologizes for his inability to treat the Emperor. Rikiel angrily orders the doctor's suspension because he fails to recognize the Emperor's condition and loses the golden hour due to his ignorance. So from now on, Rikiel will take care of his father himself. He then instructs his subordinates to stay close to his father since the doctor has proven incompetent. He orders them not to spread the news about the Emperor's health condition and tells them to stand by as the Emperor needs more rest. While looking at them, he thinks there are other reasons he can't trust them. The next morning, he wakes up to his subordinate approaching him and informing him that people outside the Emperor's room have somehow heard that the Emperor has caught a cold and is now resting. He thanks his subordinate, adding that he needs to complete his report. The subordinate then tells him that an envoy from the Amboise kingdom wants to meet the Emperor. He is flabbergasted to hear this news. Upon learning the news, he remembers what he reads in the novel. It is Amboise kingdom that leads to his imperial family's downfall. This kingdom, established for 150 years, grows stronger day by day and starts a great war in which his family will be caught up in the coming years. He doesn't understand the purpose of Mbause's envoy being there. His subordinate tells him that it is the Emperor who sends a summons to see that envoy 5 days ago. Hearing this, he concludes it must be because of Guinness. After expressing his suspicions to his subordinate, he has confirmed that it is indeed the case, as the Emperor wants this Guinness person to hold responsibility for what happens in Cremo. His subordinate suggests that he tell a little bit about the Emperor's health and send him back, which infuriates him. He sits down and contemplates the situation, realizing it won't look good if the envoy is sent back just because of a mere flu. People will talk and assume the Emperor's health is much worse. He needs to meet the envoy, as the situation could easily be exploited by the enemy country, which could wage war in the upcoming years. He deadpans that he is going to hold the meeting his way. The scene shifts to the guest room where the envoy is having tea. This person is furious at Guinness, who caused such havoc at Cremo and endangered the life of the crown prince. A situation that could easily lead to war. Fortunately, he's no ordinary person, but a diplomacy expert. Skilled in negotiation, he's confident that he can handle any fault thrown his way. He's ready for anything. His daydream of meeting the Emperor is interrupted by the crown prince, who apologizes for being late. The envoy is baffled to see the crown prince instead of the Emperor. However, he needs to remain calm. Meanwhile, the prince plans to tackle this problem with a balanced approach, knowing he needs to be polite. He then asks the envoy to have a seat. While preparing to steer the meeting into his area of expertise and take control from there, he needs to avoid the war at all costs, so the meeting starts. And before the poor envoy can say anything, the crown prince immediately exclaims with a cringe, worthy fake expression that the envoy doesn't seem in good health. The prince asks him to extend his left hand. The diplomatic expert is totally baffled by this out-of-the-blue request. He extends his hand anyway, and Rockhill concludes that he has a heavy head when waking up in the morning. He babbles about other minor health issues of the diplomat, which makes the situation awkward as the envoy wants him to release his hand and proceed with the meeting. However, while our guy is finding all these common health issues with the envoy, who understands what the crown prince is actually trying to do but still finds himself getting trapped in his scheme, he needs to meet the emperor as soon as possible. He thinks that he's there to show many negotiation cards to the emperor, but the crown prince's talk is going nowhere. Finally, finding no choice, he sternly reminds him that he is there to meet the emperor. Our dude impishly thinks that this person is disillusioned if he believes he can steer the conversation. But he is determined. He starts to say that he is an important person representing the Amboise kingdom, so how can they ignore the health issues of such a person? He says with fake sympathy that if the envoy loses consciousness during the meeting, it will ruin their reputation as an imperial family. He can't let that happen. He then steps closer and asks in a dangerous tone whether that should happen or not. And finding no choice, the envoy agrees with him. Rockhill gives him numbers of health advice, like quitting smoking and drinking and exercising for 30 minutes daily. At the end, he throws a bomb while saying that after doing this, he could avoid ending up like an emperor. This revelation startles the envoy, who asks about the well being of the emperor. The crown prince dramatically exaggerates how the emperor caught the flu because of the stress of managing the empire, which led him to increase the amount of smoking and drinking, and he ended up in bed. Now he's having a very hard time finding his appetite because of the flu. Upon hearing this, the envoy asks whether this is the reason the crown prince was sent here by him, which our dude confirms. He also adds that the emperor sends his apology for not attending the meeting and wants to rearrange it for a later time. To see the crown prince revealing all of this so honestly, the envoy concludes that he can't just find a fault. Besides, it was the crown prince himself who comes to apologize, who was very transparent with the situation. He understands the gravity of the situation, while knowing that he can't just lose higher hands if he doesn't accept the justification of the crown prince. While having a dilemma, he looks at the crown prince and concludes that he's not an ordinary person. In this moment, the crown prince whispers something in his ear, and then shows him something, which prompts a remark from the envoy about his consideration. At the end, it seems like the crown prince has just said something to the envoy, which becomes the last nail in the coffin. The envoy is quite happy to have a letter to pass to his king and leaves the palace. Damien, who witnesses the situation, asks about his method of convincing the envoy. The crown prince casually replies that the envoy has seen his sincerity of heart. Though his loyal bodyguard doesn't buy the excuse, knowing him too well, the crown prince then turns to Damien with an extra sweet and happy expression and informs him that he's going to appoint him a super secret operation. He tells him that he is going to admit the very important person in the traditional medicine clinic today. Damien is confused about which kind of patient can make him behave like this. He responds that it is the emperor, so he instructs him to go back to the side palace for this purpose. Damien asks whether he needs to ready his personal squad for emergency duty, which is met with an affirmative answer. Before moving ahead, he apologizes for interrupting Damien's training because of this new mission. But Damien shakes off his apology as his main priority is to protect the imperial family. Rockhill knows that after that fiasco at Cremo, Damien realized his weakness in the art of combat, and has been training vigorously since then. He knows the time will come soon when he will be the strongest person in this world, but not yet. His thought is interrupted by Damien, who informs him that he is going to the side palace for the preparations. He nods and turns to the opposite side of him. While on his way, Damien contemplates his training while knowing he is still not strong enough. His thoughts take a new path as he wonders what he will do once he surpasses his limits. On the other side, Rockhill prepares his father to be admitted to his clinic. He thinks that he can't let his father stay in a palace where he has doubts, as almost everyone seems to be scheming against the emperor. Besides, he needs to stay by his side to cure him until the archbishop is ready to perform the blessing magic. So he has to move him because if he stays there, people will suspect that the emperor might be seriously ill. While moving forward, he is heavily happy to begin preparations to receive another VIP patient in his clinic, knowing that the effects of his letter might show themselves soon. Meanwhile, in the Amboise kingdom, when someone informs the king about the arrival of Benjamin, he gets quite furious that he arrives that early, as it's not an easy feat to deal with the emperor. After greeting the king, Benjamin explains the situation in the Magentano as he couldn't meet with the emperor but with the crown prince. The scene flashes to the meeting of Benjamin with our guy, who tells him that the king should just be aware of the situation at Cremo. The envoy confirms that, so the crown prince throws a bomb as he wants Princess Adeline to stay in their county for 6 months. This request totally infuriates the envoy, who assumes that our boy wants the princess to be held hostage in their country. He knows they aren't going to do his bidding as they are a completely independent country rather than an empire's vassal state. Our boy grins, pleased to see his plan unfolding, as he has consumed a levoucher. Now he's lying about being interested in making a peaceful relationship with the Amboise kingdom. His system informs him that Benjamin will buy this lie. And now Benjamin believes the crown prince might be taking a liking to their princess. He first dreads the thought of the princess living beside him for 6 months and falling in love with him as well. Then he stops to contemplate the benefits of this situation, as it could lead to a powerful alliance through marriage. His greed accelerates to the extent that he wants to carve his name into history as someone who builds the foundation of a great empire, which will come as the result of the marriage between the Princess of Amboise and the Crown Prince of Magentano. He even daydreams of becoming the greatest diplomat in history. His daydream is broken by the angry voice of the King of Amboise, who shouts at him while asking how he dares to suggest something so infuriating, treating their country as one of their vassal states by agreeing to give the princess as their hostage. He even asks his envoy how he could stand silently after listening to their absurd request. But Benjamin, on the other hand, who totally believes in the lies of our hero, explains that it's a good suggestion for both countries to have a peaceful relationship with each other. However, the king shouts at him to stop his babbling, as negotiations with Magentano are thrown in the bin after his meeting with the Crown Prince. Benjamin then asks him to read the letter from the Crown Prince before concluding anything. Now, the king doesn't understand how on earth his diplomat, who always remains neutral, is siding with Rachel. As soon as he reads the letter, which might be enchanted by the live voucher, he also agrees to send his daughter to Rachiel. He believes in the grand ambitions of our dude and summons his daughter there. Everyone is quite curious and nervous to see him suddenly acting like this. The king sits down on his throne while thinking about Rachiel, who is famous for being sick. But when he looks at the letter, he is quite pleased to see that Rachiel wants the hand of his daughter. Obviously, it's a lie fabricated with the lie voucher. As soon as Adeline hears she has to stay at the Magentano Empire, she finds this request totally unjust. She protests, asking how he can agree to such a request. The king starts to say that she assumes he made this decision in haste without giving it much thought, which is why she doesn't want to accept his decision. Seeing the letter in her father's hand, she understands that the letter must contain some kind of blackmail against him, as they might have found his weakness, or it might be a threat. She really wants to know the content of that letter. The king again tries to console his daughter, saying that he is doing this for the good of their future and one day she will be grateful for his decision. But the princess is not convinced. However, the king doesn't hear any of her protests and asks her to move to Magentano from this moment for the next 6 months. The guards try to pull her toward the gate, but they can't because she is the smiling angel of Amboise. She earned this title not because of her kind and warm personality, but because of her great fighting skills. She starts to fight off the guards with a smiling face, which is a habit of hers. That is why she is called the smiling angel of her country. She crushes the guards into the wall and turns to her father, who is quite fearful of her now, along with his guards. But when she turns to her father, she finds herself trapped in a magical circle. The mages bind her with magical chains and cage her inside the carriage. This carriage is called the Dawn Horse Carriage, which will deliver the carriage to the destination by dawn. Yes, the princess's carriage is delivered at dawn, but after 10 days her subordinate suggests she walk with her head held high as the Princess of Amboise. And she agrees with him, as she is not going to show any weakness. She looks ahead at our guy with an annoying expression as she remembers seeing him as quite a sickly person, but he seems different now. Rachiel tries to welcome her warmly, but she introduces herself coldly without shaking his hand. He is disappointed to see this, as it always happens with him in Korea as well, when women have no interest in him on blind dates. He shakes off that thought as he has an important matter for now. He leads her to the dining table, where they settle down for breakfast. He tells her that he is going to show her the side palace, where she is going to stay for the next 6 months. While thinking, he plans to use Adeline to prevent the war from happening. He recalls what he read in the novel about the war, where Adeline was a healthy and strong princess who was wise enough to lead her country peacefully. But no one knew how she died early, and someone from the distant relatives of the king took the throne. This person was greedy for more power and waged war with Magentano, which resulted in disaster. He needs to keep her alive and help her ascend the throne in order to prevent this war from happening at its root. As far as he had read the novel, she might have had the disease of biliary atresia because of her gallstones. He remembers that the author of the novel also had the same disease. Now he has a plan to treat her through medicine and surgery. He then apologizes to the princess for her as she has started eating, acknowledging that it must be difficult for her to digest the food after a long journey. So he presents her with the special tonic by Garden. However, she misunderstands the medicine as poison and is infuriated by this gesture. Afterwards, she bangs her fist on the table, fur, seriously, and shouts, asking how dare they try to mock her like this. As a result of her banging on the table, it cracks all around the places. She further adds that it's not enough for him to bring her here against her will, as he starts to mock her as well. Rachiel supplies that he doesn't understand. She explains that for her, coming here is a huge decision for both her and the kingdom, which shocks him. At the end, she exclaims that she will just stay there for 6 months as per his order, but she won't do any more of his bidding. He tries to make peace by saying that she misunderstands something, but she interjects that it's not the case. He pauses and challenges her, saying that she's afraid, which leaves her petrified. With an irritated expression, she tries to say something, but he cuts her off by saying that he hasn't done anything wrong, but besides offering her a meal and medicine for her fatigue. Then he doesn't understand her reason to be afraid to leave the table. She's getting angrier, but he continues, saying that if she's afraid of him poisoning her, he asks Garden to bring the tonic to him as well, while gulping down the tonic in one go. He dares her to think that he, as the Prince of the Empire, is fool enough to poison her during an official meeting. Then he starts his melodrama by saying that he understands she has been scared. He's playing a trick on her, knowing that she despises people who are scared and hates being called one. She takes the bait and sits down in the chair while ordering Garden to bring the medicine. But she has a condition, as she will consume his medicine only once. He comments that first she should have the medicine before making any decision. She looks at the tonic and thinks that however she sees it, she only sees poison when looking at it. But she gathers courage and gulps the tonic in one go. It tastes awful. Then Rockhill offers her the candy, as is the tradition to have this after consuming the bitter medicine. He adds that it has a plum flavor. The princess salivates at the sight of the candy, but her pride stops her from taking it. She finally takes it, and the guy offers her the great flavored one as well. She feels like this sweet taste like heaven, but she gathers her pride, stands up from her place, and adds that she's done with the medicine and dessert and would like to leave. He questions if she's going already. She retorts that there's any reason for her to stay there. He answers negatively while adding that she will be guided to her room by the Lord Chamberlain. On her way to her chamber, she wishes that she does not want to see him during these 6 months. Later, Adeline is seen exercising with her knights, and is very happy with the results of today's exercise. When she turns to her knights, they all seem quite tired. She asks them why they're tired because she doesn't feel any fatigue. Her knight answers that it's because they've traveled for 10 days, nothing else. His statement makes her think about why she's not feeling that fatigue at all, unlike her knights. Suddenly she realizes that it might be because of the tonic she had consumed, but she doesn't want to admit that it's the case. Suddenly, the children and old people going to a particular area of the side palace catch her eye. She assumes that they can't be the workers of the side palace. They look sick and are heading towards the direction of the crown prince. Curiosity gets the better of her, and she follows these patients to see what's the matter. Then she spots the crown prince, who is prescribing to the patient about his illness and telling them to avoid oily food and alcohol. He is giving the patients further instructions and heading in the same direction she is in. She immediately hides herself in sighs and relief as she is saved. But at this moment, Rockhill comes out of nowhere and asks her what her purpose is to be here. She doesn't understand what to say. He adds that this is the consultation room and she needs to fill out the papers to be here. Then he seriously asks her whether she is lined up in the queue properly, but she doesn't understand anything which he is saying. He then seriously reveals that this is the place where they tend to their patients without any bias, so she needs to follow protocols to get here, just like anyone else. Then he seriously orders her to start by filling out the consultation paper and wait in line. After 2 hours, she is in front of him, gathering as much indifference as she can while showing him the consultation paper. Our guy knows that she will do it. Meanwhile, she expresses that she is not some biased person who would abuse her authority. He expresses his delight that she is there, as he himself wanted her to be examined. She is confused to hear his statement. Then he finally turns to her and deadpans whether she has never been curious about the real reason he brought her here. This statement makes her think about his original reason for bringing her here, because she initially thought it was to humiliate her because of what happened in Cremo. On the other hand, he is quite smug to see that contemplative expression on her face before he wants her to realize her symptoms by herself. In his imagination, he sees Gordon telling Damien that he had a crazy money kind of illness, which he had declined because he didn't find himself ill. But the next morning, he fell down in a pool of blood, so it is necessary for her to realize the symptoms by herself. Because if he approached the topic of treating her out of nowhere, she wouldn't cooperate. Then he deadpans that she will die in 2 years, which leaves a terrified expression on her face. She nervously tells him that it feels like he's cursing her. But he lies to her, saying that they know this truth because of the intelligence department of the imperial family, which knows everything, even about the royal family of Amboise. So they detect the early symptoms of the serious illness in her that will cause her death. After listening to all of this nonsense, she is quite furious, as she was about to see him in a new light after witnessing how he treats patients. But she doesn't expect him to throw this kind of ridiculous joke at her. She shouts whether he is mocking her. He tries to reason with her, saying that his only intention is to treat her illness. To sense her doubt, he suggests that he will prove it to her. With that, he summons Bobok and asks if he is going to give it some task while adoring his summon. She, on the other hand, is quite shocked to see that he has summoned a monster. He then introduces both of them to each other while adding to Adeline that Bobok analyzes the medicine at his clinic. But today it is going to perform a different task. Now he is going to perform an acupoint scan with the help of his summon. 3 days ago, he was lying on his bed while feeling quite exhausted because of his irregular sleep pattern. His large intestine was complaining and revolting against him along with the other organs. They want him to have a good night's sleep. He informs his organs about the arrival of the princess in 3 days, while wanting to express his concern. But they don't let him finish as they think that he is going to propose to her. With the excitement of the expected wedding, the large intestine even grants him 1,000 HP. But as soon as he explains that he doesn't intend to marry her but wants to cure her, The intestine immediately wants a refund. He then blackmails them while saying that if they want him to let them sleep, they should help him sort out his problem, as he wants the princess to realize her symptoms and believe that she is ill. After thinking for a while, his heart gives him a suggestion to level up his pulse reading skill. Liver explains that he could show her health report to the princess through the pulse reading skill. He doesn't understand how he can show it to her. He checks his pulse reading skill and finds 2500 HP there as well. He can level up his skill by consuming his HP. He has purchased the next level, but after reading the description, he decides to level it up a little more. He keeps leveling up until he reaches level 10. By acquiring this skill, now he can not only read the pulse, but also show it to his patient as well. Not only this, he has also unlocked another skill in which he can show the test results to the patient on the external screen. Back in the present, he shows the external screen on which the image of the princess's gallbladder is displayed. She doesn't believe in him, so he tells her to press her stomach, and when she does so, there is movement in the picture. It makes her believe that it is indeed her gallbladder. He states that he understands, as it must be surprising for her to see her internal organ, but she is sad now, understanding the gravity of the situation she is in. Meanwhile, he explains to her that the gallstone inside her will eventually block her bile duct. In this way, the bile that's supposed to pass through her bile duct to her duodenum will go to her liver. From there, her liver, spleen, and pancreas will start to deteriorate. In the last, he deadpans that she needs to be treated to avoid this. She, however, asks him his reason for treating her. He explains that she is the master key to maintaining peace between the imperial and royal families, so he wishes her to become a queen and be healthy to lead her country. She then asks him his method of treatment if she agrees to it. With that, he is going to punch her. But she catches his hand in the middle and breaks it. He yells at her, saying that he was just going to show her his treatment method. She doesn't understand what kind of treatment method it is. He then punches his stomach and tells her that she has to do it. She doesn't understand how this treatment will work, as it seems like a plan to kill her. Unbeknownst to her doubt, he further asks whether she can discharge mana while punching herself, to which she answers affirmatively. He then starts to explain about the external impact wave, which is a kind of treatment he will be using to treat her gallstone. As she discharges mana from her fist, he will guide that mana with the help of Azarhan Core technique. She doesn't understand what he is talking about. Rockhill, who has already practiced this technique with Damien, explains further that when she discharges mana toward her stomach, he will guide that mana directly to the gallstone inside her gallbladder. In this way, he can remove the gallstone from her gallbladder. She asked him to let her go after the treatment if he wants her to comply with the treatment, which he agrees to. She is shocked to see that he agrees to her demand so easily. He replies that once she is treated, he wouldn't have any reason to keep her there. On the other hand, she is stunned, as she had assumed she would be stuck there. Unbeknownst to her thoughts, he offers her to go to another consultation room as there is a crowd there. Inside the other room, he demands that the princess show her back to him, so that he can examine the location and size of the gallstone, and she complies. After checking her up, he asks her to clench her fist and place it on her stomach. After doing this, it is time for her to hit her stomach. He asks her to shape her mana into a sharp needle when she is discharging it into her fist to her stomach. He asks whether she can focus on one point, which he answers affirmatively. She finally hits her stomach, but is amazed to feel that it doesn't hurt at all, as it feels like the gallstone has gone from her stomach to somewhere else. Then he asks her to see the CT scan image of her gallbladder, where the gallstone is now cracked. He tells her that she is doing well, so she needs to do it again. After trying multiple times, he stops her as her gallstone has completely crumbled down. Rockhill, who is tired, still praises her for doing well, which brings a smile to her face. He then concludes the treatment, saying that the crumbled gallstone will be discharged from her body naturally. She is baffled to hear it, as she assumes that there is one more stone to break. But when she turns to him, he looks like a ghost. Now she realizes that the mana she discharged was absorbed by him. She shakes him vigorously while asking about his well-being. He tells her that he is fine while thinking that her mana is stronger than he expected. To see his condition, she asks his purpose for pushing himself to his limit. He weakly replies that it's because she is his patient. She doesn't understand. But he again emphasizes that as long as she is receiving the treatment, she will be his patient, which stuns her. Then he weakly adds that he needs to rest before he faints, while she tries to call for him. After a while, our guy is sleeping on his bed when Garden checks on him. He informs Adeline that he is alright, as he has neither a fever nor breathing problems. Adeline asks about the cause of him not waking up yet. He answers that it is because his body is naturally weak, and on top of that, he pushed it to its limit. She tries to apologize for it, but Garden shakes his head, adding that Rockhill had told him in advance that he might faint, so she shouldn't think too much about it. Seeing her confused expression, he explains that it is a common occurrence for our guy to put others before himself. Garden also expresses his worry about his master in this regard. Listening to everything, her sharp edges soften as she realizes she was too shallow not to trust someone as good-hearted as Rockhill. Seeing her response, his system informs him that although his actions were purely selfish, His devotion deeply affects his patient's heart. Not only this, his act of sincerity and devotion will bring a positive change in the future, possibly referring to the prevention of war. Now he has formed a patient-doctor bond without a line, as she will no longer question her medical treatment in the future. With a soft expression, she holds his hand. Seeing this, his organs try to stop her, believing she is deceived by him. At the same time, his intestine grants him 1500 HP for his actions. Meanwhile, Garden also notices her holding Raquel's hand, and a green light appears above his head as a sign of a possible relationship between Adeline and Raquel. When Raquel is well rested, he meets her and she immediately asks about his well-being. He answers that he was fine to begin with, and asks what he said before fainting. She tries to tease him, adding how emotional he became, while saying that she is now his patient. Embarrassed, he stops her from saying anything further. He then informs her that he will spend his afternoons treating her as he is rested. He is also determined not to lose consciousness this time. She also expresses her trust in him, saying that if he says the gallstone needs to be removed, she will trust his judgment and treatment from now on. She thanks him afterward, which embarrasses him once again as he did this for his own goals. Afterward, he is seen treating Adeline numerous times, using the Azrahan core technique to absorb the external mana impact. As a result, he not only levels up his Azrahan core, but also expands his slots. After a few days, he successfully destroys 15 gallstones and looks like a carcass as a result. Now he is at level 6 in the Azrahan core technique, with 15 liters of space in his mana slot. He thanks her for her cooperation, mentioning that only one gallstone remains to be destroyed. He adds weakly that her mana impact is very powerful to begin with. She responds that she feels awful hearing this. He replies that she should be thankful to him instead. Hearing this, she misunderstands as she is thinking that he wants a reward for his actions. But he clarifies that what he really wants is for her kingdom not to start a war with theirs. Hearing this, her expression changes, and he asks, why is that? She explains that she's never met anyone like him in her entire life. He doesn't understand her subtle meaning and takes his leave as he has a patient to discharge. The said patient is none other than his father. They are in a separate room where he has also brought the Archbishop to perform sacred blessing magic. The next moment after receiving the blessing, the Emperor sits up. He asks for a piece of paper as he doesn't have much strength to speak. After reading the contents of the paper, he is completely stunned. The Emperor asks which date he chose to go with the princess, while mentioning that he heard about him visiting her while he was lying in bed. On the other side, the prince doesn't understand a thing his father is implying. His father reveals that he is talking about the Princess of Ambuas. He starts to say that he doesn't know what he told the envoy of Amboy to convince him to send their princess here, but it is irresponsible on his part to proceed with the matter of marriage without any consultation when he is going to be emperor one day. Now our dude thinks about everything, how everyone in the palace looks at them and realized that everyone assumes that there must be something going on between them. He contemplates this for a moment and concludes that bringing up the matter of a non-existent war would be an absurd idea. So he exclaims that the emperor is right about his mischief, as he has taken advantage of his condition by bringing the princess here, only for him to be rejected by her in the end. The emperor is furious to hear that he was rejected after going to such lengths, and he dramatically tells the archbishop to heal him again. On the other hand, our guy is trying to slip away before his father's lecture gets underway. Before he can get away, his father catches him and gives him a long lecture about his responsibilities as crown prince. Meanwhile, the emperor's subordinates notice that his right nostril is twitching slightly, meaning the scolding is just a pretense, which means that he is, in fact, proud of his son. Our boy just wants this drama to end, since he isn't even the emperor's son to deserve such warm treatment. To wrap it up, he tells his father that he understands everything and now needs to take his leave, as his patient is waiting for him. The emperor allows him to go. Before leaving, he reminds his father again to be careful, mentioning that someone tried to kill him, so he needs to stay extra cautious. And the emperor agrees. Meanwhile, a knight from Amboise is rushing toward the Magentano Empire to inform the princess about the current situation in her country. Inside the side palace, our boy is complaining to his patient that he was beaten 500 times, which means that he always fainted from the force of Princess Adeline's mana during her treatment. On the other hand, she insisted on one more hit so they could finally finish this off. He agrees with her, and at last, he has guided her mana to destroy her gallstone. This time, finally they've done it. His system congratulates him on withstanding those 5 home, 1 external man of shockwaves. As a result, he has awakened the Azarhan martial technique known as Indestructible. According to this technique, he can become indestructible for 5 minutes each day. His exhausted organs are thrilled to gain that skill, and grant him 2200 HP. He then turns to the princess and informs her that she can't relax yet because her treatment isn't over. He realizes that if she developed a gallstone at such a young age, she could easily develop another one. He then asks Garden to bring in Jinho decoction, which she needs to take consistently for 2 weeks. He also needs to check if her body will tolerate it well. At this moment, he gains a life bonus for successfully saving the princess's life. Beyond that, he has done it for peace, so she could ascend the throne and prevent war. He is happy while thinking that he might finally enjoy a life of riches, but destiny seems determined to keep him on his toes. Just then, a messenger bursts through the door to inform him that Adeline received a message from her hometown. To their horror, he informs them that Jibilian, a cadet royal from the kingdom's western region, has declared rebellion against the country. That man believes the current royal family is weak, given they surrendered to the crown prince's absurd demand to send the princess there. Our boy is quite depressed to hear that this has happened despite all his efforts to prevent it. Meanwhile, the princess asks about the current situation. The messenger replies that the war has already started and that the central army is trying to establish a defense at the Valo fortress. As a result, more soldiers than expected are injured with high casualties. Upon hearing this, the devilish side of our hero immediately feels excited to treat those injured soldiers as a way to extend his life. He even gains 100 HP for his wild idea from his organs. He knows that what's happened is beyond his control. The main thing he can do now is take advantage of the situation. With this thought, he turns to the princess and dramatically expresses his sorrow over the events in her country. He grants her permission to return to her homeland, but insists on going with her so he can heal the injured soldiers as the army doctor. Hearing his words, she thanks him sincerely, which embarrasses him. To shake off the feeling, he tells her to prepare for their departure. The scene shifts to the army camp, where a carriage has just stopped, and a very fat man steps out while complaining about how shabby the place is. It is revealed that this chubby person is none other than our crown prince, Rakiel, who is missing the comfort of his luxurious carriage. Beside him stand his two trusted men, Damien and Garden. Garden still insists that he go back to his empire, but when he calls him Your Highness, Rakiel warns him to use his new identity by calling him Young Master Rion. The scene flashes back to a few days earlier, when they had completed their preparations for departure. The princess sees Rakiel enter the room in the disguise of Ryan Belkin. When he tells her to move, she questions his identity, not recognizing him in his disguise. When he replies that he is the crown prince, she doesn't believe him and asks the guard to arrest him. He finally convinces her by reminding her about their treatment sessions, a detail known only to the two of them, and she immediately recognizes that he is indeed the crown prince. Garden also comes up behind him, affirming to the princess that he is indeed the crown prince. Argot reveals that this new identity is granted to him by his father. It is revealed that he goes to his father to ask for permission to go to Amblaz. He informs him about the ongoing civil war in Amboise and expresses his intention to infiltrate their military operation under the guise of a military doctor. The emperor asks him what he hopes to gain by helping Amboise soldiers. He answers that he can observe their military tactics, command structure, and administration while staying in the safe zone as a doctor. Now, the emperor's nostril is twitching, which is a clear sign of his pride for his son. He knows his father will allow him to go, as he truly enjoys putting his son to the test. He tells everything to the princess, while adding that he transformed his appearance with the help of the palace mage, which is only an illusion. She also checks his documents, which identify him as a fallen noble with medical training with top score. On their way to Amboy, Damien asks about the clinic that both Garden and Rakiel are leaving behind. Garden informs him that Agnes is well trained to run the clinic for a few months, as they have spread the rumor that Rakiel is sick and needs rest. Noticing Damien's expression, Garden asks what's on his mind. He expresses concern about whether Agnes is receiving bonus pay for the extra duty hours, which makes Garden break into a sweat. Meanwhile, he's thinking that being a doctor isn't an easy feat. Finally, after a few days, they reach Amboy, and with Adeline's help, he is assigned to the rear camp for the wounded. Before heading to his duties, he hands Adeline the recipe for engine hotang and instructs her to take it regularly. When they enter the camp for the wounded, he's surprised to find no other medics besides himself. Afterwards, he's horrified by the condition of the soldiers. A man responsible for caring for the injured soldiers asks about their identity, as he assumes that they are superior officers. Rakiel introduces himself as the military physician, but the caretaker shows ignorance regarding his arrival. He then asks the caretaker about the current situation of the camp, and the caretaker indifferently replies that everyone inside is dead. He even glances inside to see if anyone is alive. Hearing this, Rakiel demands an explanation. The caretaker, as heartless as he seems, explains that they need to make space for the next batch of injured soldiers, and the only way to do so is when the injured who occupy the camp die. He even complains about how bothersome it is to clear the bodies. Rakiel doesn't like this one bit, as there's no way he's getting any life bonus from this situation. So he asks the caretaker to bring him to the commander of the camp. Meanwhile, the said commander is enjoying wine in his luxury tent. When someone suddenly tries to strike him, he luckily dodges the attack and turns to face his assailant. It turns out to be Damien and Rakiel. Damien asks if he should beat the man up. Rakiel responds to make it worth 2 months' salary without killing him. With that, Damien starts beating the commander constantly, while the commander tries to reason with them and claiming that he is the head officer in charge of the camp. However, Rakiel reveals his documents, which states that he is an undercover royal inspector sent here to take the commander down. The battalion commander is taken aback by the revelation that Ryan is none other than the undercover inspector. Our guy again emphasizes his role as the righteous royal inspector and doctor assigned to deal with corrupt officers. The sudden display of righteousness doesn't sit well with Damien, who taunts calmly that if that's the case, then why is he the one really dealing with it? Rachel snaps back that it's what he's paid for, which shuts Damien up immediately. He then reveals official documents that grant him complete authority over the military's wounded camp, personally authorized by Princess Adeline. Province, however, desperately asks about his supposed crime, pretending to be innocent. His act of obliviousness clearly infuriates our boy, who grabs his collar and accuses him of managing the wounded camp in such a poor way. Angrily, he throws him to the ground and immediately orders Damien to take him away, which Damien complies with. After a while, when Damien returns, Ryan asks whether Provence protested while being taken away. Damien replies that he remained unexpectedly calm, though worried about his ruined career. Damien then expresses concern about him beating the commander so harshly. Reichel answers that he has no choice but to beat some sense into Provence. People like him only think about themselves and let the world rot if it suits their needs. Under Provence's command, all the wounded are likely to die. At last, he darkly adds how Provence turned the wounded camp into a morgue. Hearing this, Damien stares at him in silence, which makes Raquiel question his actions. With a soft expression, he brushes off the question and instead asks about their next course of action. Rachel orders him go ahead as they are going to meet Garden for this purpose. After a while, the three of them are in a camp. Rockhill is quite worried about the current situation, as this world is still in the 17th or 18th century, where no sufficient medical care exists for the wounded compared to his previous world. He can't just leave things as they are. Turning to his right-hand man, he orders him to first categorize the wounded according to the priority of their treatment. He also needs to replace the old camp supplies with high-quality ones and keep an eye on hygiene and logistics, which his man immediately agrees to. Just then, they are interrupted by a man who rushes in with an injured soldier. Rukial immediately moves to the patient's side and observes his condition. He finds 2 arrows lodged in his forearm, and in one in his torso, the soldier's condition is quite bad. Not because the wounds are fatal, but because treatment was delayed. He wasn't given proper care immediately, and the moldy bandages he has worn for 2 days worsened the infection. Though his wounds are not deadly, poor treatment has pushed him to a condition where saving him is nearly impossible. He then turns to Garden for advice. The doctor advises immediate surgery. Raquel now realizes that bringing this doctor along was the right decision, since Raquel himself lacks surgical experience. He hopes to overcome this flaw and expand his medical knowledge with the Garden's help. He recommends that Garden perform the surgery right away. The doctor is ready with his tools, but when he takes out a blade from his bag, Raquel can't believe his eyes. Garden explains that it's a scalpel used during amputations to cut through skin and muscle, which immediately panics our guy, unbothered by Raquel's reaction. Garden even shows him a bone saw, explaining that it's used to cut through tough human bones to complete limb amputations as quickly as possible. Garden adds that the faster he performs these cuts, the less pain and bleeding the patient will suffer. Before Garden can show more of his horrifying tools, Raquel quickly asks about anesthesia. At first, Garden doesn't understand the word, but then realizes it refers to something that can reduce the patient's pain. For that purpose, doctors of this time mix high-potency rum with opium to numb the patient during surgery. Then he proudly brags about how he personally prefers vodka over rum because of its better taste. Looking at the heinous surgical tools laid out before him, Raquel asks what kind of surgery Garden is planning to perform. Garden replies that he is going to conduct an arm amputation. Hearing this, Ruchil immediately tells him to hold his horses, saying that there's no way he's allowing such an operation. He knows that no matter what, he can't let his patient die. The first thing he does is assess the patient's condition. The wounds are infected and the high fever is dangerously threatening his life. Besides, the patient doesn't have enough immunity or strength to endure surgery and survive. For this reason, he needs to find a replacement for anesthesia. He considers using the nerve disruption technique he once used on Agnes, but quickly rejects the idea because it can't completely eliminate pain. Then he thinks about Kuzman's poison, but it's far too risky to apply. Frustrated, he grits his teeth. At that moment, his internal organs jump in to help him. They taunt him to either let the patient endure the pain or find a way to reduce it during surgery. The stomach then suggests he awakens a new skill using all the HP he has earned so far. His internal organs even donate 100 HP to cheer him up, bringing his total to 4,900. Left with no choice, our guy knows this isn't the time to hoard HP as this dire situation calls for a new skill. He begins checking the available skills. After browsing through several options, he spots a strange one called My Hands Are Healing Hands. When he opens the description, he discovers that this skill allows him to assist in alleviating the patient's pain. He realizes that he's found the perfect skill, almost like cheating for himself, which makes the others around him think he's gone mad under pressure. Still, he chooses the skill, which will let him reduce the patient's pain with the effect of anesthesia whenever he softly strokes the patient's body. The effect will grow stronger as the skill levels up in the future. He can't believe that all he needs to do is stroke the body to anesthetize the patient. He turns to his right hand man and reveals that he's found a solution for anesthesia and they must prepare for surgery. Garden happily complies. Then he faces the patient and asks his name. The man answers that he's Private Die-Off. Dracula assures him they are going to treat him. Die-Off fears they'll cut off his arm, but Rockhill repeats that this isn't the case. Die-Off insists he's a positive man and would be okay if they cut his arm, but Rockhill stresses they aren't going to do that. Still, Die-Off keeps babbling about losing an arm or a leg. Having had enough, Rakiel warns him to shut up or he will definitely cut him down. He tells Garden to get ready for surgery because he's going to use the anesthesia. Then, awkwardly coughing, Rakiel starts singing "My Hands Are Healing Hands," which leaves the people around him visibly traumatized. He chants and the skill begins to process. But because of his insincerity, it fails to activate. His eyes narrow in anger at the freaking system. He grits his teeth, determined to sing it right this time. With that, he starts his singing once again. And finally, the skill activates. The patient's pain begins to subside. Even the patient is in awe that he no longer feels pain in his side. Rockhill continues singing, and the patient tells him that although it aches a little, it doesn't hurt the way it did before. Hearing this, Rockhill grows more enthusiastic and keeps singing. Now it's time to check whether the anesthesia is working. To test it, he pinches the patient's injured area, and when the patient doesn't react, it means the pain has successfully subsided. He gives Garden the green signal that it's time to start the surgery. Their first step is to clean the wounds and restitch the poorly closed injury on the patient's side, which Garden immediately does. After a while, they successfully treat the wounds on the patient's torso and remove the arrows. Now it's time to treat his arm, so Rockhill begins chanting again to anesthetize it. The patient looks worried, fearing his arm will be cut off. Rockhill understands that his skill alone can't relieve the anxiety of someone going through surgery, as it can only numb the pain. He keeps chanting while ordering his subordinate to start treating the wound, assuring the patient that he's not going to cut anything. The next moment, he's surprised to see My Hands Are Healing Hands level up to the second level. With that, his pain reduction ability now equals 20% localized anesthesia. He keeps chanting, pinches the wound, and when the patient doesn't react, he realizes how effective the level up is. He signals Garden to begin the surgery. As the surgery continues, Rukiel watches Garden work and feels truly impressed by his surgical skill. He notices that Garden's precise movements must come from a specialized technique, and now he understands how Garden became a royal palace physician at such a young age. Meanwhile, the onlookers are in quiet awe of Rockhill's skill, how he managed to make their friend's pain disappear with just his bare hands. As Garden stitches the wound, the patient feels no pain at all. In that moment, everyone recognizes that Rakiel is no ordinary physician and start calling him the miracle military physician. After a while, the surgery ends. Rockfield turns to the patient and asks about his experience, and the man gratefully agrees that it didn't hurt. However, Rikiel warns him that the real treatment starts now. He instructs him to take herbal medicine once the supplies arrive in 2 days. Die-Off, however, is taken aback by his physician's kindness. Usually he's treated as a burden, someone who can't fight on the battlefield anymore and just consumes precious resources. But Rakiel firmly tells him that a physician doesn't need a reason to treat his patients. It's his duty as a military physician to heal the injured soldier, no justification required. Hearing this, the patient bursts into tears and gives him a heartfelt thank you. Our sly hero, of course. Does this partly to earn a little extra credit? Though his friends are genuinely moved by his words, he dismisses the patient, instructing him to get some rest. As he's about to leave the camp, his internal organs applaud him for not needing a lie ticket for his latest trick. Having moved his patient and comrades with his words, his story spreads across the camp as a heartwarming tale. He's soon celebrated as a saint, remembered as the man who restored the wounded soldiers' camp. The system rewards him with 5,000 HP for his achievement, raising his total to 5,400. 2 days pass. During this time, he performed several emergency surgeries with Garden. His reputation grows rapidly, and admiration for him spreads among everyone. Raising his GPD points to 98, his skill, My Hands Are Healing Hands, also levels up to the 3rd level, allowing him to use brachial plexus anesthesia. Excited, he looks forward to finally being able to anesthetize an entire arm. He knows this world isn't modern, where a simple ointment could treat wounds easily, but here, infections can quickly lead to amputation. During one surgery, he hears Gordon desperately call for a leg amputation. But Rakiel refuses. He knows that to stop soldiers from losing their limbs, they must create conditions to fight infection and develop proper treatment methods. While chanting his skill's name, he tells Garden to start cleaning and closing the wound, as he already has something in mind. During this moment, he recalls a chapter from the Sword Emperor novel, where elves possessed unique medicine and treatment methods for antibiotics. The surgery continues without any amputation, as Rockhill hopes to get his hands on that elven antibiotic medicine soon. After finishing, he asks both his subordinates to step outside for a discussion. He first turns to Garden and instructs him to maintain proper hygiene in the camps. For this purpose, he must replace everything from bedding to the clothes used by the injured soldiers with new ones. Garden, confused, asks if he's going somewhere. Rakil confirms that he's leaving with Damien, which makes poor Garden cry in frustration at being left alone again. With soldiers from the 6 kingdoms assigned by Adeline and a local guide leading the way, the group heads deep into the forest. Their guide, a boy named Timap, lives nearby and knows the terrain well. Damien, however, remains skeptical. He quietly questions whether our boy actually knows where he's going. Rakil calmly assures him that he has read about this place in a book. Damien is still skeptical. Our boy asks if he really remembers the title of every book he reads. Damien, though unconvinced, decides to drop the subject. As they move deeper into the forest, Damien points out that they are venturing dangerously close to monster territory, and worse, possibly nearing the Apollos' nest, when he notices a strange blue creature nearby. Rakil answers him ambiguously, which only heightens everyone's unease. Finally, Rakil explains that they do, in fact, need to cross through the Apollos' nesting area, before anyone can panic. He adds nonchalantly that the Apollos are gentle creatures and that as long as no one provokes them, they'll be fine. He even teases Damien, asking if he doesn't know such basic common knowledge. Everyone breathes a little easier after that, assuming Rakil must be logical and not reckless enough to mess with Apollos. Their relief, however, doesn't last long because moments later, Rakil casually announces his next move, that he plans to kidnap the Apollos Queen. Everyone freezes in horror, realizing that their logical leader has just declared open provocation against the most dangerous beings in the forest. Inside the internal organs realm, the heart mocks our boy for bragging about kidnapping the queen, and the other organs burst into laughter, sensing the complete lack of morals in their vessel. They collectively throw 100 HP at him in disapproval. Hearing this, he doesn't even flinch or admit defeat. He knows that if he had revealed his plan to his companions earlier, they would have either refused to join him or forced him to return to camp. Looking at his companions' expressions, he knows their reaction is justified. Still, he also knows that he desperately needs antibiotics, which can only be extracted from the secretion kept by the Queen of the Apollos, substances rich in antibiotic properties. With this, he can save countless soldiers from amputations. Hoping for the best, but reading the dismay on his companions' faces, he decides to discuss the issue with them. Damien immediately voices his concern, asking whether he even realizes how dangerous this is. Even the harmless Apollos are powerful monsters who turn vicious if their nest is threatened, let alone when someone tries to kidnap their queen. Rakil admits that he knows the risks. Gesturing to his sword, Damien demands how he can still insist on going through with this, knowing how perilous it is. Having served under him long enough, Damien knows Rakil's reckless tendencies, but this time he's certain the man has crossed the line. Hearing that, Rakil nervously plays innocent. Damien presses again, demanding to know who exactly is going to kidnap the Queen Bee, because whoever does it will be constantly assaulted by the Apollos. Everyone around hopes silently that Rakil won't assign the suicidal task to them. Pointing toward his sword, Damien asks if Rakil plans to do it himself. Rakil casually replies that he's planning for Damien to do it, which makes Damien shout in disbelief. Our hero calmly assures him that he won't let him get hurt, as he already has a plan to safely extract him. Damien clearly doesn't buy it. Then Rakil summons Gossam and begins explaining his plan. First, they'll approach the Apollos' nest. Damien will attack the nest to provoke the Apollos, making them swarm outside. Meanwhile, Gossam will eat the red sunflower to transform into a giant, while Damien will counter-attack. To protect himself from the Apollos' strikes, Damien can hide within the spikes of a gigantic creature during battle, spikes tough enough to withstand their assaults. While chaos unfolds, Rakil will silently slip in and kidnap the queen. Damien points out that even if everything goes smoothly, the Apollos will not stop chasing him and go see him afterward. Rakil admits that's true, but adds that he has a plan to stop them by setting fire to their nest. Damien freezes at the revelation, staring at him in disbelief. Rakil, completely unfazed, tells him to get moving since the plan is clear, thinking about Rakil's ruthlessness. Damien mutters that he knows what his commander really intends by fire, not to mention they're in an already dangerous place. To finally shut his bodyguard up, Rakil promises to give him a special reward, which successfully silences him. Meanwhile, the other soldiers pray that Rakil won't do anything too reckless that might endanger their lives, or at least that even if danger comes, their miracle physician will somehow save them. That hope, perhaps, is the only reason they still follow him into the Apollos' nest. After a while, they finally reach the Apollos' nest. Staring at the enormous structure, Damien grimly thinks that no special bonus can ever compensate for this kind of danger. Meanwhile, our boy comes prepared with a precaution, as they've already masked their scent with wildflowers to avoid being detected by the Apollos. Even so, the soldiers accompanying him are visibly tense at the sight of the massive nest. To win against them, Rakil knows he must first study their movement patterns and then strike with precision. For now, he waits for Damien and Gossam to make their move. They prepare to start the plan, but before they can do anything, the Apollos suddenly begin to swarm toward them, which is completely unexpected. Everyone immediately ducks low into the tall grass. Raquel whispers sharply to Damien, asking if he got them caught because of his clumsiness. Damien insists he was hiding perfectly and argues that there's no point wasting time now as they need to come up with a new strategy fast. To counter the situation, our boy quickly formulates a new plan, hit them hard, then run. Damien is far from pleased with this reckless idea, but realizing they have no other option. He begins channeling his mana. The air around him crackles as mana bursts violently from his body. As his doctor, Raquel instantly senses the instability in Damien's mana flow. It's dangerously erratic. If it reverses, it could destroy him from within. He whispers shouts at his bodyguard to stop immediately. But Damien ignores him, eyes locked on the sky. Then, to Raquel's shock, Damien raises his weapon and channels his mana upward, straight at the massive swarm of Apollos overhead. The next moment, Raquel spots something even more terrifying. A much larger version of the Apollos emerging from above. He has no idea what this new creature is, only that it's killing the smaller Apollos in a frenzy. Before he can even make sense of it, the monstrous species turn their fury downward, descending straight toward them. For a moment, Raquel thinks the creature is going to attack him, but the next moment it strikes the Apollos instead. Terrified for his life, he clings to Damien, who shields him. Watching the huge beasts slaughter the Apollos, he realizes that it's a straight massacre. He asks their guide about them, and the boy tells him in a serious tone that these creatures are Vesparos, monstrous wasps that feed on Apollos and can kill thousands in one strike. Before the guide finishes, Raquel orders everyone up. They've been spotted. For a heartbeat, the men are too stunned to move. Then panic seizes them as the giant insects lock onto their position, and they all start to run for their lives. While running, Raquel desperately asks Damien if they have any chance to escape. Damien, furious, snaps that Raquel is the reason they're in this mess. He reminds him they need the Queen Lava to save the patients, and insists this isn't for Rachel's benefit, words Rachel smooths over with his silver tongue. Damien, assessing the surroundings, draws his sword. Spotting a large rock, Raquel orders everyone to hide behind it. Once sheltered, their guide explains what he hinted at earlier. Asperos have a habit of cleaning up after a hunt. They gather all the corpses in one place and then slaughter every Apollos they find. After that, they search the entire area and kill anything left, meaning the Vesparos now have them in their sights. Raquel understands at once that they must leave the place as fast as possible. But he also fears for the Queen El Arva. If the massacre continues, the nest may be gone. Going back to retrieve it is out of the question. Holding their breath as the creatures close in, Raquel watches one of them slice at the rock and falls. Damien throws him away to save him while the men fight. The monsters, clinging to life, right? Truckle is furious at Damien's rough handling and vows to dock his pay. Then he notices T-Mat moving even faster than him. The guide explains that living in the forest made him fleet-footed. Raquel looks back where soldiers and Damien are still battling. Raquel guesses the Vesparos found them because of the wildflower scent masking their bodies. His tactic against the Apollos has backfired. T-Map asks what they should do next. Raquel analyzes the situation. Fighting them outright is impossible. Even with Damien and the soldiers, they might kill 10 at most. He thinks a moment, then brightens with an idea. He asks T-Map for his backpack and pulls out the bottle of liquor he brought to use as disinfectant. From his knowledge, bees hate alcohol, but wasps are drawn to it. Raquel hurls the bottle toward a distant tree. It shatters, and to everyone's surprise, the Vesparo suddenly stopped. One by one, they gather around the spilled liquor, attracted by the scent. The soldiers urge him to run. The Vesparos are distracted for now and dangerous. But Raquel points out the truth. Even if they run, they will die once the wasps finish their feast and resume hunting. The group argues about hiding. Raquel reasons there's no safe place until the effect wears off. Then he lays out his plan. He orders Team App to prepare torches. They will start a fire. Team App hesitates because of the nearby elves, but Raquel snaps that there's no time to worry about that. Damien, grudgingly trusting his leader, hopes Raquel actually has a workable plan. After a short while with the torches readied, Raquel gives the order to throw them. Everything around them catches fire, and the Vesperos burn in the blaze. Raquel orders everyone to run to save themselves from the spreading flames. While running, he worries about his respiratory system because of the thick smoke, sweat pouring down his face. Then he trips and falls. The soldier rushes to him immediately. His condition becomes so dire that his internal organs donate 500 HP to encourage him. Even so, he struggles to breathe. Damien warns him that if he faints now, he'll die. Without hesitation, Damien ties Rachel onto his back and carries him through the forest. The soldiers glance at each other, wondering if it's really acceptable to carry the crown prince like that. On the way, Raquel mutters that they'll be safe once they're outside the forest. But the next moment, the Queen Vespuros appears to attack them. Rachel turns to call for Damien, but freezes when he sees the petrified expression on his bodyguard's face. Since the day he met Damien, he has never seen him this intimidated. Panic sparks in Rockhill's mind because if Damien, the strongest among them, looks this scared, they're doomed. Thinking fast, Rockhill decides to calm him down. To control the situation, he plans to stimulate Damien's acupuncture points and release the tension by analyzing the flow of his QI and blood. He activates his meridian scanning skill to check Damien's QI and blood flow, but unexpectedly, the skill locks onto the Queen Vesperos instead. For a moment, he doesn't understand what just happened, then it clicks. The skill worked on the Queen because she's in his line of sight. Realizing that even monsters must have meridians since they're living beings, he grins. He can now see the energy flow within the Queen's body and the exact placement of her acupuncture points. A smile spreads across his face as he announces that he has an idea. Damien's shaken out of his daze and glares but still demands to know what the idea is. Rockfield tells him to follow his every instruction, whether to walk, defend, or attack without hesitation. Damien looks doubtful, but Rockiel insists it's necessary for all of them to survive since he's going to guide Damien through the Queen's every move before Damien can argue. Rockiel suddenly shouts for him to duck. The Queen Vesperos dives toward them and rushes past. Rockhill instructs everyone to stay down and take 5 steps forward, predicting the Queen will come back. And it does. Terrifying them all, Rockhill then orders the soldiers to fall back. He and Damien will handle it. The soldiers agree without question. Rockhill begins guiding his bodyguard through every motion, step by step countering the Queen's attacks. Finally, he orders Damien to twist his body clockwise and slice horizontally through the Queen's midsection. The soldiers, trembling in fear, try to comfort each other, whispering that Damien and Rockiel are managing fine so they don't need to interfere. Meanwhile, Damien follows Rockiel's instructions closely, growling and making wasp-like sounds in concentration. Rockhill has reprimanded him, while reminding Damien not to mimic the enemy's sounds. He continues his rapid-fire instructions: dodge the antenna, take 2 steps to the right, knock the stinger upward, and deflect using the back of the blade. Following the commands, Damien leaps onto the Queen's back and slashes at the base of her left hind wing before spinning vertically to strike again. Rockhill warns him about an incoming attack from the right wing. Damien dodges, arched through the air, and lands neatly on a nearby tree just as Rachaelin's trucks. Damien points out that even though he can see the enemy's movements, they can't win like this. Rockhill, however, is confident that their next attack will work. He asks Damien to get ready on the count of 3. On 3, Damien jumps and swings with the tree branch. Rockhill informs him that he needs to hold it for 3 seconds. Then Rockhill jumps toward the Queen and attacks its vital point. A large explosion follows, making Damien wonder if they've finally taken it down. But Rockhill tells him to hold his horses because they still need to dodge and strike again after finding another opening. Damien wonders if he misheard, but Rockhill instructs him to stay still and wait. The Queen is coming toward them, and they hold their breath in anticipation. Damien asks how much longer they need to wait, but Rockhill tells him to wait a little more. The next moment, Rockiel predicts that the Queen is going to attack with its twin blades, and instructs Damien to lift his match left under the compound eye, half a handspan. Damien attacks exactly as his master instructs him, and in the next moment, the monstrous Queen collapses. Much to Damien's astonishment, they finally win. Now our boy is assessing the corpse of the Vesperos Queen with great excitement, realizing that they've targeted all of its acupoints along with the Doom Meridian and Ren Meridian points to bring it down. Damien asks how they managed to do it, and Rockiel reveals that it's because they always attacked its weak points. Damien, confused, asks how he could know them in advance. Rockiel answers that he can actually see them, so they simply struck where it hurt most. Then with his usual audacity, he even taunts his bodyguard to work on his skills as a swordsman if he can't even see a target's weak points. After a while, all of them are shocked to see other Vesperos gathering around the Queen's body. They freeze in terror for a moment, but the next second, the insects start feeding on their own queen while burning to death in the fire. Then, as if nature itself pities them, rain begins to pour, brightening their faces with relief. Looking around, Rockhill thinks bitterly how useless their effort was because they still can't retrieve the Apollo's Queen larva. Their initial plan was to obtain the Queen's larva to produce antibiotics, but they've already wasted too much time. Deciding not to waste another second, he orders Damien to check the nest while he tends to the injured soldiers. As they proceed, Damien examines the corpses of the Apollos, and advises Rockiel to head back since there's nothing left to find. But Rockhill, ever determined, insists on searching for anything of value, like honey, which irritates his bodyguard who can't believe his master's greed. However, when they reach the nest, even the honeycombs are dried up, and our boy realizes they're completely screwed. No profit from this dangerous journey. Suddenly, Rockiel hears something and informs Damien that something is still alive. Damien offers to check and steps inside, where Rockiel's eyes widen in disbelief. He spots the Apollo's Queen. Cautiously, Damien examines it and confirms it's dead. But Rockhill shakes his head, saying he senses movement from its belly and asks his bodyguard to help him push it. Together they push, and Raquiel hopes to find something rare or valuable after a moment. Something wriggles out from the queen's belly, which is a cute Apollos baby. Jumps right onto Rachel. Holding the tiny creature, Raquel guesses that the banana-shaped thing is actually an Apollos larva. Damien offers to take care of it, but the baby recoils in fear. Seeing its expression, our boy realizes it can understand their language. The next second, the larva even tries to charm Damien with its cuteness. Raquel, amused, asks if it can really understand them, and it nods. Delighted, Raquel beams, realizing he's finally obtained the queen's larva, the very target of their mission. He recalls reading in a novel that Apollos queens and their larvae can communicate with elves. He hopes the larvae will be intelligent. Then, to his surprise, the larva says something that makes him believe it can truly communicate with humans. It talks about the strange behavior of its mother, unaware that she's dead, assuming she's merely sleeping after fighting her enemy. Raquel glances at the Vesperos nearby and realizes they must have killed the Apollos queen. He understands that both creatures fought to the death, while by some miracle, the larva survived, feeling sympathy. He gently consoles the poor baby, telling it that its mother is only resting after a fierce battle, and he pats it lovingly. He offers the larva to stay with him until its mother wakes up. Though he doesn't want to lie, he knows the entire Apollos colony has been wiped out, and he can't leave the baby alone here, where it would certainly die. He decides to leave the area and makes an excuse to the larva, saying they're only stepping away to let its mother rest peacefully. Feeling this warm, soft creature in his arms, even his internal organs seem to relax. With a small smile, he names it Cuckoo. His act of saving the larva deeply moves everyone around him, even earning him 500 HP. He tells Cuckoo its new name and manages to convince the little thing to work with him before they start playing together. With that, he declares they're heading back, prompting cheers from the rest of the group. Meanwhile, far away, a blonde elf inspects the forest's ashes, infuriated by what she sees. She can't believe any one of the new generation could commit such a reckless act. Seething with anger, she vows to find the human responsible for this destruction, and teach them a lesson they won't forget. After a while, the cart pulled by the giant Goosome arrives, carrying the corpse of the Vesperos queen. As soon as Garden spots Raquel and the others, he rushes toward them, prompting a dry comment from our boy about how consistent he always is. Raquel immediately asks about the wounded and whether anything happened in his absence. Garden assures him that everything is going smoothly, that the injured are resting well. But his eyes soon land on little Cuckoo. Raquel proudly introduces the creature and asks the baby to greet Garden, which it does without hesitation. Then he tells the little guy about the wounded camp he had already mentioned earlier, while Garden stands there in awe of the adorable creature. Upon reaching the camp, Rachel orders that, from this moment on, they'll start treating the infected wounds of the soldiers. Damien remarks that Garden is going to be surprised, and indeed, Garden's confusion turns into disbelief when his gaze falls upon the Vesperos queen's massive corpse. He can't believe they actually managed to bring back something like that. Raquel, with his usual nonchalance, jokes that he picked it up on the way. Curious Garden asks how he plans to use it. Raquel answers vaguely that he's going to make liquor from it, leaving the royal physician utterly baffled. Later inside the camp, he turns to his new pet and gently asks it to spit out the substance he needs from its mouth. Once a month, an Apollos queen larva secretes a material mixed with purple cloud ointment, an excellent compound for burns, skin regeneration, and antibacterial treatment of external wounds. Raquel urges Cuckoo to do it, explaining that it'll help the wounded. But the little larva doesn't know how, looking disappointed in itself. He grows worried, not expecting to face a situation where even the larva doesn't know how to secrete the substance. Then an idea strikes him. He activates pressure point scanning and asks Cuckoo to hold still. Once he locates the acupressure points, he carefully begins pressing them with a needle to help trigger the process. Cuckoo lets out a few shrieks during the experiment, as Raquel alternates between sharp, precise pokes and soft, steady pressure on opposing points. Finally, after much effort, the larva produces the substance in bead form. While being exhausted but successful, Raquel notes with satisfaction that it smells like mint chocolate. At that moment, Garden informs him that the supplies requested by him have arrived. Rachel turns to the physician and immediately starts the process of making the salve. Soon he's mixing the ingredients, stirring with intense focus. Garden offers to take over, but Raquel refuses because failure isn't an option when the bead can only be produced once a month. He can't risk the wounded succumbing to infection or worse. Damien volunteers to take the first watch and Garden agrees. After a long night of nonstop work, the ointment is finally complete by the next morning. Turning to his little pet, Raquel announces the name of the new creation with dramatic flair. Ratakusal. Damien, of course, visibly dislikes the name, but Raquel ignores him. Just then, his system notifies him that he has become the first person in the entire continent of Laurasia to create an antibiotic ointment, which is a milestone that will mark the dawn of antibiotic therapy in history. His name, it declares, will forever be carved into the annals of medical advancement. Even though his internal organs feel drained to the core, they still grant him 800 HP in recognition of his achievement. Moments later, he faints from exhaustion. When he finally recovers, Raquel immediately goes into the camp to test his new ointment on the injured soldiers. To everyone's astonishment, their pain vanishes almost instantly, and their wounds begin to heal rapidly. Our boy, of course, looks absolutely smug about his success as everyone cheers for him, while he, delighted with his extra years of life. 2 days later, at the Valois fortress, an officer reports the current state of the battlefield. He explains that aside from a few minor skirmishes in the outer sectors, there have been no major conflicts. The reason he adds is that the main opposing forces have gathered nearby, clearly targeting Valois fortress as their next objective. Hearing this, the Emperor concludes that the rebel army will soon confront them directly, which is an assessment confirmed by his subordinate. However, his expression darkens with fury as he brings up Javier, whose repeated defiance continues to test his patience. Despite favoring the man and keeping him close against the advice of his counselor, Chavillon still dares to rebel against him. Suppressing his irritation, the Emperor demands to know if there's any other report. The officer confirms and mentions a remarkable development, news from one of the injured soldiers' camps. He reports that over the past 2 months, the survival rate of the wounded there has surpassed 70%. Shocking the Emperor into silence, the officer continues, explaining that this particular camp has become famous among the soldiers of every division across the kingdom. Rumor has it that once a soldier reaches the care of our boy in the camp, survival is almost guaranteed no matter how grave the injury. Finally, the officer adds that the camp is now officially under the 21st Support Battalion, and its lead physician has earned a nickname among the troops, which is the Healing Camp. The next day, the famous physician Chandler and his assistants reluctantly head toward the injured soldiers' camp where our boy is working. After hearing reports of the so-called miracle worker, the Emperor has ordered them to train under him. Chandler, however, is far from pleased. He doesn't believe a word of the rumors surrounding this so-called prodigy and assumes the man has merely built a cult-like following. His assistant flatters him, saying that he is, without doubt, the best physician in the Empire. Chandler confirms in smug agreement, still wondering why he's been sent here to learn anything. He's already determined to expose whatever trick this so-called miracle worker is using. Meanwhile, the miracle worker in question is snoring loudly inside the camp. So loudly, in fact, that the patients begin complaining that his snoring is disturbing their rest. At first, Garden almost gets a heart attack listening to Rockhill's thunderous snoring. But then he calms himself down, knowing that Raquiel has stayed up all night treating patients. He carefully wakes him up and informs him about the arrival of Chandler, an active duty military physician sent by the Emperor himself, who was pleased with the camp's success. Rockhill is delighted to hear this, as he has been expecting a rookie. He immediately asks where Chandler is. When Garden tells him that the man is outside, Rockhill rushes out, introduces himself warmly, and welcomes the newcomers. Seeing their stiff faces, he apologizes for being too enthusiastic after hearing about their arrival. He asks for Chandler's name, which Chandler provides currently. Excited to begin, Rockhill expresses his understanding that they must be tired, but insists that a physician's first priority should always be their patients. He asks them to follow him, but no one moves. Puzzled, he wonders why they're not following. Chandler retorts that they should be shown their quarters first. Rockhill is taken aback. He can't believe they want to rest before seeing their patients. Chandler repeats his demand for rest, emphasizing that they've had a long journey, and that they're here under the Emperor's command. Instead of agreeing, Rakiel seriously asks Chandler's name again. When Chandler repeats it, Rockhill addresses him directly, and asks whether it's inconsiderate to request that he tend to be injured instead of resting. Chandler immediately agrees that it is. Then in a calm but sharp tone, Rockhill asks whether a physician should really choose rest over treating patients who are waiting for him. In response, Chandler has the audacity to ask whether there are any noble patients in the camp. Rockhill is stunned. Chandler then insists that as a military physician, one must categorize patients according to their social status, nobles first, commoners second, because prioritizing nobles earns greater rewards. Hearing this, Rockhill finally loses his temper and punches the arrogant man square in the face. His assistants stand frozen, shocked that someone would dare strike a military physician. Raquel briefly reflects that back in Korea, violence was never his way. But after hearing this kind of nonsense, he realizes that someone like Chandler needs exactly that. One of Chandler's companions protests that hitting someone without warning is unacceptable and demands an apology, threatening to report him. Garden and others peek outside, tense, as Raquel turns to the man and asks on what grounds he would report him. The assistant replies that Rockhill has used violence. Rockhill's expression hardens. He states firmly that this is the result of Chandler's insubordination. Because they were sent here by the Emperor to train under him, yet they're flaunting nonsense instead of following his orders as their commanding officer. That shuts the man up immediately. Later, the same assistant sits beside the knocked-out Chandler, who finally wakes up. At first, Chandler doesn't understand what happened, but his companion fills him in as they move him into a tent. Learning the full story, Chandler seethes with fury, furious that Raquiel dared to disregard him, and even more so that he's been demoted to second place because of Raquiel's presence. His companion informs him about his discovery regarding Ryan, which he investigates while Chandler is resting. He tells Chandler that Ryan is able to save patients without the need for amputation. Chandler has taken aback to hear about this achievement, a 70% survival rate without amputation. Then the companion explains Ryan's skills and therapy methods, which sound completely alien to someone like Chandler. That's the reason Chandler declares that Ryan must be a fraud. No one dares to go against him even after he punches him. With new determination, he vows to unravel Rion's truth. His companion asks when he plans to go. At midnight, Chandler sneaks into the injured camp to catch Ryan red-handed. He is sure Ryan must be asleep by now. As the silence of the night feels absolute, he believes Ryan hasn't even bothered to perform the basic surgical care that should be standard. Something that only solidifies Chandler's belief that Ryan is a fraud. Taking out his scalpel, Chandler recalls how he was taught that patients with injuries or sickness accumulate bad blood. Draining that filthy blood he believes will make recovery faster, he takes a patient's arm in his hand, preparing to begin. At that moment, the patient wakes up and demands to know his identity. Chandler introduces himself and adds that he is going to treat him. But the patient reveals that Ryan already performed surgery on him and instructed him to rest. The statement darkens Chandler's face as a mere commoner dares to question his expertise. Irritated but pretending composure, Chandler boasts about how lucky the patient is to be treated by someone of his stature, someone who usually doesn't treat people of his kind. With that arrogance, he begins his so-called treatment, draining what he believes to be filthy blood, all while declaring how superior he is compared to Rion. Meanwhile, the patient starts feeling dizzy from the excessive blood loss. Chandler assures him that once the bad blood is gone and the good circulation begins, he will recover soon. But the patient can barely hear him. He tries to say something to Chandler but collapses. Losing consciousness, Chandler tries to wake him, but it seems he is gone. Inside his quarters, our boy wakes up in the middle of the night from a strange dream. Unable to fall asleep again, he decides to step outside and gaze at the sky. Outside, he thinks about the military doctors who turn out to be more useless than he imagined. Still, he plans to let them finish their deployment period before sending them back. All he cares about right now is the lifespan bonus he'll get for treating patients. For the first time, he's earned 200 days of lifespan, and he's thrilled. He hopes that at this rate, he might save up a whole year of life. A year without the pressure of living on borrowed time, he's practically dancing in quiet joy, relishing the thought of more days to live freely. His happiness is interrupted by Chandler's panicked voice calling out for his patient to wake up. The sound comes from the private room. He rushes there immediately and finds Chandler shaking a patient, desperately trying to wake him. One glance at the scalpel in Chandler's hand tells him everything. Chandler has been performing bloodletting therapy the moment he realizes what's happened. Rage flashes across his face. He storms in, cursing under his breath, and demands to know what Chandler is doing. The two argue. Chandler insists he's treating the patient while our boy dismisses the barbaric method entirely. Their shouting draws a crowd. People from the camp gather to watch. Chandler's companion has the audacity to ask Ryan what he did to Chandler, but Ryan ignores him and immediately checks on his patient, Rans, asking how he feels. Rans can barely say his name. Rockhill quickly analyzes the situation and realizes the patient's vein is severely damaged. Now he must stop the bleeding at once. He snatches a cloth and starts bandaging Rand's arm, fuming at the thought that such a disgusting treatment was performed here. Then Chandler accuses him of interrupting his perfect treatment. Dramatically, he declares that Ryan rejects proper medical methods and resorts to violence to suppress a rival. Enraged, Ryan shouts at him to shut up, that he was not treating him, but killing him. He turns to the onlookers, demanding if any of them think the patient looks like he's recovering. The soldier is clearly on the verge of death from massive blood loss. Silence falls, no one can answer. Rachel continues that they all know this is wrong, but they are too scared of your reputations to speak. Chandler opens his mouth to retort, but Ryan cuts him off with a furious glare as he asks him to leave the camp. If he stay, it won't end well for him. At that moment, Rans groans weakly, saying he can't endure anymore. Alarmed, Rhea kneels beside him. He calls for his subordinates, who rush in immediately. He orders Damien to lift the patient's legs to maintain blood flow to the major organs and brain, which Damien does without hesitation. Then he turns to Garden to suture the torn vein, and Garden gets to work. Meanwhile, Rockhill uses his pulse-checking skill. The results are bad. Rans has lost nearly 30% of his blood, causing severe oxygen deprivation to the brain. His system warns him that the patient's blood pressure is critically low, limbs are cold, and peripheral circulation is failing. Shock is setting in. Grinding his teeth in frustration, Ryan realizes that only a blood transfusion can save him, but they have no needles, tubes, or proper equipment. He has no choice, without hesitation. He grabs the scalpel and cuts his own hand, shocking Garden, and orders him go finish the suture. He begins drawing his own blood, and his internal organs protest in horror. He shuts them up mentally. He must focus. The organs, both curious and concerned about his sanity, reluctantly send him 100 HP and encouragement. He activates his a circle slot, channeling his own blood into it. Once it stabilizes, he looks at Damien and orders him to step aside as he is going to transfuse blood using mana. He locates the Yangtian acupoint, which is known as the body's second heart, perfect for this purpose. Holding the patient's feet, he slowly starts the transfusion, channeling only 0.01 liters at a time. Gradually, the flow strengthens. Bit by bit, the patient's body absorbs the mana-infused blood. After a while, the procedure succeeds. His system notifies him that the hemorrhagic shock has been overcome. Seeing Ranz's now stable face, our dude can hardly believe it worked. His system informs him that this selfless act while using his own blood to save a dying man has deeply moved everyone around him. The crowd murmurs in awe. None of them understand the technique of Azrahan Heart or Mana Circle Slot. To them, it's nothing short of a holy miracle. Rocky L. Stilldays knows it barely worked, but it worked. People whisper that the rumors are true, that he truly is a miracle worker. Their voices grow faint as exhaustion hits him, and he loses consciousness. Later, many of Chandler's fellow physicians, awed by what they witnessed, tried to approach Ryan to become his students. Even Chandler's own companion steps outside smiling wryly. He understands that it's truth that Ryan really is a miracle worker, saving patients with a mere touch. A crow lands on his arm, his summoned familiar. He sends it off to his master, reporting the miraculous feat that took place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the spy's words are delivered. A man informs his master about the so-called miracle. Ryan saved a dying patient with just his touch. The master doesn't believe it at first, assuming it's an exaggerated rumor, but the messenger insists their spy saw everything with his own eyes. Now intrigued, the master, Javelin, thinks about our boy who he calls Saint, decides that such a man would be a valuable asset. He commands that Ryan be brought under his authority by any means necessary. Javian emphasizes the need to take Raquiel under his command, regardless of the cost they have to pay. His subordinate leaves after receiving the order, though the master doesn't truly believe that Raquiel can heal a patient with just a touch, since rumors are usually exaggerated truths. But he plans to use this rumor to his advantage by taking Ryan under his control. People now look at this so-called saint with admiration, and that public favor can benefit him greatly. This is his best chance to reverse the tide of war and seize victory. He still can't believe how back then, Adeline was sent to the crown prince. He remembers thinking she was being offered as a royal hostage when the emperor of Ambuas bowed before the empire of Magentano. The memory fills him with disgust toward the empire of Amboise, and he swears to pull them off their throne himself. At our boy's quarters, a spy finally approaches him and offers a better deal if he joins the rebel forces. He can't believe this nonsense. The spy emphasizes that this is an official proposal. He wonders how a rebel spy can approach him so openly, especially when he is just a physician in disguise. The spy insists that if he swears loyalty to his lord, he will gain glory and honor. He immediately realizes that the lord must be Havirian, but he doesn't believe in such a direct offer. He even threatens to expose the spy, but the man remains calm and replies that it doesn't matter. There are many others like him, and even if he is killed, someone else will come for him. He falls silent, thinking about why Javayom would approach him. Then his eyes widen as he recalls the time he saved Ranz and the rumors that spread about him, healing patients with just a touch. He reflects on how he has stabilized his condition and how his lifespan is now increasing at a slow but steady rate, which makes him reconsider Javier's offer. Finally, he tells the spy to wait for a moment and turns to his abacus to calculate his potential gains, while the spy begins sweating at his strange behavior. Now his calculations begin as he has gathered everything possible from the injured soldiers, from bonus lifespan to extra HP and even new skills. Then he analyzes what he can gain if he joins the rebel army for a month before returning to his hometown, the imperial capital. He also considers that he can later discard his disguise, and the miracle physician identity will no longer be needed. As he continues his calculations, he estimates that joining the rebel army could grant him even more lifespan and extra HP. Feeling proud of his own cleverness, he boasts internally about how smart he has become. Finally, he agrees to the offer, which shocks the spy, who never expected him to accept so easily. Raquel then greedily asks what exactly he will gain by joining the rebel army. The poor spy, who hadn't thought this far ahead, panics. Raquel frowns and reminds him that he promised the best treatment. Seeing the man's nervous face, he concludes that the spy has no negotiation skills whatsoever. The spy stammers that his job was only to deliver the offer. Raquel can't believe that someone on such an important mission knows so little about basic bargaining and came empty-handed while trying to recruit him. He snaps that at least the man could have brought some energy drinks to make his visit worthwhile. Finally, Raquel orders the spy to return to his master and come back with proper terms and conditions. The spy quickly agrees. Raquel warns him not to dawdle, as this matter is equally important for both sides. Outside, the spy starts doubting his own sanity, forever approaching this man. Meanwhile, Raquel summons his subordinates. As soon as he tells them that he's planning to join the rebel forces, they're too stunned to speak. Garden thinks he must be running a fever, while Damien believes he has completely lost his mind. Raquel, however, insists that he's absolutely serious. He even adds a casual lie that the spy offered him land, money, and a house. Damien protests, reminding him that he came here out of goodwill to save the people of Amboise and treat their soldiers. Now he's talking about siding with rebels, which makes no sense. But to Raquel, it makes perfect sense. Damien demands to know his motives. Rockhill calmly explains that even though the rebels are considered traitors, they are still citizens of Amboise. He has no obligation to serve only the Amboise royal army just because he happens to be the crown prince of Magentano. To him, both the royal army and the rebel force are foreign factions. Damien falls silent, realizing the logic in his words. Rockhill continues, explaining that he's no longer receiving new wounded soldiers since both sides have reached a standoff around the Vallejo's fortress. The camp is stable, and the danger phase has passed. Rockhill begins writing all this in an official letter, stating that he has done everything possible for the Amboise army. Then he turns to his subordinates and adds that after healing the rebel soldiers, he will head back to Magentano. Damien says as he recognizes the order hidden within Rockhiel's reasoning. Go! Garden, on the other hand, is quietly moved, realizing that Rockhiel truly sees patients as patients, not as allies or enemies. Then he asks his subordinate to deliver a letter to Adeline, which instantly brightens the man's face as he assumes it must be a love letter. His hopeful grin earns him a sharp hit on the head as Rockhiel clarifies that it's simply a message informing her he's returning to Magentano, so she won't worry about his sudden disappearance. Meanwhile, he also warns the Queen Vesperos wine and demands the delivery be prepared immediately. The shipment must reach the capital by overnight carriage. Turning to Damien, he orders that they must move quietly without alarming the injured soldiers. With that, they depart. Everyone feels heavy-hearted, realizing they never even got to properly thank him. 3 days later, they arrive at the rebel camp's entrance. The guard informs Rockhiel that Javier is inside, and that his orders are to let only the physician enter. Damien frowns at this and whispers, asking if it's really safe for him to go in alone. Rockhiel reasons calmly that they won't harm him, that he's too useful for them. Besides, he has go see him with him. Finally, inside the tent, he is greeted by Javion, the fervent nationalist known for his obsession with restoring Amboise' former glory. Javier thanks him warmly, addressing him as the saint and miracle physician. Standing before him, Rockhiel can feel the immense pressure of the man's commanding presence. Haviland extends his hand, and Rockhiel meets it as the rebel leader calls him the heart of the revolution. Only then does Haviland reveal his true reason for summoning Rockhiel. He says he doesn't need him to dirty his hands treating injured soldiers. He has called him here for something entirely different. Rockhiel immediately grows cautious, realizing that this meeting is about something far beyond medicine. After a while, our dude stands in front of his subordinates in complete silence. Damien wants to know what's going on, but when Rockhiel doesn't answer, he raises his voice to call him. Rockhiel immediately gestures for his bodyguard to stay quiet. Then, through hand signals, he tells them that people might be listening and that they'll communicate only through gestures from now on. Garden quickly understands that Javier didn't summon Rockhiel just to let him treat the wounded. Damien reminds him that this is exactly why he wanted them to return to the royal palace earlier. Frustrated, Rockhiel signals back, asking how he was supposed to know the situation they'd end up in, where instead of being a physician, he's being used as a political tool. A little while ago, inside Javier's camp finally, Chavignon reveals his purpose that he is going to entrust our boy with a far more noble task, since Rockhiel is already known as a noble and respected figure. Javier intends to publicly declare his support for the rebel cause through him. He adds that this will be his way to build a new world with Rachel. Then Haviland asks if Rockhiel thinks it's a good idea, and Rockhiel nervously agrees, unable to say anything against him to his face. Inside, though, he understands that he was never meant to just heal the wounded, as he's being used as a political symbol. Realizing this, he knows he must find a way to escape from this disaster as soon as possible. Then Rockhiel comes up with a shady idea as he explains that he has promised to meet his girlfriend by the end of the week. Otherwise, she'll be heartbroken. Javier Draley comments that he doesn't look like a man who would have a girlfriend roasting our poor boy. However, Javier confirms that Rachel indeed needs to meet her, to which Rachel nervously agrees. Javier then adds that if this meeting is about an impending marriage, Rachel might not return, which Rachel quickly tries to clarify isn't his intention. Chavelin, however, sees right through him and explains that while Rachel wants to cure the wounded as a physician, he won't be allowed to do that. Instead, he will make a public declaration supporting Javion's cause 10 days from now. Until then, Javion won't give him the duty of tending to the injured. Without that declaration, it wouldn't be favorable for him if people learn that a respected figure like Ryan has joined the rebel forces. Rockhiel asks if Javier is worried that his presence in the camp before the declaration would weaken its impact. Javier confirms it, revealing that the declaration must be shocking enough to shake the Revolutionary Army. Rockhill then seriously asks why he has to wait 10 days instead of making the announcement now. Javier explains that this isn't the right timing. He wants Rockhill to feel sincere about the cause, or at least appear genuine. Even a small trace of sincerity will be enough to move people when he makes the declaration, which Javier doesn't sense from him yet. With that, he says Rocky almost first resonate with the people's hearts. He doesn't quite understand his words, so Javier elaborates that during these 10 days, Rachel will stay close to the people, observe their spirit, and understand their ideals, so that genuine sincerity can take root in his heart for the cause. Then Javion asks whether he feels uneasy about not fulfilling his duty as a military physician. Our boy isn't concerned about that anymore. To show some mercy, Javier now appoints him as his personal physician for 24 hours a day so he can still fulfill his role. Upon hearing this, Raquiel tenses up, realizing he's truly screwed. Now in the present, he tells everything to his subordinates and adds that he must now sleep in the same camp as Javier. Garden asks what his next course of action will be, and he expresses his need to escape and return home. Damien points out that the army's defenses are tight. Escaping even during the darkest hours would be nearly impossible. He then writes to him that there's a swordsman hovering around all the time, making escape impossible, which is a fact Raquel is already aware of. He knows the security is extremely tight, and since Damien hasn't even reached the level of a swordmaster, escaping is out of the question. Then Raquel asks them to trust him, saying he must first find something out. Damien quips that trusting him is exactly what got them into this mess, which angers our boy. Raquel gets up, and Garden asks about his next course of action, left with no choice. He mutters that he's going to whine about it, revealing that he's heading to bed. Both his trusted men understand that they can't do anything about the situation for now. Meanwhile, at the Imperial capital, inside the main office, a man appears before the Emperor, who asks him to report about his son. The messenger bows and begins compiling and organizing his notes before speaking. He then adds that according to the 107th regular report, Raquiel left the infamous healing camp 5 days ago. The Emperor immediately asks why his son left the camp. The reporter admits that they themselves don't fully understand Raquel's intentions. He explains that initially, Raquel had planned to return to the capital as he had informed Princess Adeline. He further reports about a letter from Raquel to Adeline, in which Raquel stated that his purpose at the injured soldiers' camp is complete and that he is returning to his side palace clinic. In the same letter, he also requested that the liquor made from Queen Vesparos be sent to him in the capital. The Emperor asks if that's all, and when the messenger concludes the report, he dismisses him. Once alone, the Emperor's nostrils flare with pride. He bursts out, shouting in eagerness to see his son soon, safe and sound in the capital, and then laughs menacingly, leaving the people outside the palace utterly confused by his sudden outburst. Meanwhile, in his bed, our boy is silently crying, feeling as though he's never going to return home anytime soon. At that moment, Javier stands beside him and declares that he's awake. Rachel immediately gets up, deciding to start the morning checkup right away since he's supposed to be under 24-hour surveillance. But Javierin denies it, reminding him that as a swordmaster, he knows his body better than anyone else. Raquel gives a nervous grin, thinking that there's no need for them to share a room since he can't even sleep properly. Javier calmly replies that being a swordmaster means he's fully aware of his physical condition. Then he invites Raquel to have breakfast with him during breakfast. Javier finishes first and urges Raquel to take his time with the meal. Raquel, however, feels awkward under Javier's constant gaze but continues eating anyway. Once the meal is over, Javier tells him he has a question. Raquel, still uneasy, asks him to go ahead. Javier smiles faintly and says it's a simple question, one that requires him to suppose. But as he speaks, Raquel feels an odd sense of déjà vu. Javier continues, asking him to suppose he must choose between two options to revive the nation and its people. Suddenly, Raquel remembers that this is the same question Javier once asked in the Demon Sword Emperor. Javier presents the first option. Raquel can sacrifice himself, ensuring the nation's prosperity, but the act will disgrace his family, his descendants will live in shame, and generations of his bloodline will bear the scorn of his decision. Then comes the second option. He can sacrifice someone else instead. In this case, no one will blame him. Rather, he will be honored, praised, and remembered as a hero for generations. Finally, Chavion concludes by saying that no matter which option he chooses, the nation and its people will prosper all the same. Then, leaning forward slightly, he asks Raquel which option he will choose. Javier urges him to answer. Inside, Raquel knows that if his answer doesn't please Javium, he'll be dead. He turns to his captor and repeats both options that were given, which Havilong confirms with a nod. Then Raquel analyzes everything he knows about Javier from the novel, that how he's an extremely suspicious man who never trusts anyone, not even his closest aides. He always asks the same question to those he wants to keep close to him, but no one has ever managed to give him the right answer. In truth, even Havilong himself doesn't know what the right answer is. For him, the worst answer is when someone hesitates between both options, no matter how much he plans to make that person his aide. Once he senses their wavering, he kills them immediately. Now Haviland asks slyly whether Raquel can't make a decision. Instead of hesitating, Raquel bursts out angrily at the absurdity of the question, demanding how a nation can even be reduced to such choices. At that, Javier instantly unsheathes his sword at Raquel's rude reply, even though he hasn't chosen either option. Raquel, nervous and pale, quickly explains that he only spoke what was truly on his mind. Javier narrows his eyes, asking whether he really means those words. But instead of fury, Javier feels something strange stirring within him after hearing Roquiao's answer. He doesn't understand the emotion himself. Watching him, our boy immediately senses his confusion, because according to the novel, Javier spends his entire life seeking the answer to that same question, only finding it shortly before his death. Suddenly, Javelin dismisses him, startling Rachel before he can say anything. Javier coldly emphasizes that he doesn't want to see him for the rest of the day. Finally stepping out of the camp, Rukiel exhales in relief, grateful to have escaped death once again. But his mind still churns with thoughts of how to escape this nightmare for good. At that moment, a soldier signals for him to go adjacent camp with Shavian. Our boy panics, remembering that Javiam explicitly said he didn't want to see him, and yet this soldier is leading him somewhere within Javiam's sight. He silently prays for one of his companions to rescue him. Inside, Javier sits deep in thought. He knows that shedding blood has always been his way toward revolution. But now he questions whether the kingdom he dreams of, the one he fights for, can truly be called a nation. When no answer comes, frustration consumes him. He crushes the wineglass in his hand, blood mixing with spilled wine, muttering how ridiculous it all seems. 3 days later at midnight, Damien and Garden keep a cautious eye on their master, who now stays in a tent adjacent to Javi Yong's, instead of sharing the tyrant's. Garden whispers that they should help him escape soon. He's still appalled that the crown prince is serving a man like Javelin. Damien, however, admits their helplessness. They can only trust Raquiel's judgment for now. Just then, a guard becomes alert to their presence. Damien quickly mimics the sound of a cat, and the guard, convinced it's a stray, relaxes and walks away. Hiding again, Damien sighs to Garden about how ridiculous their situation has become. The next morning, our guy peeks his head out from his tent and spots the guard stationed outside Javian's camp, meaning Javian is inside. No one has come looking for him in 2 days, which he takes as a possible chance to escape. He listens a remark from Javian that he'd like to go for a walk. Next moment, he's greeted by Javian himself, who orders the guards to stay put. Then Javier fixes his sharp gaze on him and asks what his true intentions are for staying like this. Rockhill freezes, realizing his supposed freedom might have just ended. After a while, they are standing at the edge of a cliff, our boy huffing and panting because this walk turns out to be more like hiking. Javier stands tall beside him, gazing into the distance before speaking. He admits that he has been thinking about Rockill's rude answer, but has ultimately rejected it. Rockhill notices he's still conflicted. Haviland continues, declaring that any form of sacrifice, whether of oneself or others, is noble, whether it's done willingly or forced by circumstances. The weight of spilled blood, he says, is what makes their revolutions sacred. Our boy thinks he's spewing nonsense, but he can't say anything. He knows Javier learned these ideas from someone else, which is why he struggles to accept anything that contradicts them. Still, Rockhill doesn't bother arguing. His focus is on finding an opportunity to escape. Awkwardly, he changes the topic by asking about Javian's injured hand. Pavilon lies that it's just a small mistake during training. Rockfield doesn't buy it. A swordmaster like him wouldn't make such a blunder. He insists on checking it, reminding him that he's his personal physician. But Javian is too proud to let anyone tend to such a small wound. Rockhill grumbles under his breath at his patient's stubbornness. To ease the tension, he awkwardly comments about how nice the breeze is. Javier immediately corrects him that there's no breeze around them. So Rockhill tries again, rambling about the dust and the air, trying to sound casual. Javier watches him quietly, realizing how completely opposite Roquiel is from him, and how unlike any of his subordinates. Strangely, he starts to feel at ease around him, even though they've only spent a few days together. He wonders when he last let his guard down like this, or if he ever has. His thoughts drift back to Raquiel's earlier answer, and he wonders if perhaps it was the right one after all, but he's just too proud to admit it. Looking at Roquiel, he begins to question their relationship. Will this man become a close aide, a trusted subordinate, or something else entirely? A strange idea forms in his mind, whether it is friendship. With that realization, for the first time, Cavian opens up. He admits that he once wanted to be a painter. Rockhill is taken aback by the sudden heart-to-heart confession. Staring at the horizon, Havila reveals that his childhood dream was to pursue art, and he was actually decent at it. Rockhill then asks why he chose to wield a sword instead of a brush. Javier answers casually. Saying it was because of his father's abuse, he reveals that his father used to whip him to beat the art's passion out of him. Both father and son were too stubborn to give in. Finally, Javier reveals that they made a bet. If he passed the entrance exam for art school, his father would let him pursue painting. If he failed, he'd follow his father's dream instead. Rockhill guesses he failed, but Harvion corrects him. He passed. His father, however, used his influence to have the acceptance revoked permanently. 10 days later, his father died. Rockhill freezes, realizing the implication and wondering if Javier killed him. Javier neither confirms nor denies it, only smirking and leaving the truth to Raquiel's imagination. Rockhill finally understands the deeper meaning behind Javier's words, and it only increases his desperate need to escape. Seeing his troubled expression, Chevalin assumes he's simply bored with his story. Raquel awkwardly tries to deny it, but Javion isn't someone who believes anyone could actually be interested in his tragic childhood. Then Javion suddenly extends his hand. The wound is worse than before. Rockhill, caught off guard, tries to play it off, saying it looks fine, but when he examines it closely, his expression changes. The wound shows the early signs of cellulitis. Informs Javier that he'll need to perform a thorough diagnosis. Activating his pulse check skill, he scans Javier's body. Reading the detailed medical data, his eyes widen in awe at Javier's insane physique. But then, something else catches his attention in the report. A slow smile forms on his lips. He's found it, an opening to escape. He studies the diagnostic report with quiet focus. The readings reveal a severe case of chronic neurogenic migraines that demand complete rest and reduced emotional stress. Yet what captures his attention most is a serious warning that if the symptoms continue to worsen, despite consistent treatment, all current activities must be stopped immediately. The discovery takes him by surprise. In the records of Javier's life in a novel, there is never any mention of such an illness. He can't believe that someone like who is great strategist and a financial prodigy suffers from a long-term neurological disorder and no one has ever known. Our boy trusts his findings completely, for his medical diagnosis have never failed him. At that moment, Arguai's organs glanced at Xavian's with envy. They admire the perfect rhythm of his lungs and the solid build of his body, wishing they could trade places. But before the thought settles, the brain shouts from behind, scolding the stomach and reminding everyone that if it collapses from a migraine, none of them will be able to work. The organs freeze as the brain slams its command through the body. Within moments, they abandon their jealousy, deciding they would never survive living like Xavian. Now he then reflects on the diagnosis and understands the deeper cause. Javier's brain seems to punish the stomach through these neurogenic migraines, and he knows from experience that chronic headaches often lead to stomach complications. He realizes that his body has been enduring more than it can bear. He then asks about his head's condition, and Javier admits that his thoughts never rest, always revolving around the battle strategies for breaking through the Valois fortress. He asks him to speak truthfully, and Javier instantly realizes he has been figured out. Our guy confirms it and smiles, while Javier expresses that he finally understands why others call Rihanna saint. His insight is beyond normal perception. Touching his head, Javier admits he's been suffering from something far worse than an ordinary headache. He wonders how Rihanna could detect something he never shared with anyone. Our guy simply says it was intuition. Leaving Javier unstunned, he reveals that as the pain pulses through his skull, he feels as if every breath drives a sharp tool deeper into his head. He soon learns that the pain has been part of Javier's life since childhood. The constant suffering has shaped his temper and hardened his personality. In his early years, he discovered peace only while painting. The motion of the brush and the quiet of the colors once gave him brief relief from the pounding inside his skull. For a time, he wanted to become a painter, because painting made the pain fade away. But the path of art was soon replaced by the call of power. The sword took the place of the brush, and along with it came a new realization. When he wields his blade, he feels the strange satisfaction of turning inner pain into outward strength. Violence becomes an outlet for the agony that refuses to leave him. Upon asking, he explains that even after becoming strong, he feels no real comfort. His suffering continues, only buried beneath layers of pride and control. He accepts this version of himself, believing that the disappointment and cruelty born from pain have built his current position. Rockhill grows curious about the treatments Javier has tried. He explains that he has tested every possible cure, from traditional remedies to modern methods, yet nothing has ever worked. Dozens of physicians have failed to relieve his pain, and many have met fatal consequences for their failure. The thought terrifies our poor guy, though Javier makes it clear that he has no plans to execute him, at least not immediately. Raquel knows that he must find a way to survive. His mind races and he remembers his own healing skill. He tells himself that if he succeeds, his safety will be ensured. He offers to treat the migraine directly. Xavier doubts his words since so many confident doctors have already died trying. To avoid suspicion, he decides not to sound certain at all. He presents the idea as a humble attempt rather than a solid solution. His plea seems genuine enough for Javier to allow him a chance, deciding that failure will only lead to mild embarrassment rather than death. Later that day, the two meet again inside the camp. Javier sits in a chair while he stands behind him. Lifting his hands in preparation, he quietly wonders whether Ryan can truly relieve pain as he channels his energy. Placing his hands gently near Javier's head as he inquires what is doing, Outguy tells him to be quiet as this step is crucial. A calm rhythm escapes his mouth as if he chants his skill name as he activates my hands or healing hands skill. Suddenly, Haviland can't believe that he feels so relaxed, unlike ever before, and he's shocked at this skill. He reminds him to keep his focus and asks what it's like to live without the endless pain. Javier hesitates, admitting he isn't sure how it feels. The sudden absence of it seems unfamiliar, almost unsettling, without knowing why. His eyes fill with tears and he breaks down, saying he never thought Ryan would truly manage to end his headache. However, our dude then informed that it's too early to celebrate and warns him that the treatment he received will stay only for a single day. Javier looks startled that his headache will be back by tomorrow. He confirms it, but reassures him that the pain can be removed every morning through his treatment. Javier asks if this means he will remain free from pain until morning. He confirms, while warning him only not to oversleep and miss the next session, so he exhales in relief, declaring to rely on him again the next day. Inside him, Raquel thinks the situation is unfolding just as he wants. The more Javier depends on his healing, the more control he gains. Once that dependence is complete, he plans to slip away unnoticed when the time feels right. Outwardly, he keeps his calm tone, assuring Javier not to worry. Every morning, our dude repeats the same process with his captor. He places his hands over his head, letting a soft current of power ease the pain until it disappears entirely. He observes him with deep respect, believing that such kindness could only come from a saint. When he finishes, he announces that the treatment is done. Javier feels a sense of calm wash over him and admits that life without Rion's help would be unbearable. Meanwhile, he silently notes that everything is proceeding exactly as planned. Later that day, after another session, he tells Javier that he has something important to share. When he asks what it is, he explains that he must perform a sacred prayer that night to maintain the strength of his healing. He listens intently as he continues, saying that the power he uses each morning is granted by the heavens, not freely his own. He explains that during the full moon, he must offer clear, cold water to the moon from its rising until it sets. If the ritual is not completed, the blessing will fade, and his healing gift will vanish for a full month until the next moon cycle. His eyes widen at the thought, and he asks if that means he will truly lose his power. He answers seriously, swearing on his honor that it is true. He adds that the prayer must remain unseen, and if anyone witnesses him during the ritual, the blessing will disappear instantly. A wave of unease runs through Javelon as the idea of losing Rion's healing terrifies him, and the thought of that unbearable pain returning feels impossible to face. He calmly says that this is why he needs a hidden place where he can pray without being disturbed, asking Javion to arrange it. Though anxious, Javion agrees, saying he will prepare the location himself. When he gives the exact place, Javion nods, insisting that thanks are unnecessary since he is the one in debt. As they separate, he reminds him that no one must look toward the prayer site once the ritual begins. Javier assures him that he will wait below with his guards, and that the place will remain undisturbed. Our dude false promises to return the next morning after the prayer and tells him not to worry, and he will not escape, as his duty to Javelon remains. They clasp hands before parting. That night, Rockhill sits in silence before a bowl of water, gazing at the moon above. He begins to chant in a low, steady voice, his words carried by the night wind. Nearby, the soldiers whisper among themselves. Puzzled by the ritual, one murmurs that it must be some divine prayer. Another admits he cannot understand what the saint is doing. He keeps chanting under the dim glow of the moon, until dawn begins to break as morning light spreads across the sky. The soldiers suddenly rush to Javier, shouting an alarm. One of them stammers that the physician Ryan has vanished without a trace. Javier stands frozen, his mind unable to grasp the sudden disappearance. Last night, our dude chants his so-called ritual verses beneath the pale moonlight, just as he believes his plan is unfolding smoothly, and behind him, the soldiers stand guard. He smirks inwardly, certain his escape will succeed, but the ground suddenly gives way beneath his feet. Before he can react, he plunges into a pit, shouting for help as he crashes down into a cage. Garden and Damien rush toward him, calling out an alarm. Gordon yells that they arrived exactly as informed. Earlier in the northern region, Gochum had carried a letter from him to Gardan and Damien while Javion was away. In the letter, he revealed his escape plan, telling them to meet in the small forest beneath the cliffs before dawn. Although the message had confused them at first, they now understand its purpose. In the present, Damien asks how he even knew about the hidden cave within the hill. He calmly replies that spending so much time near Javier allowed him to learn the terrain in detail, and even things he never cared to know. Damien is surprised by his memory. Inwardly, our guy knows it is a lie. In the novel's events, Damien had actually discovered this place during the Great War between Javion and the Empire. He then urges them to move quickly toward the kingdom's army station near the Central Plains. Once behind the cave, Damien questions whether the location is truly safe. He assures him that both the kingdom's forces and the rebels keep this area under watch, which ironically makes it the safest spot. Neither side can move freely here. He points at the map, explaining that visibility is clear in daylight and they should rest until nightfall. Morning comes quietly, but their peace shatters when a commanding voice echoes across the field, calling for Rion. It announces that the physician is hiding nearby. None of the horses have been taken, and escape on foot would have been impossible under their surveillance. Our terrified boy instantly recognizes the voice as it belongs to none other than Javier. He declares that despite his betrayal, he is willing to forgive him once out of goodwill. He proclaims he will not take a life for this offense, but demands that Rian step forward before he finishes counting to 3. Inside the Imperial Castle, Emperor and his subordinate hear the distant roar and realize it is Javier's voice. Argai whispers to his companions that if they reveal themselves now, they will be dragged back with their legs cut off. Gardan shivers at the thought, but he reassures them that if Javier makes a move, the kingdom's army will retaliate immediately. The voice booms as he counts 1, 2, 3. Nothing happens at first. Our boy assures them that they are safe. But then a sudden heat surrounds them. Flames light up the ground, and he shouts in panic as he peeks out of the rock. The entire army has drawn flaming arrows, launching them in a storm of fire that sets the land ablaze. Our physician's expression twists in disbelief at the sight of the inferno. Damien warns that if they stay any longer, they will burn alive. His thoughts spin wildly, heart pounding under the weight of fear. He orders them to run northeast. Damien hesitates, asking if that means toward Amboise. Garden protests that the route is dangerous, but he insists that they lied to the princess and made it this far, and getting caught now means certain death. The fire spreads fast, carried by the wind from west to east. He explains that running directly away will only let the fire catch them, so they must move at a right angle to the flames, and there is no time to argue. Suddenly fire bursts before them, and from within the flames, Havayan appears. Rage burns in his eyes as he accuses Ryan of betrayal. He raises his blazing sword, ordering his Imperial Guard to advance. His voice cuts through the chaos as he commands them to sever their legs so they can never flee again. The soldiers surge forward, their weapons gleaming under the burning sky. From the castle window, the Emperor watches the distant flames rise and questions what could possibly drive Javier into such madness, burning his own land and shouting through the air as cavalry charges below. His subordinate squints through the thick smoke, barely making out 3 small figures. He reports that they appear to be ordinary men, nothing more. The Emperor ponders this, asking what words Chavion had shouted before the attack began. The subordinate replies that Javier must have manipulated the mana in his voice, concealing the exact words. The Emperor interprets it as a psychological tactic meant to unsettle them. He agrees, saying they must not falter in this battle of wills. He offers to lead a rescue team for their people being chased by the rebels. But the Emperor declines, stating that the subordinate must remain by his side. Instead, he will send Adeline and the royal guard. Her leadership will serve as a strong symbol for their people. Soon after, Adeline mounts her horse and orders the royal guard to prepare for battle. She unsheaths her sword, her determination burning as she commands them to ride northeast. Her thoughts focus on those she must save. She silently thanks Rakiel for the strength she now carries. Because of him, she has found the courage to stand firm and protect others. No matter where he is, she hopes he is watching her. She vows never to forget the debt she owes him as she rides through the smoke. Her eyes catch a familiar silhouette ahead, a figure with a strong, distinct profile she recognizes instantly. That it is Rakiel. He calls out to his companions, urging them to move together. Adeline calls his name, inquiring why the crown prince himself is standing there. Adeline fixes her gaze on our guy, who nervously looks back at her. She demands to know the reason for him being there and orders her guards to keep their positions. He forces out a nervous laugh, masking his tension with a casual remark about their unexpected meeting before turning the question back on her. She confronts him for lying and asks for the reason. He tries to justify his actions, saying there were reasons behind everything he did, but Adeline doesn't let him continue. She reminds him that it has been more than 10 days since his last letter. No word, no farewell, nothing. She had believed he had already been to home, yet now he stands here, hunted by rebels. Her eyes fall on the emblem stitched onto his coat, and a realization rushes through her. That mark can only mean one thing. He has been among the rebels all this time. Her voice hardens as she accuses him of betrayal. He admits that he was indeed with the rebel command and claims the time spent there had its benefits. Still, he insists that his actions were just a sacrifice for a cause greater than himself. She questions his definition of sacrifice, and he explains that he had infiltrated the enemy ranks, risking his life while keeping his instincts sharp. Always waiting for the right moment to strike from within, his goal was to serve the kingdom in any way he could. Adeline finds it difficult to grasp the extent of what he has endured. Garden's voice cuts through the air, urging them to stop arguing and points out Javier at the front of the charge, heading straight for them. He then crouches behind Adeline and orders her to mount Damien and Garden on their horses and send them ahead while she stays back to cover their retreat. Garden gives a quick answer, ready to follow orders while others tremble in fear. He urges her that they can settle this later, but right now, escape is their only option. Adeline, however, remains calm and confident. She insists there's no need to fear when their forces double the rebels. In her mind, this battle is a chance to wipe out the enemy and strengthen her army's morale through victory. He shouts in fear, warning her that confronting them now means certain death, because Havalon himself is leading the attack and he's after him. Confusion flashes across her face as she wonders why Havalon would go to such extremes just to catch him. He answers bitterly that he's become the most precious person in Javier's life. Adeline looks out at the battlefield, the fire spreading fast as the enemy forces close in. The delay has brought them too close for comfort. If Haviland truly leads the cavalry, retreat isn't an option anymore. They'll have to fight. She draws her sword and commands her troops to gather behind her. The soldiers obey immediately, forming up in tight ranks. Our guy catches her arm trembling as he begs her to run, but she refuses, declaring they need to buy time for the others to run. She raises her voice and orders the second and third lines to ready their crossbows. At her command, they aim carefully when she shouts to fire. A storm of arrows cuts through the air. One spear flies straight at Chavion's horse, but it rears up, narrowly avoiding it. More arrows follow, striking down enemy riders. Adeline then commands a full retreat. The soldiers surge forward, guarding her as they pull back. For a moment, she believes the attack has bought them enough time to flee safely. But then a noise makes her turn. Her face goes pale when she sees her, Javion stepping out of the smoke, with a cold smile on his face. Our dude feels his chest tighten as Javier's grin looks completely deranged. In the next incident, he vanishes from his horse. He yells that Javier disappeared, but before she can react, the ground erupts in front of them. Javier crashes down with explosive force, shaking the earth. Both of them tremble in fear, and Javier's burning eyes lock onto him as he demands to know if tricking him was worth it. Drawing his flaming sword, he vows to make sure Rion never runs again. Then with terrifying speed, he lunges forward. He feels death closing in, his entire body trembling. But before Javier can strike, Damien leaps in front, blocking the attack. Their blades collide with a blinding flash and a burst of power. Javier studies him briefly, realizing this opponent is strong, but not enough, perhaps only a mid-level swordsman at best. His sheer force pushes Damien back, but he holds his ground and attacks again. Javier meets him head-on, his sword slicing through the air as Damien barely dodges. High above, Rockhill hovers momentarily, helpless as he watches. He knows Damien can't possibly win against Javier and should run while there's still time, but he himself is in no condition to help. That thought barely forms before he loses balance and drops, falling straight into Adeline's arms. She studies him and commands him to get up and explains that the soldiers are buying them time. They must run, but he refuses to leave Damien behind. She insists that staying will only lead to more deaths, and they can't risk everyone for one man. His mind races that this isn't just about Damien's destiny or his role in this world, it's something deeper, something he can't speak of. If he ever revealed the truth, the one who created Damien would intervene, and that must never happen. He calls out to Adeline and she looks at him expectantly. He tells her that saving everyone now depends on her. Confusion flashes in her eyes as she asks what he means. He says with quiet urgency that from this moment onward, she must follow his instructions exactly and asks for her will. He explains their strategy whispering in her ears, and her eyes widen in disbelief. The impossibility of what he suggests hits her all at once. He simply reassures her that it's possible, holding her hands while she finds him completely insane. And he turns back to watch the army. His thought wanders how some events in this world carry consequences that outweigh their benefits. Not every transformation brings improvement. Some things seem like they're creating something better, but they're really just destroying everything. Chaos pretends to be progress, but it's really just making things worse. The Dark Sword Emperor represents both ruin and rebirth, with Damien standing at the very heart of this cycle. Amid the wreckage of a collapsed empire where order no longer exists, Damien grows stronger. He shatters the world again, reshaping everything from the fragments. This burden becomes his destiny, and he accepts it completely. Rakil's thoughts drift back to his strategy. He realizes that abandoning Damien's development, trapping him in an inescapable crisis, might trigger his true awakening. Once that being emerges, the entire world faces its end. This understanding drives every decision, creating fake excuses to keep Damien away from the arena, maintaining him close by at all times. He endures countless chaotic situations, but keeping Damien nearby prevents him from facing the same trials described in the novel. Despite all these precautions, the situation still spirals toward disaster. Rakil forces himself to regain composure as fear serves no purpose now. The chaos in Cremo pales in comparison to what Damien's awakening might unleash. He turns toward the princess, checking her readiness. She hesitates briefly, needing just another moment, then confirms she's prepared. The battlefield erupts around them. Swords clash violently as armies collide. Damien faces Javier, and Damien is completely enveloped in mana. Javier questions whether exhaustion has begun to set in, then launches his next assault. The force of his attack makes Damien reconsider everything. Initially, it seems like pure defense. Damien simply blocks each strike. But something else becomes clear. Every single time, by the smallest possible margin, Damien slips through the attacks, avoiding the full impact, and the precision seems impossible. Havelong recognizes this pattern. Some fighters possess this quality. They never stop evolving. The battle itself makes them stronger. The realization creates urgency, and crushing Damien now becomes the only option before he grows beyond reach. Havelong repositions his sword, testing a new approach. His speed increases dramatically. In one fluid motion, he appears behind Damien, striking from an unexpected angle, yet somehow Damien blocks this too. The sword hits the ground instead, the impact revealing Damien's monstrous strength. Havelong's disbelief grows as dodging that particular strike requires extraordinary reflexes. He acknowledges Damien's endurance, but declares the fight nearing its end. Damien studies himself, insisting he can still continue. He dismisses this as empty courage, and their swords collide once more. Something shifts in that moment. Javier suddenly snaps his movement. Launching Damien backward with tremendous force, Damien crashes into rock, and Haviland approaches to finish things, calling the entire exchange boring as Damien lies against the stone. Haviland raises his weapon for the final blow. Strange thoughts fill Damien's mind. Never did he imagine dying in such a place. Yet as the sword descends toward his heart, something feels wrong. Time seems to freeze and the weapon moves closer. But fear doesn't come. Instead, an odd calm settles over him. Javier notices the oddity too. Damien's mana flow changes, becoming irregular, unfamiliar. The sword reaches Damien's heart, and tremendous amounts of mana begin radiating from him. The energy patterns make no sense. At that moment, a voice cuts through everything. It's our boy calling out to the princess. She appears, holding an enormous stone above her head. With complete force behind the motion, she hurls it toward Javier. He scoffs at the attempt, questioning what anyone expects to accomplish with such a simple tactic. Rockhill moves quickly while the stone travels through the air, flying forward. The Healing Hands technique activates, and he begins chanting its verses. Javier shouts at him, outraged at his audacity. He hits the ground but continues the technique without pause. He channels everything into the Healing Hand spell until completion, and immediately Javion suddenly starts feeling refreshed. Our dude plan succeeds perfectly. Javier senses the immediate change as his aura vanishes without warning, leaving him confused. Rockhill, however, understands the situation completely, that Javier doesn't even realize what the headache meant to his entire existence. Cognitive dissonance grips him now, throwing everything off balance in ways he can't comprehend. From the very first pulse check, he knew the truth about Javier's condition. Every single time Javier swung his weapon throughout his entire life, pain shot through his skull. This agony accompanied him from birth, becoming something he endured through willpower alone. Gritting his teeth through the pain became part of his routine. The suffering never left him, even after he reached Swordmaster level. The headache and his determination to push through it became deeply ingrained in his swordsmanship and monotechnics over the years. They formed part of who he was as a warrior. Now that part suddenly disappears, leaving him in cognitive dissonance. Our dude immediately approaches Damien without a second thought, instructing him to come back to senses. Damien stares at him in disbelief. Raquel demands to know what just happened. He struggles to describe how, at the instant everything seemed finished, time warped and the world went eerily silent like the edge of an endless sleep. Then his Healing Hand skill voice echoes in his ears. That single sound drags him back. A ridiculous thought follows that he hasn't even claimed his danger compensation. Whatever else occurred in those blank moments, that voice got him his senses back and helped him find himself again. At that moment, our boy realizes that Damien has inched closer to whatever truth sits inside him. The moment barely passes before Haviland's voice slices through the air, asking if the conversation is finished, and he slams his sword down. Sensing a shift, Javier surges toward Damien, and the duel reignites with brutal intensity. As steel meets steel, Damien yells that he'll buy him time to flee while the chance still exists. He warns that if he hesitates now, there will be no second chance. Sparks fly with every clash. Damien's thought that Raquiel is foolish to linger slips outward as he suddenly voices it, ordering the Crown Prince to run. Damien freezes, stunned that Raquiel has spoken his very thoughts aloud. Just then, he comes closer, presses a steadying hand to Damien's shoulder, and taunts him for doubting his employer. Then he exhales and releases the poisonous smoke he has been holding in. He had been inhaling it in tiny measures, he realizes, saving it for a moment like this. The cloud rushes straight toward Chavion, meant as a surprise strike. Even a small breath of it into Chavion's lungs could be enough. Rian yells for the princess to enact Plan 1 on 19. Adeline answers immediately that Plan 1A19 means securing the Crown Prince, and she charges with her troops. Our boy informs Damien they may have 5 seconds to form up. Just then, Chavion appears and scoffing that nobody leaves until the end and strikes, flinging Damien backward and then slamming into him. Both of them lie on the ground, and blood comes from his nose as he looks at him with furry vision, realizing that he must not faint at this moment, or everything will be over. Scene flashes back to before he left the palace, as the royal mage had come to Rookle and informed he would cast a disguise. Rachel had doubted whether it would hold, but Zenitius in a mischievous way reminded him of that lightning he once fired at him, and asked if he truly mistrusted such a simple glamour. Rachel relented and trusted him. Zenitius, however, added a warning that one condition exists that will shatter the spell. He explained that a physical blow strong enough to render him unconscious will break the charm. His mana will form a protective shell that absorbs the first heavy impact and keeps him from blacking out, but that safeguard works only once, so caution is essential. Back in the present, a brilliant light blooms before Javier, and as Rian in front of him shifts back to Rachel, bathed in radiance. Pavlon's face twists with disbelief as the saint is the Crown Prince of Magentano. Troops begin to surge forward. but Haviland draws his sword and warns them to stay back if they want to avoid seeing the Crown Prince being dead. He slams his blade into the ground with a shout, and an explosive shockwave throws everyone, including Adeline, off their feet. Rockhill measures his escape options and wonders whether his title affords him any protection here. He concludes that Javelin could not care less. At worst, he will be taken hostage. The rebellion will claim victory, and the royal family of Magentana will have no leverage. For now, he forces himself to rise and wait for the exact moment to slip away. Then he recognizes something else. He just endured a direct strike imbued with the force of a first swordmaster. The Azarhan heart method engraved in him analyzes the blow and adapts. It identifies an ability to observe external impact and lessen physical harm. An HP conversion function unlocks inside him, and Raquel reels at the implication, and it can turn the stored health and his organs into usable life force. Pavillon accuses Raquiel of betraying him and declares that he once considered him a friend, and that he has mocked his kindness. Raquiel answers with scorn. He points out that Javier is merely a rebel leader from a minor kingdom offering hollow goodwill to a crown prince. He asks whether he still views him as the simple physician Rion. The old kindness was never friendship, it was possessive, obsessive behavior disguised as care. He tells Javier to stop humiliating himself and back away while he still can. Haviland responds that he never wanted things to end this way, but warns him that in this city, no one will recognize him as the crown prince. He raises his sword, declaring that if he kills Adeline and her guards, no one will remain to witness it. Raquiel asks about his intention of cutting his legs still, but Javier insists he can keep him captive forever and bring down the Empire. Rachel calls him insane. Javier demands to know why Raquiel doubts him. His aura of darkness as he raises his blade, but just then, his hands begin to tremble. Dracula meets him with a calm smile and answers with a single word, unbreakable. Raquel activates the Azarhan breathing technique option called immovable, which provides him with 5 minutes of protection. The firm durability of his man of circle shields his nervous system completely, ensuring that no matter what impact he receives, he won't faint or lose consciousness during this period. The time remaining until the effect wears off shows 4 minutes and 59 seconds on his status. He reflects on how he gained this immovable option by enduring Adeline's shockwaves 500 times. And now for the next 5 minutes. Passing out becomes impossible no matter what damage he takes. Haviland attacks him with tremendous force. The strike lands, and Raquel's current HP drops dramatically to 130 out of 300. He realizes that just one hit caused this much damage. Understanding that Hav alone is a high level, and without using immovable, he would have fainted instantly from that single blow. Now the situation demands that he use HP conversion right away. He activates 170 HP from his reserves, and those points get restored immediately. Bringing his HP back to full 300, the system confirms it works perfectly. This functions like a cheat code for survival. Now that he's taken a hit and survived, things don't seem quite as bad anymore. He then mocks Javelin, taunting his swordsman skills, and he watches him closely and senses something strange because Reiki L blocks 2 strikes aimed straight for his legs, each strong enough to sever them instantly, yet no mark appears where the blades meet. Then our boy mocks him with loud taunts, claiming that for a supposed swordmaster, his strikes seem weak. Deep down, Raquel knows he only needs to keep Javier distracted for a little longer, so Damien can recover. He continues to provoke him, urging him silently to stop holding back and show his true strength. Javier rushes forward with incredible speed, claiming he won't fall for such simple tricks. His sword lands with tremendous power, and Raquel's HP drops sharply, falling to 190 out of 300. Without hesitation, he activates his conversion technique, restoring 110 HP instantly and returning to full strength. He smirks to himself, thinking that a real man always fights at full HP, no matter how dangerous things get. Suddenly a barrier forms before him. He feels the shift in temperature and realizes that eternal frost has activated again. The Azarhan breathing technique automatically generates this barrier when infused with mana. He understands that to control it properly, he must draw in mana from the surroundings and reinforce the ice barrier. He focuses his breathing, letting the mana flow into his body through his muscles, fascia, and nerves. His senses heighten sharply, and every sound and movement becomes clear as crystal. Javier comes again, determined to end it with one more strike. Raquel senses exactly where the attack will land, and as the sword descends, he channels his technique and forms a massive shield. The collision causes a huge explosion, shaking the ground. Smoke fills the air, cutting off his vision completely. He struggles to find Harvion through the dense haze. The system activates his skill, which is meridian scanning that locks onto Javion's position automatically. Raquel tracks him through the smoke and quickly notices the attack pattern. The downward slash serves as a deception. While the real strike comes upward, Haviland swings hard, but Raquiel's barrier holds firm. He laughs faintly, taunting him that for all his talk, Chavion's power isn't that impressive anymore. Every move he makes feels predictable now. At that moment, a system message flashes before him announcing that during this extreme battle, he has refined the breathing technique to a higher level. The skill evolves into breathing technique. Single circle, level 7. Javier continues to unleash strike after strike, but Raquiel's movements have become smoother and faster. His upgraded control allows him to dodge and block with ease. His internal organs seem to respond to, providing him an unexpected boost of 1000 HP to keep him going. His heart urges his body to not to hesitate, and if he dies, everything inside him dies too. The surge finally comes through, raising his HP dramatically to 7000. His stamina, resistance, and regeneration all improve at once. Their clash continues endlessly, and when Raquiel keeps provoking Javier, suggesting he should abandon his obsession, inside he knows his endurance is running out. He only needs to hold on long enough for Damien to strike back. If he can stall Javier's offense, Damien can counter freely without awakening his true power. To conserve strength, Raquiel simplifies his defenses, focusing on stability over force. Desperation drives him to dig deeper, and he brings up Javier's past, mentioning how he spent his life hiding behind the story of losing his father. His tone stays calm, but the words strike deep. Javier freezes, eyes widening in silence. Raquiel pushes further, implying that Javier didn't hate his father enough to kill him, that it was just an accident. Rage bursts from Javier as he screams for Raquiel to stop, and slams his fist against the barrier. Raquiel realizes that he was right all along. He had assumed it based on Javier's sleep-talking during his time with him. Judging by his reaction, he's hit the truth perfectly. He keeps pressing, saying that no one expected that clumsy first strike of his can actually kill his father. Not even Javier himself. At that moment, both father and son discovered his true, terrifying talent. Javier's fury explodes beyond control. His aura burns like wildfire, his sword blazing with violent energy. Raquiel braces himself, feeling the immovable skill fade away. A nervous smile crosses his face, as this was never part of the strategy. The ground shakes as an enormous blast erupts, shrouding everything in smoke and debris. When the haze clears, Raquiel sees Javier approaching through the dust. Sword raised for the final blow, but before it lands, another blade intercepts it with a sharp clash. Turns out it is Damien facing Javier head-on, and Javelin taunts him for not giving up. Raquiel is shocked to see his bodyguard, who now stands between them. A little while ago, when Damien wakes up in the middle of thick smoke, wondering if he got unconscious for a second. Not far away, a soldier holds on to Adeline, who is unconscious. Meanwhile, Javier and Raquiel continue their fierce fight. Damien sees Javier's power slowly coming back and knows he has to do something before the enemy gets his full strength again. A memory pops up of Damien practicing hard with his sword. Cutting through wooden practice posts, he never wants to fail like he did during Cremo incident. By putting mana into her strikes, he cuts through entire stacks of wood at once. But this still doesn't feel good enough, and he needs way more power to keep Raquiel safe. Closing his eyes, Damien pushes his mana flow past any limit he's tried before. His heart pumps energy in a weird direction, making blood drip from his mouth. He remembers a teacher's warning about mana reversal being basically a death wish. It hits him hard that he's doing the forbidden thing right now. Grabbing his chest, Damien gets ready to stop, but finds something strange. The reversal doesn't hurt him at all. Instead, his mana rushes backward and breaks through another barrier. He tries it carefully, slowly changing which way his energy flows while staying in control. When his heart makes a half turn, huge amounts of power spread through his whole body. To test this new strength, Damien hits the ground. Mana spreads out from where he struck, cracking the earth in big chunks. His sword moves now carry way more punch than before. Now in present, he knows that he has done partial reversals tons of times, but never a full one. Right now, though, there's no time to worry. If he can't protect Raquiel, everyone's finished. Damien makes up his mind that today he'll push past every limit no matter what. He closes his eyes again as his heart creates crackling lightning. He speaks an old promise about seeds planted in the world that will grow into fire that eats everything. Mana covers him completely as he jumps into the fight. Javier comments on his will, but Damien rushes forward anyway. When they crash together, a huge explosion of energy cracks. Our boy covers his face from the smoke and flying dirt. Javier mentions how stubborn he is as their weapons keep hitting each other. Behind him, our boy watches, totally shocked and worried. He lifts his weapon up high while Raquiel figures out he's using the forbidden reversal heart move. The weapons smash together hard. Javier's mind races with confusion about someone without aura blocking a swordmaster's attacks. Aura usually only stops other aura. A scary thought enters his head that maybe he's actually scared of this guy. Damien lets out another strike, making Hovelon super angry. The swordmaster screams about him and throws powerful attacks at him. He swings his blade really close to Damien's body. Out of nowhere, a ball of pure mana explodes between them, breaking Javion's aura completely in one hit. Our dude watches, barely believing what he sees. Damien is using the main power of the Sword Emperor's scariest move, something that automatically makes the user one full level stronger than whoever they're fighting. Even Swordmasters, no matter how powerful, can't stand up to this move. Javier won't accept losing to someone he thinks is weaker. He charges ahead with his hand out, thinking about his best technique. If he can just touch Damien, he'll use his unlimited attack. As Javier gets close, Rockhill suddenly jumps in and grabs his enemy's hand. Leaving Damien totally confused, Javier's hand shakes as he figures out the attack has already started and can't be stopped now. He'll end up killing Rakiel whether he wants to or not. He questions if our dude even gets what's about to go down. He answers with a knowing grin, confirming he knows Javier is trying the illusion move, but Rakiel explains that letting Damien keep going would cause bigger trouble. Alicia is pretty effective move when fighters channel raw mana through touching, an old school method that destroys pure inner energy. During these raw power battles, even the reversal heart move can't help. Since Damien has a smaller body than Javier, he'll definitely lose this exchange. Our boy makes fun of him for picking on someone weaker opponent, calling it pretty sad. Javier screams back, then freaks out when he realizes Rakiel plans to take Damien's place. Rockhill corrects him that no sacrifice happening here. He's going to eliminate Javier instead. The Crown Prince activates a Kuzman skill while eating a sunflower seed. The system right away warns him he's illegally eating something only mythical creatures should have. Since he's human, the giant making effect will only work for 3 minutes. Red sunflower seeds cause bad side effects in humans, and the system says to see a traditional Korean medical doctor right away. Adeline and the guards around them watch in total shock as Rockhill grows into a giant. The system warns that when the effect stops, he'll get hit with nasty side effects and pass out for 5 whole days. Far away, the Emperor yells at his helper, wanting to know what the heck they're looking at. The helper admits he has zero clue. Rakiel points out he told them about the Korean doctor thing. Now that he's giant-sized, illusion won't work on him. If he can just last these 3 minutes, he might stop Damien's full awakening. He tells Chavaline to give up and end the fight here. Javier can't let go of Rockhill's hand. His blood vessels are already messed up, and Rakiel's pure mana totally overpowers him. He notices his opponent isn't listening and thinks about his own path. Have a long climb to the top through tons of competitions, and now wonders if all that work led to this embarrassing moment. Rakiel questions why he won't release his grip, and the timer shows only 56 seconds left on being giant, making a choice. Rockhill shakes his hand around wildly in every direction like it's nothing. Long screams over and over, begging to be let go but stay stuck tight in Rakiel's grip. Rockhill decides on a perfect fix and with a finger snap. Throws have a yawn far away. The rebel leader rolls across the ground before crashing into rocks in the distance. Rockhill celebrates breaking his own record. The princess comments on how nicely things turned out now that the fighting stopped. Javier's sword sits on the ground forgotten. The timer hits 0 and Rockhill goes back to normal size, finding timing worked great. He feels relieved, though kind of dizzy. His bigger worry is whether his bodyguard is okay. Before he can check, Rockhiel's body starts shaking. Calling out Damien's name, he falls into his arms, barely managing to question if Damien's alright. Damien catches him in shock, right away asking about his health instead. Our boy's eyes flutter open as someone keeps repeating his name. When he looks around, he finds himself dressed fancy with Princess Adeline gripping his arm. Confusion fills his mind about what's happening. The princess informs him it's time to head on stage, which only adds to his bewilderment. As he reaches the stage area, the host announces him as a star and appreciates all for the wait. The crowd erupts in applause, with people everywhere offering congratulations. The screen displays a message about reaching double circle level, which catches Rakiel completely off guard. Even more shocking, the notification shows that Slot 2 has unlocked and Slot Fusion has been added. Garden behind a bar, casually shaking a bottle, explains how Slot Fusion works. The feature lets users combine materials stored in different slots accurately. He demonstrates by creating a glass of wine effortlessly. Our boy's mind races, wondering if this whole thing is some kind of dream. The scene shifts abruptly and he now stands in an empty hall facing Damien, who questions what Rakiel did to him. Rakiel nervously denies doing anything wrong. Damien presses harder, demanding answers about what happened, while holding a blood-stained sword, and accuses him of knowing everything from the beginning. Rakiel tries explaining that he only wanted to keep Damien safe. Damien moves closer, repeating his demand for truth. Our guy attempts to respond but discovers his mouth feels taped shut, preventing him from speaking. He realizes this isn't really Damien, but something inside questions him. As Damien raises the sword, Rockhill understands what's coming. The blade slashes across his throat, making him think about his death. The vision shatters and Rockhill jolts awake, screaming nervously as he shoots up from his bed. His shouts fill the room uncontrollably. Damien sits nearby on the bed, questioning if Rachel did this deliberately. He makes a nervous face while wondering if Damien is still in an awakened state. Damien, covered in injuries and bandages, mentions that the nightmare just now won't make him forget about his hazard pay. This comment shocks Rakiel, but also brings relief that Damien's first thought involves getting money from him. This proves it's actually Damien acting normal. Rockhill pleasantly questions what he takes him for, while thinking how happy he feels. He then requests Damien's hand when Damien questions why. Rockhill explains he wants to check the pulse, and Damien wonders about the sudden request. Rakiel's real reason involves checking how far the reversal heart technique awakening has moved forward. And he mentions knowing Damien reached advanced sword expert level. Damien questions how Rakiel figured that out. Rakiel reminds him about his skills, and he recognizes the symptoms from their first meeting and warns him that insomnia increases and nerves become more sensitive at this rate. Damien accepts this and extends his hand. Rakiel begins the pulse diagnosis, and the comprehensive examination report labels Damien as human, which matches his expectations. Something definitely changed since their first encounter, showing the awakening is moving forward. The overall diagnosis reveals exceptional health, physically strong and balanced. However, severe insomnia appears. Leftover damage from the recent reckless mana reversal attempt shows up in the body, requiring medication and rest. Additionally, strange, unidentified foreign tissue exists in the bloodstream. This tissue recently experienced rapid growth and multiplication, but for unknown reasons, its expansion has stopped now. Watching these results, Rakiel thinks at least the awakening paused for now. This probably happened because he took the hit from Javier's secret technique instead of Damien. As long as it doesn't move forward anymore, things should stay manageable. He firmly tells Damien never to attempt mana reversal again. Damien protests that he feels perfectly fine, but our dude refuses to accept this excuse, warning him not to be so stubborn. He adds that trying mana reversal one more time will finish Damien for good. He calls it wrong, and Rakiel suggests he should become the crown prince if he dislikes the rules. He then casually yawns and mentions that since the checkup finished, he needs a report covering everything that happened during his unconscious period, including what happened to Chavion. Damien starts explaining, but another voice interrupts, offering to handle the explanation instead. Both of them turn and bow down as the Emperor of Amboise enters. He requests to speak with the Crown Prince alone. Now sitting before the Emperor, he listens as the ruler first expresses sincere gratitude for delivering justice against the cruel ruler who hurt the people. On behalf of his family, the Emperor offers thanks and welcomes him. This makes him happy. And a notification pops up mentioning all these things as the royal family expresses official gratitude. He gets lost in thought while the Emperor keeps calling his name. He snaps back and responds that he feels honored to have provided some small assistance to the kingdom. The Emperor acknowledges this and proceeds to share what Rakiel eagerly wants to know the moment Haviland lost consciousness. The rebels immediately surrendered. Everyone involved will face trial in a military court, and Javelin himself is in custody on treason charges. Rakiel inquires about the future of the rebel soldiers, and the Emperor explains that they won't face special punishment since most of them were just forced into the war. Curious about Javier, Rakiel asks about his fate next. Calmly sipping his tea, the Emperor replies that Chavion will be used for experiments. A man with such skill doesn't deserve mercy or an honorable death. He adds that there's no reason to pity him, and such a miserable end suits him well. Finally, he checks if that clears Rockhill's doubts. Rockhill forces a polite smile while internally understanding how noble politics work. The Emperor returns the smile, and Rockhill gets the uneasy feeling that something more is coming. The Emperor then brings up the letter when he called him father. In law. Rockhill's mind freezes in shock as he remembers what he completely forgot about. He jumps to his feet and bows deeply, apologizing for his disrespectful behavior. He admits he was serious back then, but after spending time with the princess, he realized they were better off as friends. The Emperor remarks that sending his daughter to the capital turned out pointless then. Rockhill bows even lower, admitting he has no excuse. The Emperor suddenly laughs, saying that being young is a wonderful thing. Rockhill is stunned by the sudden change in tone. The Emperor continues, he was once like this, passionate and losing interest just as quickly. He assures Rockhill that he holds no grudges, then wonders if his daughter ever treated him poorly. Confused, Rockhill thinks about what the Emperor means by poor treatment. The Emperor says his daughter may be quiet, but she has an angry side, asking if she ever attacked him. Rockhill admits she did around 500 times with her full strength. Outside the room, the princess overhears everything. Her face turns red with anger when she hears it. Furious, she storms in, pushing past the guards. The loud slam of the door makes both men turn as she shouts Rockhill's name so loudly that nearby birds scatter. 3 days later, Rockhill prepares to leave for Magentana with Damien and Garden. Both bows before the Emperor to say farewell. The princess confirms that Rachel is really leaving this time, and he assures her she reminds him that she overheard his talk with her father and finds his excuses very amusing. Her temper flares again, and she starts arguing endlessly while Garden and Damien quietly watch. Garden smiles at the fiery scene, seeing it as a glimpse of young emotion. Rockhill starts panicking internally and decides to run away, giving his formal goodbye and wishing glory to the Empire. But the princess grabs his arm before he can go, pulling him back and demanding to know where he's trying to escape. Moving closer, she tells him that next time he should at least give her a fair chance. Rockhill quickly jumps into the carriage, repeating that he's leaving now. The princess wishes him safe travels as he rides off. Inside, Rocky L exhales in relief, thinking that was too close for comfort, as the carriage rolls toward the imperial palace. His mind fills with worry. He knows his father will make a big deal about everything that happened. The officials must already know it all, and cleaning up his mess must have been a huge task, especially after dealing with Ambuas. He expects another round of scolding and accepts it as something he can't escape. But then he freezes in fear and ahead at the gate. Garden points out that his father himself has come to meet them. Rukiel steps out, convinced that he must be furious to come all this way just to reprimand him. He approaches respectfully, announcing his safe return. Instead of anger, the Emperor pulls him into a tight hug. Rachel stiffens in shock, struggling to breathe. He studies him silently, amazed to sense that Rukiel has already reached double circle. He can't believe someone achieved that level so quickly, as it took him 25 years himself. They exchange greetings, and Rukiel wonders if it's over already. The lack of scolding makes him think maybe he is pleased. But then the Emperor lightly mocks his weakness, saying that if such a small show of affection hurts him, so if he can carry the burden of the throne, Rukiel sighs inwardly, realizing the lecture has arrived after all. However, his father then hands him a scroll, and Rukiel hesitates, wondering what it is. He explains that it's a number of marriage proposals from royal and noble families across the continent. Our dude freezes in complete shock, holding the scroll as if it weighs a ton. In Frontera Square, people stay busy working as the day goes on. The shopkeeper shares gossip with a customer that regarding rumors about the Crown Prince doing something incredible in Amboise. The customer shows interest and inquires if the rumors are right. The shopkeeper gets excited, confirming the story is real. Based on what folks are saying, the Crown Prince defeated the rebel group and took down their master using just one finger. The customer points his own finger, finding this claim hard to believe. The shopkeeper insists he's not lying and quickly adds that piles of marriage proposals have started arriving for the Crown Prince, from princesses all over the continent. The customer remarks, believing the Crown Prince was too weak to ever marry, so all that worry was for nothing. The shopkeeper snaps back, saying the customer should be more concerned about his own life instead of royal gossip. Offended, the customer grits his teeth and demands an explanation. The shopkeeper calmly points out that he should probably find a work before dreaming about marriage. He turns red with anger, saying he never asked for advice and that he always talks this way and demands an apology. But he reminds him that he still hasn't paid his rent. Hearing that, the customer's tone changes instantly. He bows and admits he was wrong. That night, Rukiel lies inside a moving carriage, feeling worn out from the day. Damien's voice catches his attention, and he turns to him. Damien gestures toward a stack of letters and asks if those really are marriage proposals. Rukiel confirms that every single one is from someone hoping to marry him. Damien guesses there must be some error. But Rukiel with pride informs that it only shows how well-known he has become, something that can't be hidden anymore. With a teasing tone, he adds that someone like Damien, who spent his whole life fighting underground, doesn't know much about romance anyway. Damien's response shocks him that he has been into relationships. Rukiel lets out a loud scream, shocked by what he just heard. Damien calmly explains that the underground arena wasn't only filled with men. Rukiel screams again, unable to believe it, and calls Damien a traitor. Trying to steady himself, he mutters that this whole conversation is giving him a headache. Garden guesses that Rukiel must be stressing over which marriage proposal to pick. He proudly claims he's an expert in love and offers to help Rukiel make the right choice. Taking his hand dramatically, he begins explaining the proper method of romance. First hold her hand, then look into her eyes to see if her heart feels the same. Rukiel's expressions change and tells Garden to stop right away. He ignores him and keeps talking about moving closer and going for her lips. Horrified, our dude yells, calling such actions offensive, and declares he's going to reject every proposal, pushing Gordon's face away in frustration. Damien looks confused and asks for the reason. And Rukiel explains that those letters aren't about love, they're about power. They were sent to him because of his position and future as emperor, not because of who he is. Now that he's the strongest heir, he's the top marriage candidate across the continent. Rukiel continues, saying that back when everyone thought he was weak and dying, nobody sent him anything. They all sent their proposals to Theodore instead. The Garden is shocked that he already knew about it. Rukiel answers that he's not surprised as he heard everything himself. He also learned that Theodore refused all those offers, declaring that Rukiel had to come first before him. Reaching into the box, Rukiel picks up one letter and remarks that thanks to Amboise, he's suddenly become the most sought aftergroom. Garden points out that people now finally recognize his abilities and bright future, so rejecting all the proposals seems like a waste. And Rukiel gives no explanation. Inside his mind, the real reason becomes clear. He has no intention of becoming emperor. Staring at his reflection, he smirks and thinks his only goal is to live long and peacefully as royalty. He already knows the emperor is plotting something with these proposals, and if there's a benefit to be taken, he plans to seize it. With sudden energy, Rukiel shouts for the carriage to head to the Theodore's palace. Garden looks shocked, asking if they're really going there this time. Damien jokes about demanding extra pay for a night shift. Our boy yells again to turn around quickly, thinking that this will be his first time seeing Theodore since their duel. Maybe he should have visited while checking on the emperor, but sending letters or flowers just isn't his style. Then a strange thought hits him that he isn't even the real Rukiel, so he wonders what happened to the real soul. His heart answers sarcastically, asking why he's only thinking about that now after all this time. Rakhil freezes, realizing his organs knew the truth. They confirm they did, after all, they managed the body. Rakhil demands to know where the real soul went. They then admit that they have no idea. Rakhil groans in frustration, angry at the build-up leading nowhere. Before he can argue further, his companions inform him they've reached the palace. Stepping out, Rakhil observes the grand residence carefully. A servant rushes over, bowing respectfully and introducing himself as the steward in charge of the second prince's household. Rakhil apologizes for arriving without informing his needs to meet Theodore. The steward understands and offers to take him to the reception room while sending for the prince. Rakhil refuses and insists on going straight to him. Turning to Damien and Garden, he tells them to stay outside since he'll speak with him alone. And they agree. Stuart guides him through the halls, and as they walk, our dude notices the smell of food and inquires if Theodore is eating at this time. The steward admits he has been taking his meals slowly lately. He tries again to lead him to a waiting area, but he insists on going directly to him. His mind runs through the plan that he'll dump all the proposal letters on Theodore, then arrange a massive banquet for every princess and noblewoman to attend. Once they see Theodore, they'll fall for him instantly. The second prince is tall, handsome, athletic, and has no bad traits. Rakhil feels proud of his genius plan, imagining how perfectly it will work out. They stop at a large door, and the steward announces their arrival before opening it. Rakhil enters with enthusiasm, greeting Theodore, but the moment he looks up, he freezes. The person eating at the table is a fat guy. Rakula is convinced he's walked into the wrong room. He starts to step back and close the door when the man speaks, calling him by name. Rakhil stares, refusing to believe it's Theodore, but the man insists he's really him, and Rakhil screams in disbelief. Approaching to take a closer look, Rakhil's mind races in panic. His grand plan to pass off the proposals has completely collapsed. He wonders what on earth happened to Theodore and if he's all right. Theodore casually informs he's fine, adding that people always say a man should have a strong build. Rakhil stares blankly and Theodore keeps eating, then admits that ever since losing their fight, he lost motivation to do anything else, and eating is his only escape now. Our boy's thoughts click together that he has been cheating from stress. He brings up the idea of losing some weight. Theodore asks about it, and Rakhil explains that he's talking about getting slimmer and shows his worry for his health. Theodore replies that he's comfortable the way he is. Rakhil understands, but still insists that this isn't good for his body. Theodore admits he knows that, but since he's not harming anyone, he is okay with it. He orders dessert and the steward immediately obeys. Watching this, Rakhil realizes his brother has lost all motivation or self-control. Getting him to change will take a smarter plan. After thinking for a moment, Rakhil softens his expression and says he spoke too harshly earlier. Theodore brushes it off, saying it's fine, but Rakhil continues that there's something he must tell him. Theodore looks puzzled and Rakhil leans close, lowering his voice to whisper a lie that he doesn't have even 12 months left to live. Theodore's reaction is instant and explosive. He shouts so loudly that Rakhil falls flat on his back. The overweight prince stares at him in shock, demanding to know if it's really true. Lying there on the floor, Rakhil smirks. Theodore pulls Rocky up from the floor, desperate to know if the shocking news he heard is really true. Rakhil confirms it without hesitation, and his heart organ jokes that his acting deserves an award, which oddly makes him smile. But Theodore still argues that Rakhil is strong, he won the duel, and he became the hero of the Manhwa Civil War. Rakhil admits the situation must be problematic and apologizes for revealing it so suddenly. He says Theodore would have learned the truth sooner or later anyway, so hearing it now might be better. Then he quietly adds that he has less than a year left to live, his voice trembling as he speaks. Worry takes over Theodore's face, but our dude continues calmly. He explains that this short time is the reason he spent his days treating the wounded and caring for people in Manhwa. Every act of kindness he did was for Theodore's sake, a small hope that his good deeds would someday bless his successor. Tears fall from Theodore's eyes as he realizes Rakhil saved lives for his sake. Rakhil gently confirms it and apologizes, admitting he never understood how much Theodore was suffering inside. He adds that instead of fighting for the crown prince's position, he should have just handed it over, and dramatically slaps his own face and calls himself mean. Then running to the window, he curses himself for being worthless and says he deserves to die. But his brother rushes over and grabs his arm, stopping him. He insists none of this is his fault. The real problem is himself because he never noticed Rakhil's pain. He lost once and let that failure destroy him, acting like a fool all this time. He kneels, taking all the blame. Rakhil denies it as Theodore's fault, but he refuses to agree. They go back and forth, each taking the blame, until Rakhil finally smiles and places a hand on Theodore's shoulder. He supplies that if Theodore really feels sorry, then he should make it up by doing something meaningful, and he agrees instantly. Rakhil asks what he plans to do, and he replies with sudden determination that he'll lose weight within 2 months. Rakhil looks at him and thinks this proposal project might finally be moving forward again. The next morning, Theodore is running laps in the arena while Rakhil sits nearby watching. He finds his energy impressive, but knows he's still carrying too much weight. Getting fit will take months, not weeks. But Rakiel doesn't have that much time to wait. He can't find any solution. Just then, a subordinate informs him that a delivery from the Princess of Amboise has arrived. Curious, Rakiel rushes off, thinking it must be the famous Visparo's Queen Bee liquor. He bursts into the annex and calls out for it. But when he sees the delivery, his jaw drops. The container is massive, so big it has a ladder attached to it. Guardian appears nearby, panting heavily, and explains that moving the barrel nearly killed the soldiers. They all stand around exhausted. Rakiel thanks them for their hard work and tells them to rest, and Guardian collapses immediately. Rakiel climbs up the ladder and peers inside. The liquor looks and smells fine, so he takes a sample to analyze before drinking it. He pulls out his companion, the immortal sunfish Pobok, telling him he'll be the first taster since he's Rakiel's best friend. Excited, Pobok jumps into the spoon and starts drinking. Moments later, Pobok activates its skill. It then revives, gains a growth stack, and starts writing in his diary. Rakiel stares in disbelief, wondering what just happened. He opens the diary, where Pobok complains that the delicious liquor Rakiel gave him was actually awful. It had too much L-carnitine, making it taste salty, sour, and greasy all at once. It angrily writes that Theodore's fatty acids got activated and its belly fat was stolen, calling it robbery. Rakiel reads further and realizes something. L-carnitine is a strong, fat-burning ingredient. Normally, more than 2 grams a day can't be taken safely, but this brew breaks that limit. Unlimited fat burning with no side effects, it's a miracle. Rachel's eyes widen that if he gives this to Theodore, he can not only help him lose weight, but also turn it into a powerful diet supplement worth a fortune. He shouts for Theodore, announcing that it's time to burn fat. He drinks the liquor and immediately starts exercising, though he complains he can't run anymore. Rakiel pushes him to keep going and then makes him take tonic afterward. 2 months later, Theodore's hard work pays off and his body is strong and lean again. Rakiel praises him, impressed by his effort. Theodore jokes and asks why Rakiel looks serious after a checkup. Rakiel finds that Theodore's organs are tired from the fast weight loss, and that such change can strain the body. His internal organs tease him about kidney stones, and he realizes his kidney has awakened, just like an ambuous. Apologizing for the chaos, he moves on. Theodore asks if the results are not right, but our dude smiles and says they're better than expected. Still, he should rest for a month to recover. He flexes his muscles proudly, saying he feels lighter and happier, but never wants to taste that liquor again as it was disgusting. Our dude insists it wasn't that bad, though he admits it worked wonders. He thanks him sincerely. Our boy smirks, saying he should be very thankful, and Theodore asks what he means. Rakiel points out that Theodore clearly hasn't grasped how the world really works, where everything is based on give and take. Theodore admits he wasn't aware of that. Rakiel lets it slide, calling him young and should be given a chance to understand. Then Rakiel mentions having just one request that is not difficult at all. Theodore quickly agrees, and Rakiel drops the news that Theodore will get married instead of him. Theodore freezes in disbelief, and Rakiel reminds him that he claimed he'd do anything. Theodore stammers, caught off guard. Rakiel sighs dramatically, saying he'll just ask someone else instead. Panicking, Theodore says it's not rejection, he's just surprised. Rakiel smiles sadly, saying his request may sound absurd, but his time is running short. Theodore suggests they should just tell the truth to everyone, but Rachel refuses. Their father's health is still fragile, and informing his condition might cause a fatal shock. Tears fall from Theodore's eyes as he agrees. He asks what he's supposed to do then. Rakiel explains that the goal is to make the noble ladies fall in love with Theodore instead. On a loud clap, Damien and Garden walk in, each carrying cages filled with pigeons. Theodore realizes that he's been tricked into this setup. Rocky agrees and releases the birds, announcing the beginning of something big. The birds fly high into the sky, each with a small scroll tied around its neck. They spread across many kingdoms, heading toward royal palaces. In one palace, a princess notices a bird land by her window and recognizes it as a messenger. Another princess opens her scroll, wondering if it's from Magentano. Somewhere else? A princess reads her letter and gasps when she learns that only the first 50 guests can join the royal banquet. She panics and orders her servants to get the carriage ready, shouting for the fastest horses, and the princess does the same. Soon, dozens of princesses prepare to leave, all wanting to reach first. Carriages rush through streets, wheels rolling fast as the women race toward the same destination. One shouts that she must be among the top 50. Another boasts that she's already in the lead, and one even grabs the reins herself to drive faster. This carriage race would later inspire the creation of the Imperial Machir Rally, a grand international women's race held once every 5 years. At the palace gates, the steward stops the line and announces that no one else can enter. Guards push away the latecomers, while some princesses beg to raise the limit. Those who made it inside breathe in relief, thanking their luck. From a nearby tree, a figure silently watches the scene before vanishing. Inside the palace hall, the princesses take their seats. Whispering among themselves, some wonder what kind of man the crown prince really is, while others doubt the rumors about his weak health. Servants bring trays of food, and the room fills with chatter. One princess says she heard he defeated a swordmaster in battle. Another claims that he opened a free clinic where he treated everyone kindly. They begin to think the prince must be both strong and generous. Then the announcer declares that Crown Prince Rakiel Adrian Magentano is entering. The princesses look toward the door with excitement. But when it opens, an old-looking man walks in slowly, leaning on a cane. Everyone freezes in shock. Rakiel, hidden under disguise magic, stumbles forward as if weak and tired. The princesses whisper to each other in disbelief, wondering if this man is really the crown prince. Some feel cheated for traveling so far, while others can only stare in confusion. While he feels pleased that Chersonety's magic works perfectly, he pretends to fall, letting Damien catch him, and thinks the act is going as planned. He stays calm, used to getting such shocked looks before. He decides to speak, introducing himself as the host and thanking everyone for coming. The princesses murmur again, some complaining about the effort it took to get there, others thinking about leaving. Rakiel then says the banquet's venue was kindly offered by someone he wishes to introduce, his younger brother, Prince Theodore Palermo Magentano. Theodore walks in, and he's tall and handsome. The princesses gasping awe and rushed toward him. Asking for dances or offering drinks, he asks them to wait, but no one listens. The crowd grows louder as everyone fights for his attention. Rakiel calls out to him but can't be heard over the noise. Damien quietly laughs, noticing Theodore's total distraction. Rakiel realizes his plan worked and the proposal dumping mission is a success. Now that the princesses are chasing Theodore, he can finally slip away. He tells Damien he's going to get some air and asks him to prepare a drink. On the terrace, Rakiel takes out a small bottle, opens it, and drinks alone. His disguise fades, returning him to his real form. The night air feels calm, and he enjoys a rare moment of peace after months of chaos since Amblaz. Suddenly, someone covers his mouth from behind and presses a sword to his neck. His body stiffens in shock. He realizes it's an elf and wonders how she entered without Damien's notice. The elf speaks coldly, asking if he set a fire recently. He feels confused but answers that he hasn't. She snaps that he's lying, accusing him of burning the forest that held the Apollo's nest half a year ago. He admits that counts as recent. Though he finds it unfair to call something from months ago new, she insists she chose her words carefully. He suggests she lower the sword if she comes to ask for something, and she demands compensation for the forest he burned. Rakiel apologizes, admitting that his reason for setting the fire doesn't excuse the act. He knows elves love plants more than anything and never harm them. He offers to make it up to her and asks what she wants. She says he must personally go to the forest and restore it exactly as it was. He repeats her words in disbelief. She wants him to plant trees and grass himself. She adds that he must take care of them until the forest looks just as it looked. He points out that it could take 20 years, but she doesn't find it long. Our boy feels frustrated that for elves, who live over 1,000 years, 20 years is short. But for him, it's a huge part of his life. He tries to reason with her, offering to pay for the restoration instead. She reacts angrily, declaring gold means nothing to elves. He quickly explains that he doesn't mean a small payment. He can offer full chests of gold if needed. She hesitates for a moment, clearly tempted. He notices her reaction and presses the offer, saying hiring experts with enough funds could restore the forest faster and better than if he worked alone. The elf finds his reasoning sneaky but can't deny it makes sense. She decides to think about it. Rakiel encourages her to take a short break before deciding. She agrees and informs about her return after thinking it over. He smiles, calling it a good choice, and promises to wait at the annex when she disappears. Rocky exhales deeply and mutters that it's time to start his own preparations. The next morning, the steward comes in and calls Theodore. He slowly opens his eyes, drooling at the corner of his mouth. As he sits at the table, the steward tells him it's time to get up. Theodore informs him that had a lot of drink last night. All the princesses are also still drunk and scattered around the hall, some sitting and some lying down. He asks about Rakiel, and the steward informs that he returned to the palace early in the morning and seemed surprised. Elsewhere, Rakiel sits on the bench yawning. He feels that the time he's been waiting for is near. Damien, standing beside him, wonders who he's waiting for. Rakiel answers that it's an uninvited guest and realizes that if an elf managed to sneak past Damien's senses, and even though Damien is a swordmaster, then she must be extremely skilled. A strong wind suddenly blows, and from the fountain, an elf appears gracefully and lands in front of them. Damien gets ready to attack, but Rakiel quickly stops him. Damien assumes this must be the uninvited guest, and our boy silently confirms it, ordering to take the weapon back. Damien senses something strange that he can't figure out how strong she is. The elf speaks first, saying that before starting negotiations, they should at least know each other's names. She introduces herself as Sylvia. Rakiel notes she arrived earlier than expected, but Sylvia says waiting longer wouldn't have changed anything, so she came right away. Raquel guesses that money alone isn't enough for her and feels that although his offer is nice, something about it feels incomplete. Sylvia clenches her teeth but stays quiet. He can tell she agrees deep down and says he will improve the proposal he made yesterday. Sylvia doesn't understand what he means by it. He explains that he will let her live. Sylvia is startled and asks what he's implying. Raquel calmly answers that it isn't a warning, that even if he does nothing, she won't have a long life. He had noticed something strange about her the night before. The way she breathed, the faint rattle in her chest, and the faded smell of infection in her breath. He assumes she probably coughs up dark green phlegm every morning. Sylvia questions why it should even matter. But Raquel calmly reveals that he can heal her if she agrees to his offer. She finds it ridiculous for a human to make such a bold claim. She admits she coughs occasionally, but insists it's nothing serious, just a passing illness that will fade with clean air and rest. Raquel disagrees, saying it's far from a simple sickness. He calls out to Pobok, a small mythical creature that appears at once. Sylvia stares startled as she sees a mythical being. Raquel instructs Pobok to display the pulse record, and in seconds a projection appears, showing an image of Sylvia's lungs. He points at a glowing red spot inside her lungs, explaining that a parasite has formed itself there, worsening her health each day. Sylvia struggles to believe him. Humans might deceive after all, but then recalls what the elders said, that mythical creatures always speak the truth, so she's worried if he's telling the truth. As she asks about the parasite, Rachel identifies the intruder as a lung fluke known scientifically as Paragonomus. It feeds on her body from within, harming her lungs slowly. Shock spreads across Sylvia's face as she asks how such a creature could have entered her body. She has never faced any curse or dark spell before. Raquel informs its causes, ingesting its larvae without noticing. As she asks for its possibility, he explains it happened through the food she eats. Raw meat, likely. The larvae were swallowed and made their way into her lungs and stayed there. The smell in her breath shows inflammation, and the slight rattle in her breathing could already be the start of pneumothorax. He adds that cysts, worm sacs, have started forming inside her lungs. When she asks what cysts are, Raquel tells her simply that they're nests for worms. Her eyes widen in disbelief, and she asks if it's really that serious. He lists the symptoms: fever, chills, blood in her cough, exhaustion, and even mental strain, each one worse than the last until it ends her life. She realizes she's felt many of those already, but had blamed them on working too hard. Raquel advises her to accept his offer if she wants to live. She hesitates, asking what happens if she refuses, and he answers plainly then she won't receive any cure. Her mind spins, and she imagines the elder's disappointment for accepting mere money as repentance, yet the thought of dying terrifies her. She has worked for centuries to earn her position as an agent, and still hasn't even got love. Tears well up in her eyes as she silently apologizes to the elder, and decides to accept. With tears in her eyes, she asks about the treatment, noticing the faint herbal scent on Rocky Hill's clothes. She guesses he'll use a potion made from rare plants. Rockhill shakes his head, saying there won't be a single leaf or root in what she drinks. She brightens at first, until he gestures toward a massive minotaur grazing nearby. He explains that the creature feeds on lacquer trees, and its dung is used to brew a rare drink known as loke coffee. 1 cup, he says, is all it will take to heal her. Sylvia goes pale, realizing what he means. It's made from cow dung. She covers her mouth, horrified and speechless. Rachel admits it sounds unbelievable, but it truly works. The dung comes from a beast nourished by powerful medicinal trees. Still, Sylvia looks uncertain, fighting the thought of drinking such a thing. Our boy can't blame her, and even he wouldn't want to try it if he didn't know the proof behind it. He then remembers standing on the terrace last night, when his organs seemed to celebrate in a strange way. His lungs were being praised for their achievement in identifying the parasite. His heart asked who knew the lungs had such skill. The kidneys laughed, wondering who would have thought to negotiate with a lung fluke in the first place. Inside Sylvia's body, her lung fluke enjoys itself. While dancing at a party, our boy's kidneys approach it playfully, pretending they also came to dance. The fluke blushes shyly and joins them. Together they sway, and the kidneys tease her, asking if she likes meat or fish. She agrees to both, and then they lean in closer, asking what she dislikes most. The fluke whispers softly into their ears, revealing her secret. It reveals its dislike for, and the visitors acknowledge this and prepare to leave. However, it suddenly announces she'll accompany them while they grin at it. Back to the present, Raquel remarks that eruciol serves as the primary component in lacquer. When herbivores with resilient digestive systems consume and break it down, this compound transforms into something the lung flukes find irresistible. Sylvia appears confused by this information. Raquel asks her directly whether she can handle drinking boiled water mixed with cow dung. Her facial expression shifts dramatically. Understanding her reluctance, he moves closer and shares something he had deliberately withheld earlier. worried it might frighten her. The parasites don't limit themselves to lung tissue alone. She grows anxious and questions where else they might spread. He points toward his skull, explaining the creatures can migrate through the optic nerves. Traveling from the brain directly into the eyeballs, her shock intensifies as she repeats his words about these lung parasites. He continues detailing the consequences: seizures, severe headaches, persistent vomiting, neck stiffness, progressive muscle weakness, and ultimately death. This revelation breaks her composure completely. Tears stream down her face as she grabs his shirt desperately. Agreeing to consume whatever treatment he prescribes, she repeats her willingness multiple times through her sobs. The scene shifts to Damien carrying cow dung with both of them face covered. Confirming they have enough material, Damien protests that his assigned role involves protecting the royal heir, not handling animal waste. The prince reminds him this task falls under that protection duty. Damien recalls the mortifying experience of collecting the excrement, questioning how this became part of his responsibilities. Standing before the collected material, Damien continues objecting to grinding dung as part of his protective duties. Our dude counters that Damien still lacks Sylvia's level of capability. He apologizes but argues that creating this medicine also protects him from infection, making it relevant to his guard responsibilities. Rykel orders him to stop complaining and pulverize the material properly. Damien reluctantly agrees, drawing his sword while closing his eyes. He strikes his fist downward, launching all the dung balls into the air. His blade flashes repeatedly, slicing them into progressively smaller pieces until they reach a powder consistency. He confirms completion of the task. He examines the powder, satisfied with the results. He prepares the concoction and warns the patient not to let it cool since the treatment loses effectiveness with temperature. A note mentions this represents the Secondary Palace Clinic's new manual release of Urwak coffee, First Brew. She stares at the cup hesitantly before setting it down, expressing her continued discomfort with the entire situation. She pushes it toward him and she slides it back. She nervously pushes again, refusing. He lifts the cup and reminds her of her earlier promise to do anything necessary for recovery. She accepts it reluctantly, mentally repeating that this isn't actually done while attempting to take a sip. The first taste hits her hard and her eyes bulge as she realizes she cannot swallow. The stench overwhelms her senses. Raquel places his hand over her mouth, forcing her to gulp it down. After finishing, she sets the cup aside and questions whether this will actually eliminate the parasites. Before receiving an answer, violent coughing seizes her body. She collapses to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Fear grips her as she wonders whether he has poisoned her instead. Mental images flash through her mind of him admitting he tricked her with poison. She vows revenge while still shaking, then notices something unexpected. Colorful fluid pours from her mouth. He confirms this outcome with satisfaction. She accuses him of further trickery, refusing to be fooled again. He responds bluntly, directing her attention to the expelled material. He points out specific elements within the vomit. These represent the lung flukes from her respiratory system. She questions whether this proves genuine treatment rather than poisoning. He emphasizes he never jokes about medical procedures. She asks whether recovery is now complete, and he awkwardly admits it isn't finished yet. This response triggers her anger as she reaches for her weapon. He advises against looking so distressed about swallowing waste. His comment only intensifies her fury, and he clarifies that she needs to consume this mixture twice daily, morning and evening, until no more parasites emerge. This information devastates her emotionally and tears flow freely. The treatment continues over subsequent days, each dose producing more expelled flukes. He encourages her progress consistently. A system notification appears, confirming administration of Urwak coffee brew to the patient using herbal decoction skills. Medical efficiency rises by 14%. Another message reveals the patient was suffering from progressive lung fluke infection that would have proven fatal within 3 years without intervention. The coffee successfully eliminates all parasites. Medical expense claim level 2 activates. The treatment extends her life expectancy by 7.3 decades. However, the system detects non-human status and has the life expectancy reward. Calculations convert this to 68 bonus days. Her expected remaining lifespan now totals 376 days. The prince feels satisfied with this outcome, noting this confirms his expectations about elves. He congratulates her on successful treatment completion. She questions whether she must continue drinking the coffee. He confirms the parasites have been eliminated. Gratitude washes over her despite the horrible taste. He inquires whether anyone in her community exhibits similar symptoms. She wonders about his motivation for asking. His internal thoughts reveal his desire to increase his bonus lifespan further by treating others, though he frames it differently aloud. She admits lacking knowledge about her people's health conditions. Her explanation surprises him. She hasn't returned home in approximately 3 decades. He questions whether she ran away from her community. She clarifies her role as an executor handling external affairs. He questions why she doesn't return between missions. She explains the Great Elder dispatches them like dandelion seeds on the wind, and they simply follow wherever assignments take them. Disappointed by this dead end for finding more patients, our dude shifts his focus. He refuses to let compensation for forest fire damages slip away easily after working so hard for that money. Every coin matters to him. He transitions to settling the medical bill. Her confusion shows as she asks about payment. She believed the treatment came free of charge based on what everyone claimed. He slams his hand on the table, demanding to know who spread this misinformation. She responds that public consensus established this belief. He corrects her understanding, and his earlier statement about providing treatment never included making it free. He produces a letter explaining that anyone completing a medical registration slip receives free care. Since she never filled out this registration form, standard charges apply. She questions whether such a registration slip actually exists. He confirms its existence and demands payment immediately. His subordinates rush into the room as he accuses her of planning to leave without settling her account. He expresses disappointment that an elf would behave dishonorably, especially after he paid her forest fire compensation without complaint and treated her properly. She asks about the total cost. He states 100,000 megans. This astronomical figure shocks her completely. She requests installment payment options. He questions whether she has any money whatsoever. She admits she carries no funds at all. He emphasizes this creates a serious problem. Growing a rushel containing lacquer trees costs enormous amounts. The equipment and tools for brewing the coffee also required substantial investment. A subordinate interrupts with information that they're operating at a loss, warning they might need to pawn the prince's belongings again. She suggests the imperial family could cover the expenses. He explains she doesn't understand the emperor's approach. His Majesty provides no financial support, claiming this restriction fosters independence. She asks whether alternative payment methods exist beyond monetary compensation. He confirms another option remains available. She can settle the debt through physical labor. Raquel sits confidently among chests overflowing with gold coins. He shares his amazement with Damien about everything selling out within a single night. Suddenly, Sylvia bursts through the door. Her face twisted with rage, she storms toward them, accusing him of deception. Her fury centers on broken promises, as the agreement only required her to stand still as a model. Yet somehow she ended up participating in an elaborate scam. She declares him a fraud rather than legitimate royalty. He defends himself against these accusations, rejecting the label of scammer. He prefers identifying as the prince who specializes in selling medicine. Meanwhile, at the second prince's residence, music fills the air. Several princesses gather around him, urging him to continue drinking with them. He protests that days of continuous drinking have already passed. He worries further indulgence will cause muscle deterioration. One princess dismisses his concerns, insisting the celebration has barely begun. Another questions why he refuses when things are going so well. The second prince responds with confusion. A princess claims ownership over him using possessive language. He challenges this assumption, suggesting her reasoning has become clouded by excessive luxury. She fires back that his own thinking seems impaired. Both princesses simultaneously accuse each other of weight gain. The argument escalates as one defends herself, claiming she's merely bloated rather than fat. The exchange continues with bickering about vineyard survival if drinking continues at the current pace. One princess announces her intention to marry the second prince. Her rival immediately counters with the same declaration, offering to relinquish claims to the crown prince position in exchange, and the other matches this offer. A voice interrupts their squabbling, thanking everyone for attending the gathering. The speaker turns out to be our boy as an elderly man. With Damien supporting him physically, the princess's thoughts reveal annoyance at this interruption, disrupting their pleasant atmosphere. He acknowledges his royal status while commenting on their intimidating expressions. He announces plans to present everyone with a remarkable gift and opportunity. The princesses quickly shift their competitive energy, each declaring they'll yield the crown prince to the other. His internal thoughts reveal indifference to their declarations. He only needs to execute his part of the plan, curious whether they'll maintain their current attitudes afterward. He loudly proclaims a revolutionary breakthrough in weight management. The princess's attention sharpens instantly at the mention of weight control. He introduces the ultimate diet solution, and Sylvia descends wearing an elegant gown, serving as the living demonstration. He directs attention to her transformed physique. The medicine contains highly concentrated L-carnitine extracted from Vesperos queen. From the moment of consumption, it burns fat with the intensity of a nuclear fusion reactor. He gestures towards Sylvia, suggesting anyone can achieve similar results. Her internal fury builds as he continues his sales pitch. He requests different poses from her, whispering reminders about her outstanding debt. His confidence shatters when she strikes an unexpected pose, flexing prominent muscles instead. The princesses react with amazement at the muscular display. See it or stares in shock? One princess questions whether the pill produces such dramatic results. Sylvia admits she's been over, exerting herself since arriving. Another princess acknowledges her face has definitely become fuller lately. The princesses immediately request the medicine. One asks her companion's opinion about purchasing it. Her friend responds that she spent her entire life attempting weight loss and will buy it regardless of cost. The other matches this commitment. He announces limited availability of the special unlimited showcase package. He reveals a table full of products. The princesses surge forward in a chaotic rush, each claiming first purchase rights. He instructs them to form an orderly line. His internal organs celebrate his successful sales tactics. One organ observes he's not merely selling medicine, but extracting maximum profit from everyone. Another questions the ethics of an elf promoting diet pills, suggesting false advertising, but his internal response dismisses these concerns, prioritizing profit generation. His organs acknowledge his cunning methods with approval. Back in the moment, he admits to Sylvia that his methods might resemble those of a charlatan. However, the medicine's effectiveness remains genuine. He tested it thoroughly on the second prince, who experienced dramatic weight loss. She processes this information, questioning whether the male human among the ladies was indeed the test subject. He confirms this detail. He clarifies that pills alone won't produce results, and the package includes comprehensive instructions and necessary precautions. A specific clause guarantees full refunds if customers follow the diet plan without success. She questions how anyone proves adherence to the program. He points out that the burden of proof falls on those making claims. He advises her to stop worrying excessively. Her compensation will be handled appropriately. The previous night's sales generated substantial wealth. The wealthy customers purchased special packages at premium prices. After covering damage payments, remaining funds will finance his next venture. Her internal thoughts rage about how all this money should constitute her medical fees. She forces a laugh despite her anger. He invites her to rest at the palace for as long as needed, mentioning he must now meet with the emperor. She questions this meeting. He confirms the emperor summoned him that morning and expects to receive a scolding. She observes his lack of concern despite anticipating reprimand as he departs wearing his jacket. He explains that today's scolding serves as a necessary component for his next plan's smooth execution. The emperor confronts him upon arrival, demanding explanations for treating arranged marriage proposals like trivial games. The emperor labels this behavior pathetic and questions whether the prince thought his recent activities went unnoticed. His internal thoughts confirm his expectations about this test, obsessed ruler. Passing this test will result in granted requests, so he must endure the criticism. The emperor expresses disappointment at the prince's choices. Important marriages with powerful families were treated as jokes, pawned off to his younger brother. The previous night's medicine sales at the banquet hall, complete with contract signings, crossed acceptable boundaries. He responds that he doesn't treat imperial marriages as jokes. The emperor already understands this truth. The emperor's eyebrow furrows as he questions whether he has discerned his true intentions. He confirms his understanding. The emperor asks when this realization occurred. He explains his awareness developed shortly after receiving the initial stack of marriage proposals. The emperor never genuinely intended for him to accept any of them. The emperor challenges this assertion. Questioning the source of such arrogant certainty, his reasoning unfolds logically. If the emperor truly wanted him married, grandchildren would already exist. Strong heirs could have bypassed his frail constitution entirely. From the beginning, succession wasn't the actual plan. The preparations merely accounted for potential early death. If he collapsed while a young heir remained a child, and an empress came from a powerful family, the family would manipulate the child as a puppet to seize throne power. This outcome contradicts the emperor's desires. Therefore, none of those ladies represented genuine candidates. He simply executed what the emperor had already decided. The emperor acknowledges that rejections were handled while providing cover and justification to deflect criticism. He confirms this interpretation. The emperor admits the prince's perceptiveness exceeds expectations. At that, he humbly accepts this praise. The emperor's internal thoughts reveal astonishment. The child who once tore at his heart has developed remarkable insight and maturity. He ends the philosophical discussion, demanding to know what he actually wants. He wouldn't have appeared so promptly after summoning otherwise. At that, his internal confidence builds, believing he's correctly identified the emperor's intentions, and will receive approval for nearly anything requested based on accumulated achievements. He requests the title of honorary professor at Magenta Imperial Medical University. His internal thoughts question whether approval will come while he maintains his bowed position. The emperor delivers a single-word response. This rejection shocks our boy completely. Our guy thinks through his plans while asking for the title. His clinic's growing popularity will create serious problems. He and Garden can only treat a number of patients daily. They need more doctors, but there's a huge problem that he doesn't have a medical license. This makes his clinic illegal according to imperial law. Illegal clinics can't hire licensed doctors, and real doctors won't work at illegal places. Two options exist: get a medical license or receive honorary professor status that works like a license. Either way, he can then hire doctors in different fields. Building a full hospital would help him collect bonus lifespan more easily. These happy thoughts vanish when the emperor says no. Rockhill protests, listing all his achievements, and someone with his success surely deserves the title. The emperor agrees but wants to see more effort. Walking away, he realizes this won't work. He needs a better approach. He turns around and kneels before the emperor, and he speaks about wanting to save more lives. This changes the Emperor's expression. The Emperor gives his command that instead of honorary professor, the Crown Prince will join the medical university's final year and take their graduation exam. Our boy looks completely shocked. The Emperor asks if this bothers him, and he smiles for real and accepts, thinking his father always does this, creating tests. Later, as he sits in the medical institute, frustration sets in over what could have been quick, now taking months. Like it or not, he must do this to build his hospital. The extra money would be nice too. A man approaches, introducing himself as Belvedere, Dean of the Medical University. He greets the Crown Prince formally, apologizing for not providing proper reception due to an urgent patient requiring attention. Raquel responds that physicians must prioritize patients above all else. The Dean expresses gratitude for this understanding. His internal observations reveal the Dean's cold reaction. The Dean likely assumes royal power will manipulate the system. The medical university probably believes Raquel practices questionable, unorthodox medicine. Proving competence through skill becomes the only viable strategy. He requests being shown around the facility. The dean offers a university tour, but he declines. Referring information about the graduation examination he'll be taking, the dean agrees to this arrangement. Damien receives instructions to return elsewhere. The prince's confidence builds regarding graduation exams. His previous achievement as second in class at Seoul National University Medicine provides a substantial foundation. Approaching a laboratory filled with various instruments and skeletal diagrams. Numerous students occupy the space. These represent the graduating class. The dean announces the Crown Prince's presence formally. All students become attentive, though their reactions mirror the dean's icy demeanor. The atmosphere feels decidedly frosty despite forced smiles. The dean introduces His Imperial Highness Raquel Magentano, Crown Prince of the Empire, who will join the graduation program. Students should provide assistance as needed. The students respond with disinterested acknowledgement. Not a single genuine welcome occurs despite his royal status. One student raises his hand with the question about the morning. Crown Prince taking the examination without attending coursework everyone else completed. The dean responds that the Crown Prince might find coursework unfamiliar, suggesting mutual assistance during graduation would prove meaningful. The student, Kellogg, objects that this contradicts founding principles they've learned and practiced. Qualification must precede responsibility. Earning qualifications first demonstrates proper responsibility. Our boy observes this dynamic with interest. During his introduction, no mention of the secondary palace clinic occurred, yet they challenge him directly to his face. This approach actually pleases him. Medical professionals should possess such conviction and stubbornness. The dean announces this year's graduation exam assignment. Teams of 6 will receive 1 assigned patient. The goal involves curing the assigned patient through cooperative treatment. Lot drawing will now form teams. The dean explains a box contains balls of 5 different colors. Drawing occurs in turn, with matching colors forming teams. The Crown Prince must draw first before everyone else. A student whispers to Kellogg about avoiding the prince's team at all costs. Ending up on his team might prevent graduation. If Raquel fails, everyone on his team fails too. Raquel draws a green ball, outwatches, internally repeating he must pull anything except green. He reaches into the box. The outcome reveals many students crying, including Kellogg, as they all draw green balls. The shaggy-haired student from earlier joins this group. With teams established, patient assignments begin. Starting with Team 1, Raquel's team, they approach a patient. The dean opens the curtain, asking Mr. Miguel about his condition. The patient responds that his legs refuse movement. The dean acknowledges this information and closes the curtain, instructing continued rest. He explains the case to the students. Everyone knows this patient, but explanation occurs again for the Crown Prince's benefit. The patient experiences lower limb paralysis without any accident or injury involved. Sudden inability to move both legs developed unexpectedly. Before paralysis onset, he showed enteritis with persistent diarrhea lasting several days. Tingling sensations and pins and needles feelings affected his feet. 6 days prior, toe movement ceased completely. Paralysis gradually ascended from that point. Currently, neither leg responds to movement commands. Students grow extremely nervous, whispering concerns about this being their examination. Everyone wears expressions suggesting doom. The dean emphasizes the patient's future rests in their hands. Finding the cause, process, and appropriate treatment becomes their responsibility. He takes his leave after addressing Raquel directly. Kellogg addresses the prince, requesting permission to speak freely. Raquel grants this permission. Kellogg asks Raquel to avoid using royal power to carry the team through the examination. Regular questions the statement's meaning. Kellogg explains that within 3 days, they'll likely fail to identify the paralysis cause. Even the dean hasn't identified it. Before facing an impossible task and failing the graduation exam, the team refuses, relying on tricks. Raquel confirms they're asking him not to abuse authority, so every graduate receives fair evaluation. They confirm this accurately represents their concerns. Raquel finds himself increasingly impressed by their integrity, acknowledges understanding their position, then questions what should happen now. He already knows the cause of the paralysis. Kellogg responds with shock, questioning whether this claim holds truth. Raquel confirms that hearing the dean's explanation triggered immediate recognition. He begins explaining the stem of lower limb paralysis, then stops abruptly and declares that information won't be shared freely with a smirk. He refuses to share information without compensation, and Kellogg questions whether they are being played with. Wondering if he will withhold critical information, Raquel counters by questioning why he should provide valuable knowledge without rewards. Kellogg steps forward, emphasizing that a patient's future hangs in the balance. Raquel observes these students carefully before posing his own question, that if he identifies and treats the paralysis cause, would he get all the honor of that? They couldn't even determine what caused the paralysis in the first place. Nervous tension fills the students, and Raquel points out the consequence that they all fail without graduating. Kellogg's anger builds internally, and he views this as Raquel using authority to force his way into their group while practicing questionable medicine for personal amusement. His fist clenches tight, but fellow students restrain him from behind. As Kellogg turns toward Raquel, ready to speak, he suddenly stops and accepts the terms. Raquel reminds them that regardless of the patient's recovery outcome, waiting another year for graduation becomes necessary. He questions whether they find this acceptable. Kellogg responds that their education emphasized patient recovery is more important than personal graduation. However, accepting these terms in good faith requires examining the patient once more. Raquel grants permission for this request during their examination. The students question the patient about recent injuries or accidents. He denies experiencing any such events, so they inquire about bad falls. He confirms nothing of that nature occurred. Raquel observes from outside, noting Kellogg's composed demeanor despite internal pressure. This represents proper clinical behavior. Showing anxiety proves harmful to patient trust. Having seen enough from these students, he determines the moment has arrived to intervene. Entering the room, he announces his intention to take over from this point. Meeting the patient Miguel for the first time, he sits beside the bed. Miguel addresses him by royal title. Raquel requests he remain lying down, clarifying his presence stems from being a physician rather than crown prince, and his purpose centers on providing treatment. Raquel confirms the dean mentioned enteritis with diarrhea occurring before paralysis onset. Miguel confirms this timeline. The toes experienced prickly and numb sensations before paralysis started there. Raquel verifies no severe blows occurred to the head, neck, back, or waist. Miguel agrees, tears forming as he expresses confusion about why this happened. Despite initially thinking tiredness caused everything, Raquel asks precisely about the start of the paralysis, and Miguel places it around 6 days prior. He acknowledges this information and requests permission to check his pulse by holding his wrist. Pulse reading reveals a fundamentally healthy body. However, demyelination of motor neurons due to focal inflammation shows up clearly. This pattern matches acute inflammatory demyelinating polyneuropathy, AIDP, perfectly. His suspicions receive confirmation, and he concludes the examination for now. Stepping outside, he addresses the students in the next room. They immediately request information about the paralysis cause. Raquel identifies it as Guillain-Barré syndrome, an autoimmune disease affecting the peripheral nervous system. Students repeat these terms with confusion, autoimmune and Guillain-Barré. Kellogg questions why this condition develops. Raquel admits the true cause remains unknown to everyone. Leading theories point toward viral infections and immune disorders. The condition can even occur after vaccination. Shock registers among all students at the mention of vaccinations. Their confusion deepens as he explains common links to Campylobacter, Mycoplasma pneumonia, Epstein virus, influenza, HIV, and COVID. These infections throw the immune system into disarray. A confused immune system mistakes the neuron's myelin sheath for a pathogen and launches friendly fire against it. His mind visualizes neurons approaching the immune system, asking about their myelin. Immune cells respond by questioning what myelin is, mistaking it for bacteria, and attacking immediately. The explanation continues with damaged neurons leading to paralysis. He emphasizes this represents a strong hypothesis rather than settled doctrine. Kellogg points out that even Raquel doesn't truly know the cause. Raquel brushes aside this concern, confirming he knows the treatment method. Kellogg argues that lacking knowledge of the exact cause constitutes deception. Our boy questions accuses Kellogg of thinking he's failing. Kellogg challenges where this information originated, and Raquel reveals he read it in the Imperial Archives, which contain knowledge from a vanished ancient super-civilization and medical arts. Students panic internally, knowing access to those archives is restricted. Raquel redirects focus to something more urgent than whether they believe him. The patient's breathing is about to deteriorate. Kellogg questions what breathing problems mean. He explains some patients with this condition develop acute respiratory failure from diaphragmatic nerve paralysis. His internal consultation with his organs revealed the lungs, mentioning the diaphragm felt tingly. This serves as a warning sign of respiratory paralysis. Deterioration could worsen rapidly, requiring ventilation. He instructs Kellogg to monitor the patient while he retrieves a ventilator. Students whisper among themselves, confused about why a ventilator becomes necessary. Raquel demands to know why they're waiting instead of checking the patients, and they immediately agree and rush off. Standing alone, Rake will begin searching under the bed, then sits on it looking around the room and checking the window. Confirming no one is nearby, he announces it's time to meet a new companion. He produces something from his belongings. Outside the window behind a tree, a man hides. He nearly got spotted moments earlier. He belongs to the Magenta Imperial Special Intelligence Bureau as Agent Number 3. Observing him again, he notes the pattern of talking to himself and staring at windows. Raquel appears to be communicating with mythical species. The agent reflects on how Raquel spent 10 years restricted to bed rest, and now never seems to rest. He wishes he would take things easier so he could clock out from surveillance duty. Questions arise in his mind about whether Raquel genuinely talks to ghosts. Suddenly, bright light erupts from the window, leaving the agent shocked by its unexpected appearance. Looking closer, other mythical species materialize among them. He wonders where they all came from so suddenly. Inside, Raquel lies on the bed holding a new mythical creature. As it looks at it carefully, his Nulet utters the word, "Come on." Raquel lies on the bed with Kamang resting close against him, his health points having dropped to 2,700. The small creature's face is filled with sadness as it watches him silently. He wonders if something is wrong, but before he can think further, he notices blood dripping from both his nostrils. Confusion turns into panic as he wonders if what he's seeing is real. Komong hovers above him while Raquel is holding his nose to stop the bleeding, but just then, the blood spirals upward in midair and flows straight toward Kamong as if pulled by it. Within seconds, the bleeding stops completely. Raquel stares in disbelief, realizing the creature just drew his blood from a distance without even touching him. "Come on then, drift closer," and releases a gentle puff of air from its nose into Raquel's mouth. A refreshing sensation floods through him at once. His nose is clear and he feels as refreshed as in a forest. The purity of it makes his lungs feel light and alive again. A smile spreads across his face as he repeats the creature's name, Kamong, and it reacts cheerfully in return. He stretches his hand forward, still amazed by what happened. The little being not only stopped his nosebleed, but also filled his lungs with fresh air. He begins to wonder if this ability is a mix of suction and ventilation. Curiosity sparks excitement inside him, and he decides to find out what powers Kamang truly holds. He asks the creature for its manual, and Kamang tosses a tiny booklet toward him. It is covered in saliva, and it lightly hits his face before falling into his hands. He opens the manual and scans through it, discovering detailed descriptions of Kumong's features. Its large ears, he learns, constantly monitor a patient's breathing patterns and overall health condition in real time. The manual explains a passive ability called hardy suction that allows Kamang to extract mucus or blockages from airways and the nose without any contact. Another skill, fresh breath, enables it to release pure oxygen, rich air into a patient's lungs while matching their natural breathing rhythm. It even adjusts its power automatically based on the patient's needs. Raquel can't hide his amazement, feeling as if he has just found a priceless treasure. Meanwhile, in another room of the medical ward, Kellogg walks in to check on a patient named Miguel, who lies motionless on the bed struggling to breathe. As Kellogg examines him, he realizes the man's respiratory system is failing fast. Miguel opens his eyes weakly, attempting to speak, but his voice fades to a whisper. Kellogg urges him to stay still, refusing to leave his side. Miguel's chest rises shallowly, and his trembling hands show how serious his condition has become. Kellogg immediately recognizes the signs of acute respiratory failure. He orders the nurses to lift the patient's upper body to ease his breathing. They follow without delay, yet Miguel still gasps for air. Some of the staff suggest trying a herbal formula, while others warn that it could make things worse. They argue over calling the dean for help. Amid their confusion, Khaled feels his mind go blank, realizing how powerless his knowledge feels at this moment. The tense atmosphere breaks when our boy enters the room, and he tells everyone to stop being loud near the patient. Kellogg quickly explains Miguel's worsening condition without hesitation. Raquel steps forward and asks them all to stay away. He assesses the situation instantly before he calls for Kamang. The small creature appears and lands gently on Miguel's chest. With a soft hum, it activates its ability and releases a stream of clean air into Miguel's mouth. Within moments, Miguel's breathing stabilizes. The medical team watches in stunned silence. One doctor whispers that the creature must be mythical, while another recalls old tales about beings that could heal through air. Kellogg feels deeply humbled. He had doubted Raquel's skills before, dismissing them as nonsense, but now he understands how wrong he was. Watching him stay calm under pressure while he himself panicked fills him with shame. When the situation settles, Kellogg asks about their next plan. Raquel senses the sincerity in his tone and feels impressed by his humility. He encourages him to think carefully, and Kellogg admits he isn't sure what to do as he considers a herbal mix, but fears it might harm the patient. Raquel praises his honesty and reminds him that true doctors rely on accurate judgment, steady decision-making, and the courage to take responsibility. Kellogg agreed with newfound respect, declaring his complete faith in his skills. He assures him that there are still options left, even without advanced tools like IV or plasmapheresis. He decides to use a nerve bypass acupuncture technique he once applied on a werewolf case. But before proceeding, he takes a short break, explaining that they should observe Miguel's natural recovery for now. The team agrees, and the Rakiel instructs them to monitor Kamong and alert him of any changes. Back in his private room, Rakiel exhales heavily, feeling drained. Every time he tries to rest, another crisis seems to appear. He turns to go see him, requesting to borrow a thorn for the acupuncture. His body aches with exhaustion, so he decides to perform the procedure himself instead of delegating it. He notices Gossam looks equally tired and promises to be gentle this time. He begins the acupuncture process, inserting the thorn at the date and point to stimulate his liver. The organ responds with warmth and renewed strength, and his health points start rising. Encouraged, he moves to the Tai Chung point, but as the needle touches his skin, a sudden burning sensation spreads throughout his body. His face flushes in pain, and realization hits that he accidentally grabbed the cave flavor thorn. Pain explodes through his veins, his muscles tighten, and he screams as energy surges uncontrollably. The system flashes a notification confirming he used a thorn infused with the K flavor effect. His body convulses as the intense reaction pushes him into a hyperactive recovery mode.